A Maiden's Unwanted Heroic Tale. Volume 10. The One Who Doesn't Acknowledge. By Hifumi Shiguro. Translated by Snowcat at Innovel Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 225. The Demon Lord of Alberan. In a large, magnificently furnished conference room. So how do you propose us, fighting against Alberan? The more time we spend, the more give to them. We will not be able to stop this trend if we do not deal a blow to them here and show them our military power. At the anti-Alberan coalition meeting, the one who shouted out loud was Alfmars Gigantic, the warrior king who was the leader of this coalition and ruled over the great powers of the East. His face was slightly wrinkled and his black tiger's beard was streaked with grey hair. However, he still possessed the spirit of a great warrior, and there was no hint of aging in his well-trained, muscular body nor in his eyes. Alfmars smashed a large desk to pieces and stared at the faces of the men present. These men were not just ordinary individuals or nobles. They were all either kings who ruled their respective countries, military leaders, or major nobles connected to royal families. Calm down, King Gigantic. Everyone understands even if you don't raise your voice. No, you don't understand. The clash between Alberan and Elsren, at that point, I conveyed the danger to everyone present. Despite that, everyone moved for their own interests, and as a result, while Alberan swallowed Elsren, we declared a truce and formed an alliance. We just watched Alberan's movements with our fingers on our lips. Alfmars replied in anger. Collisions between Alberan and Elsren were common. It was a distant story in the continent's west, nothing significant. However, this time, things were clearly different. Alberan intended to attack and destroy Elsren, making Gulshan a vassal state and annexing Eldorant. Ever since Alberan won the War of the Five Great Powers in the West, it showed a distinct change in behavior. Alfmars understood that they were preparing for it over the past 20 years. Preparing to rule this entire continent. This is the return of Grabarain. Why don't you guys learn from history? Do you think Alberan will self-destruct like in the past? In front of Alberan, who has accumulated power like a tsunami? From my point of view, I have to say that all of you lacked a sense of crisis. The Alberan invasion in the past, even back then, Alfmar's ancestors formed an alliance and stood against Alberan. That's what was passed down, but if one looked at history books, they would understand. That was a complete loss. Alberan overwhelmed them in terms of tactics and strategy, military proficiency, and quality of equipment, resulting in defeat after defeat. If the split with Elsren had not occurred, Alberan would have controlled everything, including the eastern part of the continent. From there, Alberan to the west, Elsren to the center, and Gigantic to the east. That maintained a certain balance, but this time Alberan conquered Elsren, regaining most of its former territory. This time around, with advanced magic technology in hand that overturns common sense. They were not to be underestimated. On the contrary, it is doubtful that even the combined power of the East would be able to match it. This was not the time to question the pros and cons of peace at this conference. The question is not how to make peace with Alberan, but how to deal a blow to them. We must unite our will. If we show a weak attitude, they will take advantage of us. We must become a monolith and find out how to fight against our common enemy, Alberan. Alfmars screamed loudly, and there was a moment of silence. What valiant words! However, there's no need to fight. The silence was broken by the sweet, enchanting voice of a girl's voice. There were no women at the meeting. Even servants were not allowed to enter here. And even more so, a girl who hadn't even yet to become a woman. Along with the voice, a wave. Standing on the table was a girl with golden hair shining in red, wearing a black elegant dress, and a childlike, graceful smile that deceived people. She seemed like she was floating, insubstantial, and her body was somehow transparent. Among them, only one thing, only her jewel-like purple eyes stood out on the girl's joyful face. Excuse me for being impolite, standing on the table. Even though there are so many people here, I feel lonely that Alberan is the only one out of the loop. I hope you will allow me to join you. In front of the men, who were at a loss for words, the girl danced around, lifted the edge of her skirt, and bowed. The girl's magical beauty was so fairy-tale-like and bewitching that it was hard to believe that she was from this world. The girl was known as the Demon Lord of Alberan. She was Crescenta, the Queen of Alberan, the center of their agenda. The men put their hands over their mouths, not being able to say anything. Alfmars stood up and threw the knife that was at his waist. He aimed a shot at the girl's forehead, but the knife went through Crescenta's forehead and landed on the wall. Crescenta shook her shoulders amused and laughed, caressing her forehead knowingly. What would you do if it hit me? Assassinating the king of another country is a violation of the Holy Spirit Covenant. Walking into your enemy meetings and say things like that. There is no law that can punish that. Crescenta said as if making fun of them and clapping her hands together. Fufu, let's stop the idle talk here. I would like to inform everyone of my future plans. What are you? The goal is to establish a unified continental federation with Alberan at the top. Therefore, from now on, Alberan will come straight to the end of the east to visit. Ignoring Alfmars, Crescenta gestures to behind Alfmars a simplified map of the continent. No bargaining, no hesitation. If you resist, we will destroy and swallow that country. If you kneel, we will accept you as a member of the United Federation. Then she moved her palm, not her fingers, from west to east, as if painting it over. I have only one request to all of you. There are so many countries in the east that it's a hassle. We will not send a messenger from here, so if you wish to show your obedience, please send a messenger yourself. It's simple and easy to understand, right? What a joke. Not mockingly, but as if a troubled child. I'm not joking. I mean, it's only natural, right? After a beat, Crescenta, still a girl, smiled. No one wants to lose a lot in a losing battle. I just want you to understand why I went to the trouble of showing myself like this. Her purple eyes scanned the surroundings in an inorganic manner. It was like a jewel, like a snake watching its prey. A chill ran down the spines of the men who looked into those eyes. If we feel like it, it's easy turning everyone in this room into a bloodbath. We just don't do it because of the troublesome things that come after. The girl happily traced her lips, and Alfmars carved a deep wrinkle between high eyebrows. Nonsense. Then he glared at the girl with hatred and spat out those words. I wonder. Hehe, well, if you're foolish enough to challenge Alberan, I'm sure you'll understand right away. There won't even be a fight with Alberan anymore. She giggled happily and shook her shoulders, like a little girl. The Queen of Alberan never grew old. Just as that rumor, she looked as young. She looked completely mad, as if she wasn't human. At the beginning of next month, we will start filling in this map starting from the west. We hope that you will make wise decisions as soon as possible. Excuse me then. Just as when she appeared, she spun around and bowed. The girl's figure disappeared like a thinning mist, and all that was left behind was silence. The men look at each other, and Alfmars turns his back on him and slams his fist into the wall, making a roar. This is just nonsense to disrupt our alliance. I want to continue the discussion from earlier. There was little reaction to his words. Crescenta, who was supposed to be far to the west, appeared here, causing great turmoil, and even the kings who agreed with Alfmars were unable to completely recover from it. The discussion was leaked well. There was a strong possibility that all the meetings held here were being wiretapped, and even worse, there was a possibility that all of their movements were known to the other party. In such a situation, there was no enthusiasm for heated discussions, and the meeting was postponed to the next day. That day, spies from each countries ran away from the royal capital of Gigantic to their respective countries under cover of darkness. The heavenly pole of Alberan. The huge tower built on the side of Albaneria was so high that it could almost pierce the clouds, and it was spewing out a blue light of magical power into the sky that could be seen even by those who did not possess magical power. Alberan had invested an enormous amount of manpower in its construction. From the perspective of the people of the royal capital, and even the nobles, it was incomprehensible. The tower suddenly appeared on this land one day. The surrounding area was always surrounded by iron giants. Dozens of Jure Gashia were activated and guarding the place day and night, and only the queen, Albarinia, and some people with their permission were allowed to enter. No one knew how or for what purpose this was done, and the queen never explained anything about it. Those who were well-informed knew that there was a similar tower rising in the land of ancient dragons, Mount Arbiagle, but they too didn't understand. No one knew what this tower is for. Fufu, it's over, Wani-sama. Good girl. The inside of the heavenly pole could truly be called papier-mâché. In the center was a cylindrical structure where blue magical light rose from the earth to the sky. The Queen Crescenta, who was looking at her sister, laughed happily and hugged her, who looked like her twin, in a loving manner. She has silver hair and beautiful looks. The girl wearing her apron dress was stroking her younger sister's head and tracing the magic crystal shaped like an earring with her finger, and said, "Daz, the work is finished. The first Kuramimi squad will do the cleanup work as appropriate. You can come back here." After a moment's pause, a reply come. "Understood. Finally, our work is finished." "Right, Kuromi squad has done a good job so far without causing any damage. When Daz come back, Daz will be retire, so Chris J planned to give you the title of Honorary Puririn Squad Leader for life as well as the title of Honorary Kuramimi Squad Leader for life. It's a long trip, so be careful when you get back." The response this time took longer than before. Chris J tilted her head and Crescenta looked at her sister exasperated. Thank you for your kind words. Ahehe. The railway has been extended to the Clausella region west of Elsren, so please go there and get a ride from there. Zatz will be there, so there should be no problem. Yes. Then, later. Thank you for your hard work. She removed her hand away from the magic crystal earring. It was a communication device using a magic crystal called Ear Pururun, named by Chris J. It transmits information using a dense magical space created by the heavenly pole that launches vast amounts of magical power into the sky from far underground, commonly known as Dorafuyo space, its common name by Chris J. It was a magic tool that enabled the transmission and reception of voice. Crescenta sent this celestial magical power far to the east and projected her own image, but that she was able to know their situation and the schedule of the meeting every step of the way was thanks to the resonance crystal set up by the intelligence squad of the Black Flag Special Force, commonly known as the Kuramimi Squad, its common name by Chris J. The resonance crystal was installed by pointing it at a window, it was able to read minute vibrations and obtain the sound inside the room. By using a Pururun resonance crystal, basically called a resonance crystal, it was possible to obtain information about other countries almost in real time. As they feared for information leakage, resonance crystals have been installed not only in allied and vassal states but also in enemy states, and Alberan had gained not only military and temporal superiority but also overwhelming informational superiority. There's no problem installing the resonance crystal. We'll conquer the continent this year, and it will take about 10 years to get the whole thing in order. Then the real work will start after that. It's a bit too long after all. I think it's fine to take our time and spend 100 or 200 years on it. Chris J doesn't like that. Chris J puffed out her cheeks. Crescenta looked at her sister intently and put her hands on her cheeks and pressed her lips to hers. Making sure there's no failure is the first priority. I'll do my best, but there are various problems. Please understand. She caressed her cheek and whispered to her. Her purple eyes were shining wetly. Chris J looked into those eyes and nodded quietly with a hint of dissatisfaction. Is it already over? The voice came from behind Chris J. It was coming from the elevator located near the wall. Chris J looked back to the elevator with a pleased expression on her face. Ahehe, is the work over? Yes, that's why I came to check on you too. A beautiful golden-haired woman in military uniform. She had a clear yet calm beauty. Her slender figure exudes elegance, and she exudes the air of a person who stood above others. She's over 40, and her body has long since resumed growth. The childishness had disappeared from her features, and there was no visible aging, but she could no longer be called a girl. She was Celine Christand, Marshal of the Alberan Kingdom. Chris J leaves Crescenta and pounced on Celine, kissing her. Celine looked exasperated and sighed, patting her head and saying, "Geez. Didn't I tell you to change out of your apron dress when you go out?" The only thing Chris J had to do today was come here. Don't make excuses. Uni. While pinching Krish's soft cheek, Celine turned to Crescenta. I think we're done for now. I'm sure this will unite the war faction to some extent. Now that their pace been disrupted, they will demand results. To disrupt the unity of the countless countries to the east of the continent and drag them out into a head-on decisive battle. That was the only reason for the provocation and coercion. There would be some trouble if all of them become enemies. Regardless of whether the war was won, the vastness of the land meant that dispersion of military power was essential. As for Alberan, they wanted to end the war a little more quickly. However, this provocation disrupted their unity. In order for them to mobilize their full strength again, a result was needed. Against Alberan, who had swallowed up the great power of Elsren, must be shown that there was a solid chance of victory on their side, or else the opportunists would not cooperate wholeheartedly with them. In the end, Alfmars would have to demonstrate their superiority in a decisive battle in which they muster all of their strength. Otherwise, there would be no future in which they would come together against Alberan. If Alberan defeat the enemy's war faction with overwhelming strength in that decisive battle, it would be possible for Alberan to open its doors to many countries without bloodshed. I hope so. I want this to be Alberan's last war. The leader over there, King Giganic, seems to be a very hot-blooded man. He'll probably show up in battle no matter what, and once we defeat him, the rest will be a piece of cake. There's not much of a difference. It's a big difference. A person's life is not a number. Celine let out a quiet sigh. I know, that's why we're taking so much time. Dissatisfied, Crescenta put her hands on her hips, pouted and puffed out her lips. Celine approached her with a wry smile and poked her cheek with her finger, deflating it. And a weird sound echoed. I wonder why this mouth is being so sour. Truthfully, I want you to truly understand that. I properly understand it. Is that so? Foo-foo. Ani himafuno. Celine pulled Crescenta's cheek with her left hand, and Chrisje, who was looking at her, pulled the other side. Her cheeks were pulled tightly, and Crescenta eyebrows furrowed, and as if she had reached her limit, she grabbed those two hands and peeled them off her cheeks. Celine and Chrisje giggled, and only Crescenta glared at them angrily. Celine said while patting her head to soothe her, I hear people say that you're the demon lord of Alberan. But I don't want people to say you're cruel, evil person. That's why. I've got a callus on my ear hearing that. Geez. I didn't have any more time to prepare. It's for the best, and it'll be over soon, and the world will be at peace. That's fine with you. Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. Celine kissed her forehead and smiled, while Crescenta glared at her while touching her forehead. Chrisje said, Celine, are you ready? It's going well, no problems. I guess it's on schedule. Then shall we leave next month? Well, I'll leave it to you. Chrisje happily took Celine's arm and pulled Crescenta's hand. Then Chris'll take a break for a while to take care of some small details. I was planning on making a meat pie today. Celine, want to make it together? Well, it's fine though. You will only be a hindrance. How right. I've improved to a certain extent. That's right, Crescenta. Celine can now tell the difference between beef and mutton. I feel like your level of improvement is too low. Shut up, okay? Uni. History books left all over the continent all recorded a certain event that took place in this year. In the year 485 of the Kingdom's Year, the War of Continental Unification. The establishment of the unified year, which was used for a long time thereafter, was only a year after that. Chapter 226. What doesn't change? Running on the iron rails with a clatter was a wooden connected vehicle. Magical railroad vehicle Gatiel Gorton. Its name comes from Gorton, a messenger from Western mythology who was worshipped in Alberan at the time, and his beloved horse, Gatiel. Easily moving, manage, and control the movement of people and goods. The reason they were able to control the vast territory of the continent and countries was probably due in large part to this iron road. It was an existence that became the foundation of the great development of the Alberan kingdom, and it continued to be used until it was destroyed as a symbol of rulership during the downfall of Kleinmere. Mew, it's no good gate and go to, is shaking at the joint. Don't complaining, geez. Compared to a horse-drawn carriage, it doesn't shake that easily. Chris J should have thought a little more about how to make the rails at the start. While hugging Celine's arm, she puffed out his cheeks. When they arrived at the final destination, the western Elsren Clausella, Chris J was the first to get off the gate and go to. There were platforms made of transmuted rock on both sides of the railway, and although the sound of trumpets cannot be heard, dozens of men in tight military uniform lined up in front of them. 2 men were kneeling in front of them. Chirp chirp, it's been a while. Woof woof too. Yes. I had met Celine-sama during the battle against Elsren, but both of you seem to be doing well. Nozen Varage, commander of the Eastern Army of Alberan Kingdom. And then there was Grunmeld Varkas, the general of the Eastern Front. His handsome face remained the same, but his coppery hair was now grey and wrinkled. Similarly, Grunmeld had black hair mixed with grey hair. And more than anything, somehow you guys have beardy too, haven't you? They all have beards. Nozen beard seems well maintained, but he has a thick beard that stretches from around his mouth to his jawline, and Grunmeld grew it out freely. The men around her have been growing their beards lately, and she wondered if it was some kind of trend. You guys too, mean? There are a lot of them, but there's also Aleha. He seems to have started growing his beard recently, so Chris J nicknamed him Beardy. But there are so many Beardy. Ha ha ha, I see. But well, I guess that's what men end up doing when they try to add dignity to their appearance. Aleha probably has the same reasons as me. Grunmeld is just lazy though. For me, no matter how much I shave, it grows back, so it's a pain in the ass. Grunmeld laughed and scratched his bearded cheek. Although he didn't have a refined appearance since the start, he was now already just a bandit boss. Ignoring his height, he looked like siblings with Dugleen, who was in the south. However, Krish-sama is still the same. Not getting older. Really. I'm shocked. Even though in reality she's 1 year younger than me. Celine watched the little girl wrap her arm around hers and pulled her cheek. Munyi, her soft cheeks stretched out. Confused expressions could be seen from the soldiers lining up, but Celine didn't care anymore. They already went past that stage long ago. Mew, Chris J is a fine adult. If it's just about getting older, dogs and cats also can do it. I'd like you to look a little more age-appropriate, though. She pulled her cheeks and said, well, use that's impossible, with an exasperated expression. Nozen smiled bitterly and looked at the men around him. Well, let's leave rekindling old friendships for later. We have a long way to go from here, so we'll head to the tent for now. That's right. Neki, the 7th and 8th cars. Yays. Hey, the 7th car comes first. Hurry. In the lead vehicle, a man with a prosthetic leg came out from the driver's seat and quickly gave instructions. A former member of the Black Flag Special Forces Company's craft squad, the first Gaten Goto's pilot, Neki. Veterans of the Black Flag Special Forces Company and others were given priority and sent to work on railway operations. Neki, who had been involved with the Continental Gaten Goto Network project since the early days, requested to be the pilot after the memorable first vehicle was completed, and since then he had always been entrusted with important routes. This railway was particularly important in Alberan, and most of its personnel were retired military personnel, but many former Black Flag Special Force were employed to work on the railway, especially heading east into the former territory of Elsren. Chris J let go of Celine's arm and went to the back of the train. The workers were in a panic as they removed the countless fasteners on the 7th and 8th cars, but when they opened the 7th car, a scream rang out. Guru Run. Jumping out of the cramped cargo hold with a gururu was the 8 Shaku tall 2U long body, a Suiko that looked irritated. When it came out, it stretched and yawned, lowered its head, and Chris J climbed onto its back. Suiko also seems energetic as usual. Nozen said impressed, and Chris J smiled. Ahehe, she's full of energy. It's a good thing. Then she happily patted Gururun's neck. Leaving the place, a group of tents spread out on the plain. The soldiers saw Chris J and salute one after another. Most of them were soldiers of the Central Albarinia Army, and no one wondered who the girl sitting on the green tiger was. Some of the new recruits and people who had come from the Eastern Front Army looked suspicious because of her appearance, which was over 40 years old, but behind her, Field Marshal Celine, who was riding a well-built horse Barurun too, also looked quite young, and they were convinced that that was just how it went. Nozen, who appeared along with them, also played a big part. Celine said she would listen briefly to the Nozen and then parted ways, and the first thing she headed for after arriving was the tent in the center of the Alberania army. As usual, there were soldiers in familiar black armor surrounding them. It's been about 2 months, Uzaja-chan. Fufu, I missed you so much. Were you lonely? Kaluya, you're not young enough to be called Unwanted-san anymore, right? As if exasperated, the chestnut-haired adjutant put her hands on her hips, glared at the black-haired woman. No matter how old you are, as long as you're beautiful, it's Wani-san. Don't mind the small details. I don't think it's a small detail at all. Mia, who had a rather young face, had grown her hair a little longer, giving her a more mature and calm look. She, like Kaluya, was also like a beautiful woman at a young age, where effects of old age were still shallow. Chrische looked at them, smiled, and said it's been a while. Elvina, I think she was a little lonely because she didn't get to see you too. Fufu, that's obvious. I wanted to come using gate and go to too. Kaluya, don't complain. We have a lot to do after all. Sigh. Then, an old man wearing armor appeared and saluted. His shaved head and prominent aquiline nose. And a white beard. Chrische pouted her lips and glared at the man, her hands on the hips. Chrische already said that since Bald Eagle is an old man, you should retire as commander as soon as the handover is over. My apologies. We have a lot of handover work to do, so it's taking a while. Chrische stared at Dagra, who in turn smiles. Kaluya patted Chrische on the head while laughing. You know, Mia can be a bit clumsy, even when at the takeover. Kaluya, is that so, Mia? Yuugu. Mia glared at Kaluya and then at Dagra. Then, after sighing, she answered, yes, seeming unconvinced. Really? Mia is still Mia. Bald Eagle, it's dangerous, so it's no good if you come to the front line, okay? Regardless of whether it's on paper or not, to Chrische, Bald Eagle is no longer Kurafuyo commander, but Kurafuyo training instructors. Ha! But don't worry, even though I looked old, my movements are still comparable to those of younger people. He powerfully slapped his arm over his armor, then put his hand on his sword. Geez, Chrische said, pouting her lips. That's not the problem. Once it's over, it's time to retire. Life on the battlefield isn't good for the health. Even this far is already a long journey. Smiling at that Chrische, Dagra replied, of course. Mia is the commander after all. Bald Eagle is the training instructor and assistant. Please understand that. Ha. Understood, Krish-sama. Dagra clicked his heels and gives a powerful salute. He looked at it, feeling somehow unsatisfactory, and Chrische jumped on top of the Suiko. Dagra turned his gaze from that Chrische to Mia and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Mia. Ha, can't be helped. Don't worry about it, Commander. Mia made a face that matched her words and sighs. Mia had given up, thinking that her role would probably follow her for the rest of her life. When I thought that this would be the last battle, I would like to be the commander after all. Right. Look, there's not a hint of a commander's on Mia after all. Kaluya said while putting her arm around Mia's shoulders, and Dagra smiled bitterly. I'm proud to be the commander of this unit. Dagra continued, saying that he had a good subordinate, and nodded silently. 2 months later. The stage of the decisive battle was far east of the kingdom. It was a place called the Fang of Viserius, on the eastern edge of the former Elsren territory. Its nature was probably similar to that of the Dragon's Maw. It was a break in the great mountain range that rose in the north and was bordered on the south by the vast sea. This plain was the only road connecting the east and west sides of the continent and was the gateway to the eastern part of the continent. Huge forts and towers lined up on the east side, and a long wall was built from the key. Elsren attacked this place many times, but they were never able to break through, and even after dozens of battles, it was still undefeated. The walls of Garugan stood menacingly. This great wall that separated the east and west had even been heard to the far west in front of it. Chrische. Celine, it's the sea, the sea. She was jumping up and down on the sandy beach. Don't get too excited. It's definitely amazing, the horizon. Garugan Wall and its surroundings were steep cliffs. However, as one proceeds westward, the key breaks off and becomes a sandy beach. The sky was filled with clouds and the beautiful blue sea. The horizon seemed to be shining, and the occasional white waves were swaying like living creatures. It's beautiful. I only knew about it from books, but when you actually see it, it's completely different. Celine said, looking at her feet. And she jumped away from the spot. There's a strange spider. Gradually, Chrische approached and grabbed the little creature's leg that surprised Celine. Do you mean this? Touching it. This is probably the one you can eat. There was one even smaller near Krish's village. River spider, that's the crab name in the book that Chrische read. River spider. Oh, come to think of it, I might have seen something similar. Chrische have never eaten it, but according to the book, it's delicious. They say there are large ones that are often eaten near the sea. The crab, gripped by Chrische, moved its limbs and shook its scissors. Celine took a step back and Chrische to throw it. Isn't it the same as spider? I won't eat it, okay? Mew, spider. She looked closely at the crab and thought it certainly looked like a spider on the sandy beach. As she watched it quickly run away, she gave up thinking that it might indeed be a river spider, a member of the spider family. To Chrische, insects were basically not to be eaten. She knows that there are some that ate insects. A story often heard on the battlefield. There were some people in the village who would eat the youngling of the bees while they were taking their hives, but seeing as Grace was very reluctant to do so and refrained from doing so, Chrische guessed that it was not that common. To Chrische, a splendid lady don't eat insects. Of course, Chrische, who was a lady, self-proclaimed, did not eat insects. Ha ha ha, you two, what a huge loss. A hoarse voice called out to the two of them. When they looked over, they saw 3 men walking towards them. It's been a long time, Marshal Alberinia. It's been a while, Oregon-san. You're quick. Yeah. However, I feel like the ground is still shaking, probably because of the rocking of the ship. They were Oregon, the chairman of the Gulshan Republic, and Douglin Garka, the supreme commander of the Southern Army. Although his hair was lightly slicked back, his grey beard was allowed to grow freely. Even as he grew older, his muscular physique remained undiminished, and he never seemed to calm down. Behind him was Zalvarg, who looked sick. Crabs are quite delicious, Chrische, Celine. I ate something called Tarafuku seafood in a port town, and you can't underestimate the seafood. Many of the creatures look strange, but the taste is exquisite. Really? That's true. You should stop hating everything. I brought some from the port to go with the drinks. I was thinking of serving it to everyone tonight after the meeting. Krish's eyes lit up, and Celine let out a small groan. There are soldiers who were born in Port's town and are very skilled. Putting aside you will like it or not, it would be a good idea to try seafood dishes once. I used to hate eating things like crabs, but there are very few people who would say they taste bad. Chrische's purple eyes sparkled at Oregon's words. She approached Celine and pulled her sleeve, looking up at her. Celine, let's try it. Aye. Perhaps truly not feeling up to it, Celine leaned back. Chrische looked up at Celine and drew her body closer to her. Sigh, I understand, geez. Ahehe. Maybe Chrische can bring it as souvenirs for Berry. Chrische said, and then putting her hand over her mouth in a panic. Celine stared at such Chrische, her cheeks blushing slightly. Then she pulled her cheek. You idiot. You, how long ago was that? You don't have to worry about it anymore. It's more embarrassing for me to be cared about like this. Yes. Letting out a sigh at Krish's seemingly probing gaze, she pulled Chrische's cheek. Then, she shifted her gaze to Douglin. Well, I'll take you up on your word. How's the ship situation? The 5 ships that were delayed will probably take about 10 days. However, I don't think it will have that much of an impact. Oregon looked at Chrische. Chrische nodded and smiled. Right. If it's that late, it might be a good idea to take control of the port on the other side. As usual, as if it was a matter of course. We'll break through the day after tomorrow, she declared calmly. Chapter 227, Hero Hunt. The 2 armies were separated by a distance of 2 RI. That battle could truly be called the one that decided everything. Against Alberan and its ally Gulshan, 13 countries from the Eastern Alliance participated in the battle. The mountains were not the only reason why the eastern part, which had been divided into numerous territories and fought endless battles, was not conquered by Elsren. This was because of the Vesalius pact to unite and stand up against foreign enemies that threatened the east. Vesalius, the wise king of the small country of Current, gathered the countries that had been hostile to Alberan, which had once appeared in this region, and created the Anti-Alberan Alliance. While ruling the strategic points connecting the east and west, he did not seek expansion. The agreement he left behind, proclaiming perpetual neutrality in eastern conflicts, still stood. Whenever the east was threatened by invasion from Elsren, the surrounding nations would cease their conflicts and cooperate, supporting the Current as an allied nation. The eastern region was crowded with countless small nations. Once a major power like Elsren enters the region, the balance of power in the east would be greatly disrupted, like a tsunami. Therefore, such invasion must be prevented at the entrance. That was the common view of all countries, and the threat this time was the greatest ever. Their opponent was the Kingdom of Alberan, which had swallowed up Elsren, subduing half of the continent, and regaining its former glory. Truly, a decisive battle for the fate of the world. Heroes from various parts of the eastern continent, regardless of being from small or large nations, gathered in this land, not losing their will to fight even after witnessing Alberan's technological prowess. Alfmars, the peerless war king who ruled Gigantic, one of the 3 major eastern nations. Nitrias, the undefeated god of war. Raphael that destroyed hundreds of fortresses. Shinfa, the demon of the battlefield. Even though a great power like the West does not exist, the days of unending turmoil continue. The quality of their soldiers and generals was not inferior to that of the West, and there were some who, based on experience alone, might surpass them. Unknown heroes from the East, warriors without renown, were present in this land. Compared to the 100,000 Alberan and Gulshan troops, the Eastern Allied forces, made up of elite troops from 13 countries, numbered 170,000. This was probably due to the fact that both countries have good ports and were located in a location with abundant logistics. This was the largest single battle on the continent, and it was truly a battle of madness. Once again, God of War Nitrias, I appreciate your cooperation. Without it, we would not have been able to form such a coalition army. It's too early for thanks, King Gigantic. I merely shared the same opinion. 2 men riding horses. The old general smiled as he wore armor modeled after a giant snake that he had once slain with his own hands. I've been on the battlefield for nearly 100 years, and I've fought against many worthy opponents. But I haven't fought against you yet. If my prey is stolen now, I wouldn't be able to die without regrets. Haha, I'm honored that you think so. You are my idol. Alfmars lifted his cheeks, saying I resolved myself that I would kill you with my own hands someday. A piece of silver armor with the Gigantic Kingdom crest, which depicted a sword and shield, engraved in the center. There were countless names engraved all over the armor, and he pointed his finger at a spot on the empty left chest. I have dreamed of carving the name Nitrias here as the great enemy of King Alfmars of Gigantic. Haha, you got a lot of spirit. However, that all will have to wait after this war ends. Of course, if we don't win this battle, everything will be but a dream. In front of them, the armies of Alberan and Gulshan lined up, totaling hundreds of thousands. In the forefront were countless beasts and a black iron giant. It was a magical weapon called Jari-ia Gashia, a murderous doll that was said to match 100 people each. It was said to be one of the reasons why the mighty Elsren was defeated. This was the first time they've actually seen it. Fighting a siege against 170,000 people head-on. If you think about it normally, it's insane. It's probably better to think that they have not only that iron doll, but also a siege weapon that can break through the walls of Gargane. Right. I also think that siege warfare is a bad idea. Even that Elsren's fortified cities fell within 3 days. We shouldn't rely on the castle walls. If we defend, we'll lose. Yes, in order to wrest victory, we have no choice but to step forward and be prepared for sacrifice. Nitrias narrowed his eyes. A small number of trebuchets were visible on the Gulshan side, but none were on the Alberan side. What he saw earlier from the top of the fortress wall was something that looked like a siege bow. However, it was not a bow, but the brilliance of a magic crystal. It was probably a special siege weapon that uses magic crystals. At least it's safe to assume it's powerful enough to destroy this fortress wall. As I thought. Feutalia's Great Eagle cavalry should prioritize that. As the two advance, two women cut through the line of battle in front of them. One was a woman with golden hair who was riding a horse and wearing elegant armor. The other one was wearing a cloak and was sitting on a huge green tiger. She was more of a girl than a woman. They recognized the way her silver hair was pulled back. Is that the rumored royal sister, Alberinia? It seems so. The smiling silver girl said something to the golden-haired woman, who glared at her exasperated and said something. Even though they couldn't hear their voice, there was no sense of urgency in that exchange, and they couldn't even see any tension. They must be underestimating them. At least, it didn't look like it was moments before a war. After a while, when they were about 3 ken apart, both stopped. Alfmars was the first to speak. I am Alfmars Gigantic, leader of the Vesalius Alliance, king of Gigantic. Alfmars glared at the two, making the atmosphere shake with a threatening voice. Selene Chrystand, marshal of the Alberan kingdom. However, they showed no signs of being disturbed. Golden hair Selene Christ and introduced her name in a cool voice. Alfmars lifted his cheek tauntingly. With 2 female representatives of the army, it seems that the men in the west are quite weak. Alberan conquered Elsra, just when I thought what kind of strong man would lead an army. This is a bit disappointing. That's quite a greeting. I wonder if you choose the representatives through arm wrestling or something. Selene smiled happily and gracefully, and she continued, pressing her fingertips into her temple. Your words sound like you have muscles all the way up to your head, King Gigantic. I would appreciate it if you would stop making such pointless provocations, but I think I'm going to become dumb listening to you. Then she held out her hands in dismay, as if making fun of him. Alfmars narrowed his eyes and laughed. Who? Making fun of me like that? You're quite gutsy. You are a representative of both armies, and your positions are equal. What are the reasons for me to be afraid of you? And against a king of a ruined country at that. It was a cheap provocation. However, in Alfmar's heart, there was an honest admiration. 2 people who each lead this big army. However, there was no sign of nervousness in this woman. She didn't seem to be cowering or afraid. She must have been through a fair amount of chaos. It seems that she was not just an ornament for appearance. If you're going to go out of your way to say hello, is that an offer to surrender? If that's the case, I would think about it. What a jester. I came here to correct your arrogance. With such a small group of people, are you really planning to take on this great wall head-on? He gestured to the line behind him, then to the walls of Garugan, then to the sea. I thought that an attack from the sea route would be the main reason, but with this situation, it seems like that's not the case. If that's the case, I'm shocked at how reckless you are. It seems like there's no one in Alberan who knows military strategy. Gulshan, Anna, and Alberan's allies have powerful navies. It was predicted that they would seize the port by sea and use it as a beachhead to advance their invasion to the east, and an invasion from the western part of the continent. Considering the vast distance, that was the right way to attack. If one thought about it normally, it would be ridiculous to break through this large wall from the front. However, the enemy chose a frontal breakthrough on land. Gulshan's navy had arrived, but there was still no sign of them moving. The Great Wall, is that what they call papier-mâché in the east? Fufu, I mistakenly thought it was just a checkpoint or something, she said, looking at the ramparts that seemed to stretch to the horizon. If this is the Great Wall, then is that fortress made of wooden planks? I'm speechless. With a mocking chuckle, the beautiful female marshal never loses her composure and shoots back a provocation. I'm sorry. You all seem to be thinking that this is a challenge to you, but that isn't the case. This isn't a battle, it's just a march. Well, I'm going to have you let us pass through the checkpoint, so maybe I should at least pay you some of the toll fee. I see. Both that, Crescenta, and you, How far are you going to mock us? Oh, excuse me, could you please not just call the Queen of Alberan away? Unfortunately, there are only a limited number of people who can call her that, Celine said, controlling the reins and turning her back on him. There's no point in talking, let's go, Chris J. Good luck to you all. I hope that even if it's just your feelings, you can be a warrior and be able to fall gloriously. And she went away first. The girl sitting on the suico next to her looked at Alfmars and Nitrias, her silver eyelashes flickering and narrowing. Chris J has remembered your faces. Chris J will visit you two later. See you soon, with a beautiful and adorable smile. Her horrifying purple eyes took on a cold glow. We will turn the tables on you. Alfmars felt a shiver run down his spine and clenched his fists as he returned the words. The heavenly sword of Alberan, the cursed child, Chris J. Headhunters, grim reapers, and mad murderers of the battlefield. There were countless words to describe her. Like two tails. She swung her long pigtails, tied with red flower ornaments, and turned away, slapping the suico. Not wearing any armor, exposing her long hair, and wearing her cloak. She was a genius and an abnormal person who wore the same clothes on the battlefield as if she were walking around town, and achieved results. At first glance, one can certainly recognize the madness in her. At the very least, it was clear that she was a man of extraordinary prowess. Alfmars shook his reins, turned his back to them, and opened his mouth. When Alberan swallowed Elsren so easily, there was that kind of inexplicable anxiety, like fearing the sky would fall. She should never be underestimated. It appears that those concerns are correct. Nitrias replied, and from then on, the two of them walked their horses in silence. Alberinia was said to have even challenged the ancient dragons. Something inside her body, which looked only like a girl, convinced them of the tall tale rumors. A short time later, the two were in the line of battle in front of the fortress walls. Without a sound, Alfmars drew the long sword from his waist and swung it at the soldiers. That was all. The shrill, frenzied voices filled the air and shook the earth. The shouting soldiers had no fear. The elites from each country were led by heroes and brave men who had made their names known in the surrounding country. The most feared warriors of the enemy's country were now their allies fighting side by side. Although they were a motley collection of people from 13 countries, they were not a disordered mob. They were led by the great warrior king, Alfmars, and the undefeated god of war, Nitrias. No one was intimidated in the face of the great general, who would even become a hero after his death, and at least for a moment, they were united as one. Just. What caused the cracks to appear in them were countless blue flashes running above their heads. Behind them, there was the sound of the Garugan wall collapsing with a burst of flame. Alberan center battle line, last row. No matter how you look at it, it's an unbelievable power. Even a fortress wall like that is nothing. Really. The era of fortress walls is over. Wearing a helmet with a tiger face visor, Kolki's Arjand was playing with his graying stubble as if he was dismayed. He straddles Burun, a large horse that looked a lot like the Bururun second that Celine rode, and looked behind him. What was there was a magic power projector called Pishun. The base resembled a fixed floor bow without a bow, and the body resembles a tube. Attached to the tip was a large high-purity magic crystal. Behind him, the magician took command, and the soldiers loaded the next bullet the magic crystal into the base of the tube. The basic principle was the same as Bormja IRA. Disintegrates the magic crystal, collects its magical power in the magic crystal at the tip, gives it direction, and releases it forward as a magical beam. It could be said to be a greatly improved version of what was called a magician's staff. By utilizing the enormous magical power generated when the magic crystal collapsed, its power was greatly improved, and its range was up to 10 RI. Its long range and accuracy set it apart from previous siege weapons. It was unrivaled in terms of firing speed and delivery efficiency, and was truly a monster that rewrote the battlefield. 27th Pissions, lower the elevation angle. It's not hitting properly. Beside the two magic crystal earrings while touching it, Chris J pouted her lips and gave order. Magic crystals aren't cheap either, so be sure to aim for them carefully. For the 8th and 15th Pishuans, just aim for the tower. The 5th and 22nd Pishuans the castle gate. When it's ready, roll call from the 1st. The magicians with the designated numbers raised their voices and issued instructions, and the soldiers hurriedly made repeated fine adjustments. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Pishuan. A blue flash of light ran overhead, along with a loud shout, shaking the air with a Pishuan. Explosive flames rose on the fortress walls, and then, a beat later, a roar and a scream were heard. Alberan's soldiers raised their fists and cheered. "Hey, Centurion over there. Please keep your soldiers quiet. They're making a lot of noise. HR. First squad, be quiet. I can't hear Alberinia's instructions." Chrisje looked annoyed and called out to the Centurion in front of her, puffing out her cheeks as she looked at the fortress wall. Air cavalry soars into the sky from the castle walls over there. It was probably intended to disrupt the rear. Preparing to launch anti-aircraft Pishuans. After the first salvo, Chrisje will leave the overall command to anti-aircraft Pishuan Commander Koza. From then on, fire freely until receive further instructions. After a short pause, a countdown again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A blue flash was emitted matching the signal. Unlike the previous one, the flash that was emitted was scattered. It sends out countless streaks of light into the sky above the enemy, and shoots down more than half of the enemy's elite air cavalry that flew up in the air. The Blue Eagle cavalries, which had a huge blue eagle as their mount, died without being able to demonstrate their trained abilities. Oh, that's pretty good. Even though it's a war, what can I say? Kolkis looked at them with pitying eyes and looked at the girl beside him. In 30 years at most, warfare had changed. The battlefield where Kolkis ran with Bogan was no longer there. In the future, technology and equipment would be needed more than heroes. Many heroic stories built with swords, spears, and the blood of warriors. The age of heroes, spanning thousands of years, would end with the name of the last hero. But, well, guess this is how it is. There was sadness and acceptance. His good fortune was that he was able to witness the end of the era built by these warriors. In front of them the enemy was making an assault. They must have realized that there was no way they could win in this situation if they became defensive. Judging from the fact that their force was deployed from the beginning with emphasis on field battles rather than sieges, they must have thought that a siege battle against Alberan would be difficult. Alfmars Giganic, the leader of the Visalius alliance, was an excellent general, as rumored. Even though he had numerical superiority, he never let his guard down, and without clinging to the geographical advantage of the fortress walls, he launched an assault. He had good judgment, decisiveness, and courage. If this had been a battle 100 years ago, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Jaragasha has started moving, and Chrisje will also go forward. Celine, please keep an eye on Gururun so she doesn't go and take a walk. Yes, yes. Be careful. Ahihi, yes. Chrisje jumped off the Suiko and looked up at Kolkis. Meow meow, shall we go? Yes. Chrisje looked behind her, at the soldiers wearing black armor. Along with the wolf pack of Alberan, the warriors of the Black Flag were also famous. She looked at the old soldier and the female commander who were at the front of the group, thought about it for a moment, and called out to them. Bald Eagle. Hearing this, the old soldier's eyes widened, then he paused and gave a full-hearted salute. Then he raised his voice. Black Flag Special Forces Company, the last great war of the continent, our Alberinia, as always, has entrusted you with the task of clearing the way. Your duty is to cut through the enemy, embrace the filth. Soak in as much enemy blood as you can. Know that your duty is to keep our heavenly sword pure and untarnished. The old soldier trembled with great honor and drew his sword. Depart, raise the black flag. In response to the old soldier's voice, a frenzied war cry erupted. Everyone took up their swords, spears, and axes and thrusted them into the heavens, as if dedicating them to Chrisje or Dagra. The black flag with the crescent moon skull was raised at the main camp, and in response, the front line divided left and right. Chrisje covered her ears in annoyance, looking like she was about to say something. Kalua held up her finger in front of her mouth, gesturing to Chrisje. Mia chuckled at that and held her right hand up. She made a fist from her open hand and stopped her voice. Chrisjay said to Dagra, as she pouted her lips. Listen, okay? Bald eagles are on duty as Celine's escorts, alright? Yes, Krish-sama. From now on, I'll often remember the final battle. It's fine if you understand. Really, geez, Chrisjay, putting both of her hands on her hips, as if dealing with a troublesome child, then waved her hand to signal Selena forward. The girl walked along the path made by the battle line, followed by a large warrior, and behind her were a group of black warriors. The soldiers who saw this salute as if in unison, as if to witness the end of the heroic tale. The head of the third iron doll was smashed open. There, the jeweled sword of the gigantic royal family was broken. Taking away the sword held by a dead hero, Alfmars cuts through the arrow rain from above while breathing heavily. The constant rain of arrows caused a tremendous amount of blood to flow just by traveling 10 ken. Your Majesty, stand back. We will be your shield. The soldiers danced in front of Alhumas, who was at the forefront of the battle line, and raised large shields over their heads against the arrow rain, building an improvised roof over Alfmar's head. Alfmars spat and looked to his left and right. Nitrias had also defeated his second iron doll, but the situation was bad. Gulshan's vanguard on the left wing was a monster beast, and Alberan's vanguard on the right wing was an iron doll that could mow down dozens of soldiers with a single machine. The line of battle was greatly disrupted just by being hit by it. Their vanguard was thrown into a state of panic by the enemy's initial attack, and was rendered useless in an instant. It was not surprising. The mysterious flash had shattered Garugan's wall and easily shot down the formidable Futalia's Great Eagle cavalry before engaging in combat. Strong fortress walls and the deaths of heroes. There was no way the severely demoralized soldiers could stand against the iron dolls or beasts. Moreover, taking advantage of the fact that it was unmanned, the enemy was raining down arrows with the force of shooting down every iron doll. It is not easy even for Alfmars to defeat this iron doll in the rain of arrows. Even more so for the soldiers. In fact, their vanguard had suffered a devastating blow in a short period of time. If Alfmars and the others hadn't come forward, this main army's vanguard would have collapsed. Alfmars and Nitrias finally managed to take down 5. However, Alberan brought hundreds of iron dolls to this battlefield. He could see some elite troops and famous warriors defeating the iron dolls, but it was just a drop in a bucket. Some of the iron dolls had already cut their line into pieces. A hero even among magic possessed. For example, it would be like hundreds of warriors like him throwing their lives on the line and launching a desperate suicide attack. It was not something that could be overcome through control or tactics. A fight between a child and an adult, this was a violent fight where one stomped on the opponent's head. Fufu, well, if you're foolish enough to challenge Alberan, I'm sure you'll understand right away. There won't ever be a fight for Alberan anymore. Remembering the mocking words from the other day, Alfmars looked at the current situation and clenched his fist. Still, they would not end without a fight. That Albarinia is in front. I can't see in front of me, move aside. The moment he said that, there was the sound of metal and flesh cracking. The escort's body, which had turned into a lump of flesh, knocked him away and he fell onto his back. What, T? In shock, Alfmars pressed his head from above his helmet, trying to stand up. Scattered around were the offal. Half a ri away was a shadow with silver hair and a black cloak standing while holding a spear in their hand. Behind her, a large group of black soldiers led by a tiger-faced warrior. The girl appeared majestically. With her long silver hair swinging like 2 tails, she twirled and played with her spear in her right hand, swaying in front of him. Protect His Majesty. The voices of the soldiers echoed, and a wall was built to protect Alfmars. The next moment, the wall collapsed again. The soldier in front turned into a lump of flesh with a popping sound. The soldiers around him died as their armor was pierced by the roaring spear. When Alhumas raised his body, the surrounding area had become sparse. In front of them, Albarinia sprinted forward, followed by the tiger-faced warriors, and the black soldiers followed them. He quickly realized what was causing the discomfort. The speed of Albarinia, who possesses magical power, and the soldiers who could accompany her. There were hundreds of people visible, all of them magic possessor. What pierces the soldier's corpse is not a throwing javelin, but a melee spear. The impact just now was just a spear. Elites in black armor made up only of magic possessors. He had heard that Alberan was led by a monster that raised a black flag. However, this fact was beyond Alfmar's imagination. Their magic spears could easily pierce the walls made by elites directly in front of him. In front, Alberan was running, receiving a spear from a soldier beside her. She held it backhanded, stepped forward, and flexed her slender body. Her figure was so beautiful that it was almost mystical, and all of her movements were flowing and lean, as if he were looking at a painting. As if time had stopped, everything seemed to slow down for her, and as if he suddenly remembered something, he used his whole body as a spring and instantly jumped aside. At that moment, what was released from the girl's hand was the embodiment of death. The abnormal spear pierced through the space where Alfmar's had been just a moment ago. A spear that was out of the ordinary pierced the space where Alfmar's had just been, crushing the battle line behind it and turning it into a mass of flesh. So, this is Alberania's throwing spear? He had heard many rumors about Alberania's prowess, but none of these rumors could compare to this fact. The girl spun around, took a pass, and began to run. King Gigantic, she's coming. Alfmar's also regained his strength at the voice of Nitria's, at his left. The sound of the wind echoed. He received Nitria's beloved sword that was thrown at him and shouted, "Don't be afraid. In this war, the biggest general's head is right here. If you kill her, the war will be over." And so did Nitria's. Even in this situation, the men mustered up their courage and moved forward as if to protect them. Nitria's stood in front of Alfmar's, holding a large spear. "I will stop her with my body. Cut and kill us together. I understand. If it becomes the other way around, I'll leave it to you." Both of them had given up on living beyond this point. If they didn't have that determination, they would never be able to defeat her. Alberan, who came into contact with their vanguard, swung her left and right curved swords and sliced their neck without any effort. Alfmar's and Nitria's, just right below them. The best warriors of each country. However, far from injuring Alberan, they were unable to stop her. Even against the black warriors led by her. The warriors led by Alberan took advantage of their superiority in numbers and reduced their numbers without any danger. When it comes to a fight between 2, 3, or 5 people of magic possessors against one, there was no difference in physical ability. Without overwhelming military force, the superiority of numbers would have been absolute. It was probably a unit that specializes in hunting magic possessors. Alberan, second in rank to Marshal, raised numerous heads with her own hands. This was something that would normally be unthinkable. Alfmar's sometimes takes the lead. However, it was to boost morale and break out of a predicament. Physical strength was not infinite. It was just a gamble for the general himself to head towards the enemy's main camp, where the elite were gathered, but attacking there would inevitably mean a desperate battle. It would be foolish to launch a suicide attack there from the front, but she had made that possible. A black flag with a crescent skull. They were a unit created solely to protect the general and hunt down the elite. Leading a small force, she single-handedly slashed into the enemy's main camp, captured the general's head, and ended the battle. There was a trick to making this crazy strategy work. "Fight me, Alberan." Alberan was now right in front of him. Even though she slaughtered more than 10 people in the blink of an eye, she still had a beautiful face without any stains and was not exposed to even a single drop of blood. An inorganic, jewel-like purple color directed towards Nitria's. "Meow meow." She bent her body. While Nitria's held up his great spear, a tiger-faced warrior jumped out from behind Alberan. Swinging out his war spear made entirely of steel, Nitria's instantly jumped backwards. "Yes, yes, you're blocking Uzaja-chan." Then, a female warrior's great curved sword appeared from the side and cut the old general's torso in half, including his armor. Night. Alfmar's was momentarily distracted by the sight, and that was a fatal gap. Alberan was already out of sight, and fresh blood gushed from Alfmar's neck. He knelt down, holding his neck, and looked back behind him. Alberan, holding a blood-soaked curved sword in both hands, was smiling. "Goodbye, Kalua." The girl no longer had any interest in Alfmar's. When the girl removed her gaze, Alfmar's head rolled to the ground. The surrounding allied soldiers were speechless and lost their will to fight at the death of their general. Let's go to the left side one by one as planned. Bagil takes care of the rest here, and Chrisjay will help Oregon-san and General Garka. Chrisjay would like to get rid of the renown who are likely to become rebels later on, as much as possible here. Understood. Let's go back for now. Yes. Mia, the signal. Yes. Year 485 of the Kingdom Calendar. The battle between the two armies at Vesalius Fang was so one-sided that it could hardly be called a battle. Many of the main faction, including the leader Alfmar's Giganic, died in this battle. The alliance formed by the Vesalius Pact collapsed, and many countries became vassals of Alberan after this war. Although there were skirmishes, the eastern continent, which had lost many generals, no longer had the strength to resist Alberan, and Alberan's war to unify the continent came to an end in less than a year. Chapter 228, Eternal Birdcage. Far north from Vesalius Fang. Deep in the depths of the great mountains Dugalaz, the demonic dragon, Kushinaras, who destroyed the once prosperous empire of Rusharan in 3 days, was sleeping. Even today, this land was still managed by the descendants of Rusharan, the Futaria's Holy Spirit nation, as a forbidden land, and uncertain legends had been passed down for 1,000 years. And as legend has it, there was indeed a large cavern where a dragon slept. A huge crystal cave covered one side with magic crystals, and at the edge of it was a huge body that looked like a small mountain. As if sensing something, the dragon reared its sickle neck and turned its reddish-purple eyes toward the entrance to the large hole that opened above his head. A girl came down, illuminated by the sun. Her silver hair shimmers and the blue light surrounding her body. Her delicate body, the dense magical power from her back, like wings, slowed her fall, and the girl landed softly. Nice to meet." Then she smiled, and the moment the girl was about to say hello, dozens of bullets of light floated around the dragon and were fired towards the girl. A flash of light filled the crystal cave, dozens of roaring sounds echoed, and the magic crystals on the walls collapsed. "What do you need, Regal Ave? Isn't it quite a greeting to bring a human into my bed? It's not like you. Is it so boring that you want to start a fight? It's not a mere small one. Since she is a friend with whom I have allowed my true name, Mana, I granted her request." "Friend." The waves of magical power swayed as if laughing. Does age even make dragons go mad? Of all things, I never expected such words to come out of that dragon hunter. Shaking the magic power, they spun words. The dragon Kushinara's eyes narrowed as they saw the pile of rubble containing the remains of her little girl begin to move. Geez, doing that so suddenly. The rubble was blown away, and what emerged was the figure of a girl. She was a girl wrapped in a ball of light, with no scratches on her body, and her purple eyes calmly looked up at the dragon. Then, from the entrance of the cavern, another dragon descended, wrapped in a storm. Just landing on the ground caused a tremor, and the rubble turned into blue dust and flew into the sky. The girl, floating as if carried by the wind, sat on Regalave's head around the area between the eyebrows, and repeated her greeting. Chrisjay heard that even among the dragons you are one that competed for the first and second, so Chrisjay came to greet you. Chrisjay also has a request. Kushinaras, as if displeased, shook their magic mower, and again released dozens of light bullets. However, before it was released, it dispersed and disappeared on the spot. The girl held up her hand and said, "It's no use," while smiling. "Chrisjay is much stronger than you." Countless bands of blue light wrapped around Kushinara's gigantic body, and a gigantic three-dimensional magic circle was woven in front of its face. Contrary to the huge size, the magic formula was intricately engraved in every detail. It was assembled in a single instant, and was so advanced that even Kushinaras, who was skilled at magic even among the dragons, could not understand it with just a glance. What they could understand was that magic with deadly power similar to a dragon's roar was directed at them. And their body, which was like a small mountain, was blocked from all movement. The girl possessed a magical power unimaginable for a human. Somehow, all the magic power of this large cavity was already in the girl's hands. In this short amount of time, the girl had taken control of this space. Kushinaras looked up at the sky from the large hole in the ceiling. They narrowed their eyes as they felt a dense magical energy floating in the air far above. Interesting. A human changing even the world. Ahihi. The girl who was staring at Kushanara's laughed again. She then waved her hand, causing the magic formula to disappear and all of her magical power that had captured Kushanara's to dissipate. You slept too long, Kushanara's. Even I can't win against this small one. No matter how one they are with the earth a dragon may be, they would never be able to defeat this one. Who? The girl sitting on top of Regal Abe's had opened her mouth. Chrisjay is Chrisjay Christand. Chrisjay heard that there is a very easy to understand system where dragons become friends when they introduce themselves to each other. Kushanaras shook their magic. It was very similar to people laughing. What reason is there for me to allow you my true name, Mana? Chrisjay heard that dragons are simple. The stronger one is the better one. So Chris sure you'll allow Chrisjay. The girl Chrisjay smiled and answered as if it were only natural. Kushanaras looked at Chrisjay with their red-purple eyes, and then they turned to Regal Ave, who placed her on their head. You appeared for the first time in hundreds of years, and you brought with you a troublesome-looking one. This favor is on you, okay, Regal Ave. But isn't it interesting? Don't just sleep forever. It's good to take a look at the outside once in a while. There are some interesting discoveries. It was the worst way to wake up though, well whatever. Kushanaras turned to Chrisjay. What's your business, Chrisjay? Chrisjay looked at Kushanaras troublingly. Before that, let's introduce ourselves so we can become friends. Chrisjay stared at Kushanaras, and Kushanaras looked back at her. After a while, the magic power shook. Kushanaras of Dougalaz. Tell me your business quickly. Ahihi, yes. Now we're friends, Kushanaras-san. Chrisjay nodded with satisfaction and touched her magic crystal earrings, saying, please wait a moment. Chrisjay is not good at explaining things, so Chrisjay will leave it to Krish's little sister to tell the story properly, Kriskenta. Chrisjay then called out and waited for a while for a response. But there was no reply, and Chrisjay frowned and said again, Kriskenta, sleeping? So you're sleeping. Kriskenta, if you don't wake up before Chrisjay count to 10, Krish'll get angry. 10, 9, 8. Kushanaras narrowed their eyes and looked at Regal Ave. Regal Ave shook waves of magic intermittently and said nothing. 0, mu, what a hopeless child. Chrisjay waved her hand and disintegrated the large crystal on the wall into magical power. She held the enormous amount of magical power in her hands and projected it into the sky. Emitting numerous lines of blue light, she instantly assembled a formula that could fill this large cavern, and launched a pillar of magical power above the clouds. Then she looked back at Kushanaras and asked them to wait a moment. Kushanaras said nothing. It must have been a kind of a divine sight. A pillar of light appeared from the heavens, and the sun began to rise in the royal capital of Alberan, pouring down on the bedroom of the royal mansion, and connecting it to a deep cavern in the mountains in the far east. It only took a moment for the capital's pillar of light to disappear. After a while, a sphere floated above the heads of Chrisjay and the others in a large hollow pillar of light, and a beautiful girl appeared. She has golden hair that sparkles with red, a pale pink nightgown, and bare feet. Her sleeping beauty was like a fairy. The girl was holding a pillow in her arms as if it were a treasure. Slowly inside the pillar of light, the girl enveloped in a ball of light descended from the sky, in front of the exasperated Chrisjay. What was she dreaming about? Her lips moved happily as she slept, talking, Ahi, Wani-sama. Chrisjay sighed as she held her little sister in her arms. Ahihi, Wani-sama, not. Yuri. She pinched Kriskenta's cheek as she slept happily. Above Regal Ave's head, the demon lord of Alberan just woke up, puffed out her cheeks and raised her voice while holding her cheek and blaming her sister. No matter what, it's cruel, too cruel to pinch my cheek. Kriskenta is the one who is cruel. While Chrisjay was having a hard time on the long journey in the air, Kriskenta was fast asleep. Unlike here, it's still night over there. I stayed up late because a call will come from Wani-sama, and I was already trying to get up very early. All lies. It must have been morning over there already. Chrisjay knew it okay, that Kriskenta took a bath and breakfast as usual, then immediately fell asleep in bed, and in the morning she slept soundly, sleeping twice and then thrice. You. Not you. Chrisje sighed really, geez, as she tugged at her sister's cheek, who didn't let go of her pillow. Crescenta is always a spoiled child. Even though Crescenta already noticed it the moment Crescenta was pion to her. Crescenta stayed asleep because Chrisje would wake you up, right? Chrisje can see right through it. Because I wanted to sleep. Also, Wani-sama, please say teleportation instead of pion. Don't change the subject. Again, Chrisje pulled at her sister's cheeks. Feeling the gentleness in how she was being pinched, Crescenta said, please forgive me, and placed a pillow on top of Regalave's head, turned towards her sister, hugged her, and kissed her. Really, what a hopeless child, Chrisje said, pulling the cheek once again and then letting go of her hand. Hey. Crescenta. Chrisje is angry, okay? Of course I'm reflecting on it properly. As she said this, she gave a small yawn and changed her position so that she was leaning on Chrisje again, staring at the silent dragon in front of her. Sorry to have kept you waiting, it's nice to meet you. I'm Crescenta, the king of Alberan, who currently ruled the continent, or rather, the world. Crescenta spoke without any remorse, and Kushinaras stared at the girl. Your business. However, they didn't show any signs of anger and just said that. Crescenta smiled and nodded. My request is simple. I would like you to build a tower here, a well that can draw up magical power. Magic well? Yes, it's good to pull up the magical power from the source and fill the atmosphere with magical power. A place where a dragon like you sleeps is especially close to the source. Isn't it just right to make a well? Then pointed above her head. Right now, we're only on my second magic well. However, you do realize that the sky is filled with more magic than when you were flying, right? I'm sure it will be easier for you to live in. Kushinaras didn't say anything, and Crescenta continued without worrying. Crescenta had no hobby of reading the expressions of Long Live Lizard. According to Regali-sama, there are 5 dragons on this continent, so first we will visit those dragons one by one, and then we will have the same negotiations with the dragons sleeping on other continents and islands. So this is a negotiation, you say? Fufu, I heard that this is normal in the dragon world. Crescenta laughed, and Kushinaras also shook their magic power intermittently. As you can see, unlike you, we only have a small amount of magical power. Even if we want to do various things, we have to do something about our magical power. But after thinking about it, I've come to the conclusion that it would be quicker to just change the world. While saying this, she grabbed her sister's hands, letting it rest on her hips, and smiled. A world revolution. I think it's not a bad idea for those of you who are bored and have too much time on your hands. That's an unnecessary concern, one named Crescenta. Most probably feel that way because they don't have any interests outside, and that they don't lack anything. Is that so? Tracing her lips with her fingertips. Isn't it because you are looking for change that you are not dying? Crescenta narrowed her eyes. I heard you destroyed a human country a long time ago, but did you enjoy it? Didn't you think there would be no competition by killing someone who had no resistance? It was an eyesore, so I just burned it down. I didn't think of it as entertainment in the first place. Fufu, even though there are some humans who enjoy killing each other and hunting beasts, it's rare to find people who enjoy killing insects unilaterally. That's what I think too, she said, turning her purple eyes towards Kushinaras. I think the reason you all stopped fighting dragons is because if you destroyed all the dragons, your only entertainment would disappear. I think it's because they're all afraid of losing their equals. There was no response, but she continued anyway. Everyone who lives needs something unknown, Kushinaras-sama. If the atmosphere were filled with magic, great changes would occur in the world. Strong beasts will be born, humans will advance. Maybe something will be born that will shake up a life where there is no entertainment other than fighting dragons. Amusedly, as if she could see right through. I'm sure the reason you're still listening to me like this is because you're enjoying the moment. If you have no expectations or interest in the future, you'll probably choose death without exchanging words. The beautiful queen smiled, shaking her golden hair that sparkled with red. I'll tell you something. You're enjoying the situation where people you've never paid attention to and thought of as dust threaten you with their power and make you listen to their stories. Dragons are perverts, Crescenta continued with a laugh, looking down at Kushinaras. Kushinaras didn't say anything for a while, and silence filled the cavern. And it was magic power that broke the silence. The hard sound of the surrounding magic crystals resonating with the intermittent waves of magical power echoed quietly. So you're saying you can estimate me by human scale? Unfortunately, I only have my own measuring stick. Well, putting aside if you're an unintelligent lizard, but you're a lizard with some wisdom after all. If there is a speck of logic and reason, then I don't think you are that different from us. Your answer is 2, she said, holding up her index and middle fingers. Would you like to fight us here and get killed, or will you cooperate with us and look forward to changes in the future? I don't mind either way, she smiled. We're going through all this trouble because we want to resolve it through discussion as much as possible. If you're not interested in what's going to happen and say it's all pointless, we'll kill you right now. It's a bit violent though, she continued, and as if to say that she was no longer interested in Kushinaras, Crescenta turned around again and hugged her sister, rubbing her body against hers, while Chrisjay stroked her sister's head. Kushinaras looked at them for a while, then turned to Regal Ave. What an arrogant creature. Maybe I should have gotten rid of them without leaving any behind. But you accepted this, right? There are some reasons and obligations, but it's trivial. Regal Ave answered. I lost my sense of worthiness and pride a long time ago, as well as my attachment to power. Even the arrogance of this seems amusing now. I said it to you in the past, right? That I intend to enjoy the changes of the world. These ones' suggestions are not bad for me. They turned their attention to the two who were hugging each other above their heads, and intermittently shook their magical power. What keeps us alive so much that we even lose sight of the boundary between death and life, Kushinaras? There should be no big difference between me and you. You too have expectations somewhere in you. Death can come at any time, Regal Ave continued, narrowing their eyes. Let's look at it together, as our whim take us. Magic power shook. The magic crystal vibrates and resonates with a hard sound. It was the laughter of the two dragons. You've changed, Regal Ave. It's unlike you, who liked killing each other more than anyone else. It's because I'm tired of killing each other. Doesn't it pique your interest? Not bad, Kushinaras replied. Their gaze turned to Chrisjay. One called Chrisjay. What do you wish for at the end of it? At the end? Isn't filling the atmosphere with magic just a process? What do you seek beyond that? Crescenta pouted her lips slightly, and Chrisjay traced her lips in a slightly troubled manner. She was silent for a moment, thinking, and groaned. It's difficult to say, when you say the end. Chrisjay feel like Krish's purpose should be called the process, and Krishve never thought about the end. I don't care. It might be hard for Kushinara-san, who has lived a long life, to understand. She paused for a moment and smiled. Chrisjay wanted an eternity. Eternity, yes. Without any bad people, without war or death, and where one can live in peace and happiness with the people they love, that kind of eternity. She took out a small magic crystal tied to a string from her chest and stroked it affectionately. Chrisjay is going to create another small world with Krish's magic and move. To put it in Crescenta terms, the magic crystal was engraved with so many magical techniques that it seemed like it would suck one in just by looking at it, and inside it in the center was a small, beautiful light. Chrisjay guessed it could be called Eternal Birdcage. There was a soul named Lipus. Chapter 229, Cowards. 3 years after the War of the Five Great Powers, Duke Ramin's house, this estate in a prime location in the royal capital, was wrapped by happiness. Cute. I heard that he's a boy, but this was because the eldest child, Ulzang, was born. Last year, Aleha married Tekria as the son-in-law of the Ramin family, and while many nobles were struggling with infertility, they were already blessed with a child. Both mother and child were fine, and the child was born with a grand cry. Today, the marshal, Celine, and the Albarinia, Chrisjay, and the assistant marshal, Eliga, were visiting to deliver the celebratory goods. Aleha, wearing military uniform, nodded at Celine's words and answered. Yes, Waltzer and Milkarsdono have been overjoyed ever since he was born. Tekria and I were hoping that he would be born safely, but it's also my responsibility for causing hardship to everyone. Tekria's face became grim as she held her sleeping baby in her arms, and she was smiling gently. After all, when it comes to inheriting a family, it's best for a man to do so. There is a lot of anxiety about a female head of the family. When he looked at Celine as he spoke that, he shook his head in panic. My apologies. That was rude of me. Fufu, don't worry about it. Giving birth is a big deal for a woman, and I think everyone wants a boy to inherit the family. Celine smiled bitterly and Eluga told her to change the subject. However, I can understand why the old people are happy. The child seems healthy and robust. Saying it this way might sound strange, but for them who thought the two of you as their own children for so long, having a grandchild must be a joy like no other. Indeed. We each have been indebted to both of them for a long time. Aleha also nodded and laughed. He then turned to Chrische and Berry, who was staring at the baby. Is something wrong? No, Chrische also, though this when Chrische was looking at the encyclopedia, but babies sure kind of look like monkey mugu. Why you? Berry instantly covered her mouth, and Celine let out an exasperated sigh. Aleha and Tekria looked at each other and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. She's a kid with no common sense. No, Fufu. At first I also thought he looked a little like a stuffed monkey doll. Besides, I know Alberinia's personality, so don't worry about it. Tekria shook her shoulders happily, and after saying sorry again, Celine glared at Chrische and gave her an earful. Don't say anything silly. Chrische, who had often people nicknames likening them to animals, she didn't quite understand what she meant by silly, but it was her sister's orders. Cliché nods with an unconvinced expression on her face, and Berry also removed her hand with a troubled look on her face. I feel like I'm starting to look a lot more like Aleha than when I was born. If anything, he probably looks like her mother. Unlike me, he has blue eyes. The rest is probably Aleha. My hair isn't this bright gold. It will be like that when he's a baby. Gradually the color will. It's Aleha. Aleha was at a loss for an answer, but that didn't mean Tekria had one. Tekria notices the gazes of those around them, and suddenly reflects on her worked-up appearance, and when her cheeks turned red, she lowered her eyes. Eluga didn't say anything. He smiled in a way that could only be described as evil, and Celine let out a giggle. Fufu, it's great to see that you're so happy. Mom and Dad used to argue over which one I looked more like. I wonder if it's something that happens everywhere. My, I'm jealous. My wife has always told me that she was glad that our son doesn't look like me. Eluga listened to Celine's words, but for a moment the atmosphere in her room changed into something indescribable. Only Chrische tilted her head with a mew. Chrische thinks Skeleton's face is interesting and good though. Cuckoo, the only one who would say that is only Krish-sama. Chrische was thinking of giving the child the nickname Bony Bony if they looked like Skeleton, but Chrische was a little disappointed the other day. You don't have to give the child a nickname, you idiot. Celine pulled Krish's cheeks. Uni, you really are a walking rudeness. The other day, when she visited Eluga's estate on a short errand, Chrische was introduced to their 6-year-old son, and contrary to Krish's expectations, Rafus Farron was a beautiful boy who was 100% purely looked like his mother. It seems that he had heard a lot about Chrische from Eluga, and he looked up to Chrische, but as he greeted her, looking very nervous, she said, "Your face doesn't look very interesting." That one sentence. Celine had never forgotten the look on the boy's face when Alberinia, his idol, spoke to him with words of disappointment as soon as they met. When her cheeks were pulled, Chrische huddled closer, looking happy for some reason. Celine smiled and patted her head, and Chrische rested her back on her. There are a lot of children everywhere these days. Even Kurofuyo is making a fuss about having a baby. Cuckoo, it's after all that big war after all. It's probably time for everyone to appreciate peace. A blessing. It is only when there is war that the peace and quiet can seem precious. Chrische thought about it for a moment and groaned. Aleha pointed at himself. Even though I was thinking only about the war, when it was over, all I could say was that I was tired. As I sat down in the shade of a tree, I suddenly noticed the flower blooming beside me, felt love for it, and before I knew it, we had started a family like this. And Tecria, who was called a flower, had an indescribable expression on his face, and his cheeks were bright red. How can you say such embarrassing things so calmly? Tecria sighed, and Celine and Eluga laughed. It's difficult. Chrisje tilted her head to one side, leaning on Celine and looking at Berry. Berry noticed this and quietly smiled without saying anything. Ah, Chrisje smiled as she realized something. They returned to Krish's room, their estate. I guess I'll have to think about it soon. While drinking tea, Celine suddenly said that, and Chrisje, who was wearing an apron dress, tilted her head. About what? It's about marriage. The Christend house will need an heir someday. Chrisje hardened, then stood up. Celine, are you going to be a bride? You idiot. If I'm going to get married, I'll take a son-in-law. What will I do if I, the head of the family, get married away? However, Celine looked at Crescenta in her nightgown clinging to Berry and sighed. Even welcoming a son-in-law, there are quite a few problems. To be honest, this mansion was in a situation where there was no room for anyone else to enter. Chrisje, a demon kisser who kisses whenever she saw an opportunity. Her Majesty the Queen, who was pampered by a servant and her older sister in a sloppy manner that was not suited for a queen. Even if she were to get married, it would be extremely difficult for her to continue living with them as before. What's the point of having an heir? I'm genuinely curious. Ha! There is no benefit to taking risks to conceive and give birth to a child. If you really need an heir, why not pick one up from somewhere else? Sitting as if straddling Berry's thighs. Wrinkles gathered here and there on the negligee, presenting a rather indecent appearance. However, her face surprisingly looked serious, with no apparent intention of mockery. Being genuinely curious, as she said, Crescenta tilted her head. Putting aside if you instinctively want to reproduce like a beast, if one think about it rationally, I think there is no reason for Celine Sama, the head of the family, to have children herself. Such a dangerous and disadvantageous role should be left to someone else. You're so frank, Because, if it were me, I would definitely hate it. It would be great if a child as smart as me and Wani-sama was born, but it would be a tragedy if a child as stupid as Celine-sama and Argan-sama was born after going through all the trouble. I'm on Crescenta-sama's side this time too. I don't think you've ever stood by my side. Fufu, Oju-sama is just forgetting about it. She giggled and let her red hair sway down her back. No matter how you put it, if you think about it rationally, it's as Crescenta-sama said. Though if there's a gentleman that Oju-sama, then that's fine. There's no one at the moment. Yes, I am aware that such gentleman does not exist. Berry gave her a meaningful look, and Celine blushed slightly and glared at her. Even if Oju-sama say that you want a child who inherits Ne-sama, Gatushi-sama, and your blood, if you don't have that partner in your heart, it would be pitiful for the other person. Practically speaking, there are various inconveniences. Berry's eyes then fell on Crescenta, who was playing with her older sister on her lap. It seemed like a trivial problem, but it was also an important one. It is because of the uniqueness of the Christend family that Crescenta could spend her time here with peace of mind. It was a small birdcage made of only people Crescenta trusts and have faith in. No new people could come in here. At the very least, she would be living somewhere else, and most of all, Crescenta's trust in Celine would be lost. The reason Crescenta trusted Celine was because Celine's first priority was Chrisje. If Celine's first priority becomes something outside this birdcage, Crescenta would surely easily cut off her trust in Celine. Crescenta despised anything that threatened her peace of mind. She wouldn't be able to maintain the same relationship with Celine as she no longer feels secure in her heart. That was what Berry was saying. Of course, I'm not saying Oju-sama shouldn't think about it, but if you're thinking about marriage as a duty or a tradition, I think it's better not to do it. I understand that you thought of that after seeing Lord Aleha and Duke Ramin, but... Berry narrowed her eyes in amusement. Fufu, I also recalled about Ne-sama and Gatushu-sama when the young lady was born. Please don't tell me any more about that story. It's embarrassing. Her mother was very busy helping her father and was clumsy, and Berry was always at the mansion and was skillful. Inevitably, Berry took care of Celine, and there were a lot of stories that she didn't want to be talked about. Well, I guess you're fine with it. But if things continue like this, I'll be too late to marry, so it's impossible to not think about it. Even if you say that Oju-sama is still only around 20, you seems like the type to say, Oju-sama is still only even when I turn 30. When she said this exasperated, Berry laughed. Oju-sama will always be Oju-sama, Berry said. Just as you think it doesn't matter if I'm late, I feel the same way about you, Oju-sama. What do you mean? What I'm saying is that Oju-sama should be honest too. Once you put behind appearance and reputation, you will it's a trivial thing, and not worth it. Her large light brown eyes gently wrapped in reddish eyelashes. It was clear what she meant. For me, Oju-sama is not the marshal of the kingdom, the margrave, Celine Christ, and Krish-sama is not Albarinia, and Crescenta-sama is not Her Majesty the Queen. I believe that there is nothing in life that should take precedence over personal relationships and feelings. I was just listening quietly, and then suddenly you start saying something rude. How disrespectful. Please forgive me, my mouth just Mugu. While saying so, Berry physically covered Crescenta's mouth with her palm. She literally treated the queen as if she was not queen at all. If I accept your ideology, I'm afraid I'll be ruined. I think it would be better for Oju-sama to be a little bit corrupt. I don't want to disrupt the morals of this house any further. She sighed and rubbed her brow, looking at Chris J, who didn't seem to understand what they were talking about. You're weird. Normally one'd want to monopoly it. I'm greedy, so I want everyone to be happy. Oju-sama, Krish-sama, Crescenta-sama, and me too. Is it the luxury of a victor? When Celine glared at her, Berry smiled vaguely. At least, I think that's what Krish-sama wants. Chris J, who come up, tilted her head in confusion, think about it, and nodded. That's right. Everyone's happiness is the most important thing. Stupid. Celine said, exasperated, and played with her hair. You're a coward. But you don't hate it, right? That's what's so cunning about you, you coward. Then she sighed again. Chapter 230, Weave. 2 years have passed since a new life was born in Duke Ramin's household. You've all learned a fair amount of knowledge so far, but as you can see, the results are quite disastrous. In military chess exercises, the pieces move as you intend to, but standing there and implementing tactics with consideration for the battlefield requires considerable effort and hardship, as you've come to understand. A simple pedestal was placed, and the kingdom flag was placed on either side. There were over 30 young nobles gathered on the plain. The nobles gathered at this military school basically undergo military education over a period of 2 years. Those with civilian backgrounds who held the rank of corporal or higher and were recognized as having sufficient qualifications were also eligible for admission, but those with military experience only have a 1-year education period. They were training elsewhere with the nobles who enrolled last year. Depending on their performance here, they would be able to rise to the position of a staff officer, at least equivalent to the battalion commander's adjutant, and due to the disastrous results of the actual combat-style command training that was held this time, everyone was listening to the girl's instructions with serious faces. She wore a cloak and a dress, and her silver hair hung down like 2 tails. Some were puzzled by the beautiful and dainty girl's appearance, but not many. Nowadays, no one in the kingdom was unaware of Alberinia's fame, and the respect shown by the principal, Eluga, and the instructors was evident to all. It was even more so when they saw a Suiko yawning by her side. The 8 shaku tall and 2 yu long body, making it look intimidating even from a distance. Those who saw it for the first time were chilled by the pressure of the magical power emanating from its body. Magic beasts could never be tamed. Even the warriors renowned as heroes risked their lives to face this Suiko, and no one would have thought that the girl who could calmly tame the beast was a normal girl. The important thing is to understand the location and situation of all soldiers. It is important to know where the formation is disordered, whether it is sticking out, lagging behind, or not being given enough orders. The most important thing for a commander is to understand the situation. The girl held up her finger. From the performance today, there were quite a few people who took action in a hurry, but instead when you're troubled you should maintain the status quo. It's better to create a momentary stalemate and try to understand the situation. Please remember that all tactics depend on correct situational judgment. "That's no good," she said with an angry face. Then next to her, Eluga turned his gaze. Eluga nodded with a gentle smile that distorted his evil appearance, and Chrische also smiled. "That's all from Chrische. What we're doing here is training after all, and even if we fail, no one will die, and there's nothing irreversible here. This is your chance to overcome the part you're not good at, so take this opportunity to learn a lot." Chrische jumped onto the Suiko, and with a command, they aligned their heels and saluted. This year too, new buds were growing out at Alberan. In the case of young nobles with no military experience, a 2-year education period was basically provided. Military school education begins with classroom lessons, followed by repeated military chess exercises to build a tactical brain. Basically, prioritizing cramming them with knowledge. This was a matter of effort, and there were no failures, however. It was the training using actual soldiers that took them down to the ground after they had acquired a certain degree of tactical vision. Especially for many nobles who had no military experience, it was difficult for them to even make 100 people march orderly, and the purpose was to make them experience such setbacks. Even if they understand the optimal solution in their head, whether or not they could implement it was a completely different matter. They were intentionally made to have big heads, and they spent a whole month undergoing rigorous training in the form of actual combat, making them understand how difficult it is to control a group after that was over. They would teach them basic training such as marching and changing formations. No one likes to go through basic training like an uninteresting march, but the idea was that once they were given a setback, they would understand the importance of it. In the first year, they had given them a careful and orderly education, but they were still humans. Moreover, there were many young nobles born into aristocracy who did not know hardships. It was only natural that they become tired of repeating simple tasks, and their dissatisfaction only grew as they wished they could start actual combat-style training as soon as possible. This policy change was caused by such circumstances. In particular, Eluga was the only school that believed that basic military operation was the secret of tactics, and the training here emphasizes the basics above all else. Their evaluations also placed emphasis on such fundamentals. The first year of basic education was like that. Applied education in the second year was also classroom lecture. This was where people with military experience start, and the first lecture was almost like a review of basic education. Of course, command training was also provided, but the major difference from basic education was that the emphasis was placed on education about strategy. Through discussions on strategy, students cultivate the ability to see the battlefield from a broader perspective, and only those who demonstrate their abilities would be given the chance to become staff officers after graduation. If basic education was literally a period of military education, then the second year was, in a sense, the examination for recruitment into the general staff. Once they become a staff officer, they would go through an additional training period and become a military officer at a position equivalent to at least the adjutant of a battalion commander. Regardless of their achievements on the battlefield or whether they were a noble or a commoner, the position of a staff officer was extremely attractive, and those who took the second year of applied education were different in their seriousness. There was no need to do any tricks like the first year, and everyone was doing their best. "Looks like it's going well." The principal's office on the second floor of the second military school building outside the walls of the royal capital. Chrische said while looking out the window at Gertz Wiring, who was raising his voice and giving enthusiastic guidance at the training field, and Eluga, who was next to her, nodded. "Yes, we have some excellent instructors, and the basic system has been completed for the time being. However, it will probably be decades before this school actually bears any tangible results." Many decades. Haha, that's how change is supposed to be. Though to Krish-sama, who has achieved hundreds of years' worth of results in just a few years, it must seem really slow. "What I sowed was the seed," said Eluga. "Humans who lived like beasts created a society, created laws, created a country, and created an army. We are here today because many of our ancestors planted seeds, and those seeds have sprouted. In the same way, I will sow seeds for those who will live in the future. I hope that someday it will sprout and be of benefit to them." Taking a sip of Krish's brewed tea, his mouth curved into a smile. "That way, even if I'm gone from now on, what I left behind won't disappear." "Skeleton, you shouldn't say things like that." General Keitherton, who is much older than Skeleton, is still on active duty, so it will be a long time before Skeleton can really become a skeleton. Chrische brought her face closer to Eluga and glared at him. Kines, who was working on paperwork in the corner of the room, pretended not to be listening and went about his work. Cuckoo, right. Lately, I've been missing people close to my age, so maybe I'm becoming more timid. Starting with Galen, there were many people who passed away in the past few years. Last year, Tekria's adjutant, Milkars, also departed. Just as new children were born, so did the old ones depart. With the end of the Great War against the three countries, it must have been the perfect time for their tension to relax. Every one of them facing the end is satisfied. And Eluga was similarly convinced somewhere in his heart. The country calmed down, and the military school and general staff structure that Bogan had hoped for were in place. He suddenly thought. He had done what he was supposed to do. He had a feeling of wishing for the future if he could, but there was a sense of acceptance somewhere. That's why he thought about such a thing. That said, Krishsama might scold me for saying this, but death is not something I despise. Birth and death are two sides of the same coin, and as long as we are alive, everyone will die someday. Eluga looked at the girl's face and said. She had no signs of aging and was full of youthful beauty, overflowing with vitality, as if saying this was what it means to be full of life. An infinite future was reflected in the girl's face. What's important is accepting it, what you accomplished in that limited time. I don't think the ending of living your life to the fullest can be called a tragedy, but... He patted the girl who tried to argue. Was Galandono's death really a tragedy? It was a regrettable event. There's no doubt it was sad. However, calling it a tragedy might not be accurate. Galandono accepted everything, was satisfied, and that's why he left with a smile. Having done what he needed to do. Eluga recalled Galen's face that he saw at the funeral. His expression softened as he accepted his death. He had what could only be described as a nice face. Celine said the same thing. Ojasama was able to meet his end with happiness. Is that so? But Chrische still doesn't really understand it. If Ojasama hadn't died, Ojasama would still be alive and well, and Chrische would have been able to spend time with him. We would have been happy for much longer. He nodded at Chrische, who sadly lowered her eyes, and replied, maybe, and continued. Old trees wither and become fertilizer someday. The world is a strange thing. I heard that the burnt Merskronia is already showing greenery. Yes. Young trees have already appeared in Merskronia, the mountain that was burnt during the battle against Gildenstein. Of course, although it was not as much as before, greenery was beginning to cover the burnt mountainside. Many large trees perished in that fire, but the soil became fertile with nutrients, and new young trees grew. The same goes for people. In the same way, old people pass on the knowledge and experiences they have gained and the things they have created to young people, and these young people to the future young people. He looked at his wrinkled hands, the bones standing out like dead wood. When I imagine that what I have given and created will be woven and developed by many hands in the future, after all, I am happy. It was the opposite of the girl's pure white, firm skin. Maybe someone in the future will think of something that I haven't thought of before. Just like Krishsama's favorite dish, I guess you could call it a collaboration with young people I haven't met yet. Dish. Yes. Eluga said as he recalled the taste of honey. Just like the candy Krishsama gave me, that was made by Berikuan in the past. And Berikuan didn't make it from scratch either. She probably learned it from books or something. Something that has been spun by someone from a long time ago, whom I have never met. Without it, I would not be here today, and in a sense, that person is still alive in the form of the candy. And he looked at the purple color of the girl. The reason Krishsama grew up so kind is probably because of the love Krishsama received from your late parents. Galandono's teachings still exist in Krishsama, and in Commander Arjand and General Vereich. If you look at it from that perspective, death as a living being is trivial. Chrische met Eluga's gaze and lowered her eyes. It's too hard for Chrische, she muttered. Chrische wanted Skeleton to always live a long life. Not just a long life, but forever. Ha ha ha, Krishsama is quite a greedy one. Is it greedy? Yes. But I'm more than happy to hear Krishsama say that. Eluga pats Krish on the head, and the girl pouted her lips. It's not just Krish. Celine and Berry think so, and even Crescenta said she wanted Skeleton to live longer. So do other people. Adjutant Koza thinks so too, right? Why yes. Kinez was suddenly asked a question that is extremely difficult to answer, and although he was stiff, he responded. Eluga lifted his cheeks as he looked happy. Wow, that's surprising, Kinez. I thought you were the one who wanted this annoying old man dead more than anyone else. Really? No, I would never. I would like to receive your continued guidance and support from now on. Kinez, who was suddenly in a predicament, answered while breaking into a cold sweat. Krish stared at Kinez, and Eluga nodded. I see, I was wrong. I thought I was putting a lot on you because I had high expectations, but... I'm more than honored, Assistant Marshal Farron. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. I wanted to leave you in charge of what happened after me. You'll have to put more effort into it from now on. I appreciate your words. Krish smiled as she watched Eluga looking really happy. Then Skeleton still has a lot of work to do. It will be a long time before Koza's adjutant becomes like Skeleton. He's fat after all. That's right. Even though he's my direct subordinate, he doesn't have the body shape of a military man. I might have made it too easy for him. The two said as they looked at Quinez's sturdy body. Quinez's face twitched at the sudden misfortune that befell him. When Krish interacts with Eluga, misfortune usually befalls him. Today was no exception. The heuristic military education that had previously been left in the hands of individual nobles was changed to a systematic one, improving the abilities of commanders, while at the same time training staff to assist them and improving their information processing abilities. The military school and staff department established in Alberan were extremely advanced. Although it had undergone many changes over time, it had had a great influence on subsequent history, and many countries still use this system today. The first principal's name was Eluga Farron. It was only a few years after its establishment that he, who together with Kingdom Marshal Celine Chrystand and Albarinia Krish Chrystand, built the foundation for it, passed away due to old age. Chapter 231, Promise. Well, I guess you could call it lifespan. I've lived quite a long time. A hoarse voice. Eluga said this as he laid in his bed in his estate. In the room were Krish, Berry, and his adjutant Kinez. Skeleton can't turn into skeletons yet. Krish, who had dark circles under her eyes, said in a quiet voice while holding Eluga's hand. It had been a week since he suddenly collapsed while working at military school. Eluga had been in bed ever since he woke up about 3 days ago. Expansion of the body building imaginary muscles. He could not even do that properly, and Eluga, who had been relying on it, could not even move his own body freely. The doctor dismissed the cause as unknown. However, it seems to be a common disease among elderly magic possessors. The ability to manipulate magical power deteriorates drastically, and the aging that was suppressed by magical power progressed rapidly, destroying their internal organs and leading them to death. Krish stayed over most of the night to take care of him. Magic energy works even when they are unconscious. It preserved deteriorating organs, broke down toxins, and transformed into blood and flesh. She transformed the magic crystal into magical power, sent it into Eluga's body, and manipulated it to turn his body into normal, hoping that this will stop him from aging, but somewhere, she realized that his body was slowly dying. To hear that from Krish-sama and to receive such attentive care, I don't think there are many people in the world who are as happy as me. Even so, today his condition was good, and therefore believing that the effect was properly achieved, Krish repeated the process of dripping water into the bucket. Eluga gazed at her lovingly, feeling the magic flowing into him, and relaxed his cheeks. That's why, it's enough, Krish-sama. As I mentioned, old trees wither and eventually become fertilizer. That's the natural order. Krish doesn't really understand the analogy. Krish lowered her eyes as if refusing. How troubling. Eluga laughed, distorting his face. He then narrowed his eyes. If one picks up everything, it will eventually become too much for them to handle and they will be crushed by its weight. I also told Krish-sama this in the past. Krish silently nodded. Krish-sama might be able to prolong my life. And for an infinitely long time at that. But then, when Berikuan, Selene-sama, and Her Majesty the Queen all fell in the same critical situation, Krish-sama had 2 hands at most. The person Krish-sama needs to save isn't an old man like me. But, even now, Krish-sama is making dark circles like that for the sake of this old man's life. This is a great loss for the kingdom. Humans are not omniscient, Eluga continued. There is a limit to what one can do. Krish-sama should value your time more. But, HG, I believe that with your help, Cliché-sama, you can help hundreds or thousands of people in the same amount of time and lead them to happiness. It would be a shame to waste that time on this one old man. If Krish-sama says you can't accept it based on emotions, please think about it in terms of profit and loss. Eluga lifted his trembling right hand and caressed Krish's cheek. And he wiped her tears with his thumb. It's strange. Before I knew it, Krish-sama always showed her feelings and emotions, even though when we first met Krish-sama were much stronger. Krish-sama sure has become much weaker. Riley, he smiled. Krish-sama's heart has become rich. If there is a world after death, I need to proudly tell this to Bogandono. HG. Chris J didn't say anything and just let him wipe away her tears. Eluga watched over her with satisfaction, and wiped away the drops until it ran out. Kines, you have served as my adjutant for many years, and your experience, ability, and talent are impeccable. You are the perfect man to succeed me. The soldiers and the military academy, I leave it to you. Ha! The chubby adjutant, who had been listening to him in silence, stiffened his face, clicked his heels, and saluted. I don't know what you thought of me, but as a subordinate and comrade, I trust you more than anyone else. In my opinion, you might be a little sloppy, but your bad habit of thinking about everything in a leisurely manner will probably turn into an advantage if you work in the rear. Yes, Kines answered again. His lips were trembling slightly. I entrust everything to you. I feel at ease with that. You're an excellent man who has never failed my expectations. I understand, Eluga-sama. Good, Eluga laughed, and Kines also wiped his eyes and laughed. To be honest, I didn't like you. You were strict and unreasonable, but I was also afraid of your smile. Then he clicked his heels again and saluted again. However, I'm proud of being your adjutant for the rest of my life. Cuckoo, I see. Yes, on this name I swore. Kines answered, and the sound of a knock rang out. Excuse me, said a thin lady. She wore a beautiful red one-piece dress, her golden hair swaying gracefully, looked at Chris J and glared at Eluga. My, to make Krish-sama, who has gone out of her way to take care of you, cry, you're the worst. Ah, this is different. It's just nonsense. Don't worry about it. Vanatella smiled, removing Eluga's hand from Krish's cheek, and wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. Vanatella was the same as always, and she had a bright smile on her face. You really have a bad mouth. Just what do you think I am? Say whatever they want about their husband is the wife's prerogative. Since you're bedridden and turned into a skeleton decoration, even Rafus becomes scared and won't come out of the room. Before you complain, please understand my hardship. Vanatella said in her anger, then bent her hips and brought her face closer to Chris J. Thank you so much for this past week, Krish-sama. Treasuring my husband so much. She traced the dark circles under Krish's eyes with a handkerchief, as if looking at something painful. Vanatella was well aware that Chris J only slept and took naps this past week. Anything more will hurt your health. Please rest. But it's fine. I've been preparing for it ever since I married my husband, and is also convinced there's nothing happier than being able to laugh so much right before the end. Isn't that so? Vanatella asked Eluga, and the old man nodded as if to lift his cheeks. As usual, with a gentle smile that looked wicked. I have lived my life to the fullest. Especially in the past 10 years, I owe it to you, Krish-sama. It's sad to say goodbye, but if I postpone it, I'll have regrets. It's fine. Skeleton. That's right. Don't worry about it and have a good night. Vanatella smiled, then turned her gaze to Berry. Berry nodded, patted Chris J on the head, and said, shall we go? After a moment of hesitation, Chris J nodded and took her hand. Skeleton, I'm glad I met you. From the bottom of my heart, Krish-sama. She lowered her eyes, wondering if she should say see you tomorrow again. Yes. Krish too, glad to have met Skeleton. Saying that, she walked out of the door. Kinez also saluted and followed the two. Two people were left in the room. Vanatella stroked Eluga's cheek and laughed. Fufu, it looks even more like a bone now. I'm starting to wonder if it's undercooked even after it's cooked. Really, your rudeness hasn't changed since we met. I was a little more reserved in the past, you know. Vanatella asked if he would like some tea, and Eluga nodded silently. Contrary to her words, Vanatella carefully brewed the tea and prepared the tea utensils. Funerals are a hassle. If only I had chosen a younger husband. I recommended that at first, but you're the one who ignored it. Did I? Vanatella smiled bitterly, lifted Eluga's body, and brought the teacup to his lips. Slowly, so as not to spill anything, she gives Eluga the tea. I wish you were 20 years younger. No matter how you look at it, you were born too early. If so, then. She started to speak, but she stopped. She then giggled and smiled. Forget that. I wish I had been born 20 years earlier. Vanatella set down the teacup and narrowed her eyes. She slowly put her lips on her husband's. I'll always love you. Even if you're gone, forever. Eluga accepted that and laughed. Me too. That's why I want you, who is still young, to find a new partner though. No way. Hehe, I've gotten so used to your face that I can't think of anyone else. It's all your fault. She kissed him again and sat down in the bedside chair. She then leaned back against Eluga and closed her eyes. There's no one better than you, Eluga. At least for me. I did something sinful, Yeah, you're the worst. Please take responsibility until the end. After that, she stopped speaking. Eluga lifted his trembling hand and stroked his wife's even more trembling back. They didn't need words anymore. The funeral was held 4 days later. Vanatella smiled at those in attendance and consoled her tearful child. Some people say it was admirable because she never showed a tear from beginning to end, while others who didn't know the circumstances said it was a loveless marriage. Considering the age difference, such opinions were formed. Despite being looked at in such a way, Vanatella did not change her attitude and remained resolute. Even as she personally set fire to the body and placed the ashes in an urn, her expression did not change. Thank you, Your Majesty. Margrave Christand. Royalty and those close to them or those who have made great contributions to the kingdom. Burying the urn in the tomb of where kings were buried, Vanatella, along with her son and servants, paid their respect. You need not worry, Vanatella-sama. Farron-sama was a loyal subject to the kingdom. It's only natural he should be given a state funeral and be laid to rest here. May he rest in peace in the midst of the mingling blood. Crescenta, wearing a blood-red dress, clasped her hands together and briefly offered her prayers. Serene, dressed in military uniform, looked at her and said, I'm sorry. I know you didn't such a big funeral. No. It's the result of what my husband has accomplished, and that has been recognized. As a wife, I'm most proud of it. Even if the bereaved family wishes to hold a quiet funeral, there are certain circumstances. It was a problem that Celine couldn't do anything about. She could say that a state funeral was appropriate, but considering Vanatella and the others' feelings. Also, Krish-sama and Berry-sama. It's thanks to them that I was able to spend time with my husband in the end, even if it was only for a little while. I'm grateful to you from the bottom of my heart for helping me in so many ways. No. Clad in an unfamiliar military uniform, Krish shook her head. Vanatella smiled bitterly and bent her waist, bringing her face closer to Krish's. Hehe, that kind of face doesn't suit you, Krish-sama. My husband always says that he loves Krish-sama's smiling face. He also gets sad when he sees you like that. Yes. Krish nodded, and Berry called out to her, saying it's time to go. Yes, excuse me, Vanatella-san. Yes, I hope to see you again with a smile next time. When Vanatella bowed gracefully, Krish did the same. Crescenta and Celine walk ahead while keeping an eye on Krish, and Berry follows with her arm around Krish's waist. They walked in silence for a while, and just before getting into the carriage, Christjay suddenly looked behind. In front of the grave, she could see Vanatella with her face downcast and her hands covering her face, and her son Rafus hugging her. Christjay was captivated by it and lowered her eyes. Without saying a word, Berry took her hand and invited her into the carriage. The carriage headed to the royal territory. Crescenta tried to say something, but seeing her sister's condition, she gave up. Celine looked worriedly at Christjay, thinking about something. The same goes for and Elvina, the two servants. The air was too heavy for them to open their mouths. Only the sound of wheels rolling on the cobblestones could be heard, and after a while they arrived in front of the estate. Crescenta said to Celine, "Celine-sama, I would like to talk a little about the future." "Yes. Would you like to stay in my room?" Celine responded. The two then looked at Berry, who nodded silently. Celine then looked at Anne and Elvina, and they both nodded. "I'll get off first," Celine said, and the three of them followed. After a pause, Berry picked up Christjay and said quietly, "Shall we take a little break?" Christjay nodded and went to her room, still being held. Changed her military uniform into a nightgown. "Why do people die?" Christjay sat down on the bed and muttered that. Berry thought for a moment and smiled. "That's a very difficult question. If you ask me why humans die, I don't know any other answer than because humans were born that way." When she sat down next to her, she stroked her silky silver hair and narrowed her eyes. Everything has a beginning and an end, no matter what it is, from tasks like cooking, washing, and cooking to thoughts and stories. The question of why we die will lead directly to the question of why we were born. Then she looked up at the ceiling. Regardless of the logic of living beings, if I were to define it, I would say that death is a result. Result. It's fun to cook, but the ultimate goal is to put it on the table and have people eat it. And whether you're satisfied with the finished product or not, that's the result, right? She spun her words as she searched for the words, and like that Berry moved behind her and sank back onto the bed. Death is the fate of those who are born. Or maybe we were born to die. No matter what, if the person can accept their death as a result, no matter what anyone says, I think it can be called a happy ending. Looking at the canopy of the bed, everything we had accumulated in our life up until now was packed into it, and we were satisfied with the result. Then she took her red hair in her hands and played with it, smiling. "Fallen-sama, Gallen-sama, Gatushu-sama, Ne-sama, too." They were laughing in the face of their own death. They said it was a good life. Christjay remained silent for a while, looking down. She turned to Berry and nuzzled her face into her chest as if falling down to it. "Berry, too? Hey, that's right. I will too someday, ah." Then, as she was about to speak, Christjay sealed her lips with hers. She stared at the jewel-like purple eyes. Christjay absolutely hates it. Saying that one-sidedly, Berry chuckled and hugged Krish's head, saying, "Don't worry. It will be a long time from now. After I turn into a wrinkly old woman. Hee. By then, Krish-sama may have changed so much that we won't recognize it. Krish-sama might even not give me kisses anymore. That's impossible." Berry smiled bitterly and patted Christjay on the head. Her silver hair tickled between her fingers. Berry said that Berry would always be by Krish's side. "This is troubling," Berry said happily, thinking. Just like that, she rolled Christjay to the side and pushed her down. Christjay looks up at Berry and said, "Berry never breaks a promise." Berry's eyes widened and narrowed. She kissed her lovingly and smiled. "Then I'll have to work hard for decades, becoming so clingy that Krish-sama gets fed up with me. Not just for decades. Hee. Unlike Oju-sama, it seems like it would be difficult to deceive Krish-sama." Once again, gently pressing her lips against hers. She then sat up, picked up Christjay and put her in bed. She then stroked her forehead and said, "Don't worry. I hate seeing Krish-sama's sad face, so I won't do anything to make Krish-sama sad." "Really?" "Yes. Hee. I'm not the kind of honest person that I myself can be proud of, but I won't lie to Krish-sama. I swear by this name," Berry continued, and Christjay nodded silently. "For now, take a little break. It's the best thing to do in times of hardship. Just like Vanatella-sama said, Farron-sama would be sad to see Krish-sama acting like this. Next time we visit the grave, we need to make sure Chris-J can show up with a smile on her face. Chris-J asked absent-mindedly as her forehead was stroked. Does Berry also believes in souls? As Gara-sama said, I think it's much happier to think that something exists than to think that it doesn't exist. I'm sure that Farron-sama is still watching over Vanatella-sama, Rafus-sama, and Krish-sama. Berry smiled and replied, me too. Even if I die someday, I'm sure that I'll be with Krisk. Berry shouldn't say things like that. Fufu, my apologies. Berry smiles bitterly and covered Krish's eyes. It's a promise, Chris-J said, and Berry replied, yes, it's a promise. Chris-J closed her eyes, probably tired. After a while, she began to breathe softly, indicating that she had fallen asleep. Berry just gazed at her sleeping face, lovingly. Chapter 232, Turning Point. 8 years since the War of the Five Great Powers Elderant. In the forest, the sun shining through the trees shone on a few small graves. Offered before the graves are beautiful, deep blue karoom flowers. In front of it, a half-naked man was swinging a sword almost as tall as himself, as if dancing. He continues to dance against imaginary enemies, dodging swords, slashing them, and sweating all over his body. He has a beard that has grown on his well-groomed face, which is unkempt, as if he has not shaved since who knows when. His sculpted body was covered with countless scars. Proof that he had survived even after being seriously injured in countless places of death despite just training. There was a spirit that could be called murderous intent. Toba. He stopped his sword dance and focused his attention on a spot in the trees. The man jumped down from the tree in dismay, his hidden secrets that even wild animals would not notice, being seen through. His red hair was slicked back, and his face looked somewhat frivolous. He was clothed in Suiko's fur, and carried a spear on his shoulder. On his left ear was a black feather ornament representing the great tribe Arkaz, its chieftain. He was Toba Arkaz, the young king of Elderant. Even though it's a long-awaited feast, you're practicing gloomily in the grave. Your dream to unify Elderant. It's Shelna's dream. Besides, the king has just been replaced. It's not what Shelna was aiming for. Lido Rani said. Then he looked at the small grave with karoom flowers placed on it. And my purpose lies beyond this. I thought you might change your mind a little, but you haven't. Toba scratched his head. Feeney's been looking for you. I know you've got a crush on that little lady Shelna, but why don't you make a living woman happy instead of a dead one? Not to brag, but my sister is good looking, and unlike me, she's a honest and nice girl. She's also in love with you, he said as he sat down at the root of a large tree. You fought hard enough. Even though Shelna's wants you to be happy, I don't think she wants revenge beyond that. His words were sincere, as if he were worried. Lido thrusted his great sword into the ground and answered. I'm grateful to you for picking me up, he said, clenching his fist. But either way, it's obvious if you look at the result of that battle. Eventually, country that can compete with Alberan will disappear. In a few decades, Elderant will probably bow to Alberan. I refuse to lick Alberan's feet and cling to their mercy. East turning his eyes to the kingdom. If we're going to do it, now is the last time. To conquer the western part of Alberan and sow chaos in the royal capital area. I'll gather up those who are dissatisfied with Alberan and crush them in one breath. If the chaos continues, Elsren will join the fight. Not a bad bet. Well, it's as you said, but I hear that Keithreton old man has also become quite weak. If we're going to move, now is the time. It was information from a spy. A few years ago, due to his poor health, Keithreton handed over the rank of general to an aide, and served as an advisor. It seems to be true that Keithreton is not feeling well, and he had heard that he often did not show his face these days. That was reasonable considering his age. He was already over 120, not just 100. It was stranger that he was still standing in Elderant's way. Lido opened his mouth. Our failure last time was that we took too long to invade the center. The 3 countries were stopped brilliantly on the outer territory, and we were unable to cause any chaos. The reason was that Albera was able to make thorough preparations and Alberinia's overwhelming strength. That thing circled the country and won overwhelmingly 3 times. It's an incredible monster. Honestly, no matter what the outcome, I never even dreamed that the young lady would be killed. Toba glared at Lido. You're excellent. You're probably the strongest warrior in Elderant now. But I don't think you're any better than Shelna, young lady. Realistically, what are you planning to do against Albarinia? You're right. I'm not arrogant enough to think I can kill her with a sword, Lido said as he approached the rock next to the grave. He worked up his magic and put his hand on the gap between the rock and the ground, and dig it up. What came out from below was a pot. What's that? Silently, Lido opened the lid of the jar and took out a magic crystal from inside. The chief priest's staff that I collected during the battle, those magic crystals. There are 13 of them. What was engraved on it was a technique that shoots out magic power. Toba widened his eyes and glared at Lido for a moment, but then he looked exasperated. I see. I was wondering why the blue cane disappeared so quickly, but I guess you were the one who was filched it. Spouting lies with that calm face. My bad. Each tribe in Elderant always has a chief priest who presides over festivals. Their symbol was the staff, and many of the staffs they carried had magic crystals attached to them. A magic crystal engraved with an advanced technique that emits magical power like a flash of light. The blue staff left behind by the sages of Elderant was a treasure that the people of each tribe must protect with their lives. Many of them were lost during the Elderant Unification War, causing a commotion, but it seems that the cause was right next to him. We can't win outright. Step by step. I looked into it, and Albarinia's battle is simple and straightforward, headhunting. She moves with the aim of bringing the war to a quick end by capturing the head of the enemy general with her own hands. If she have the skills to defeat Shelna so easily, then there's nothing to fear. Lido pointed to his neck. Using my neck as bait and finish it off with a volley of shots from the blue staff at close range. No matter how fast she is, she can't avoid the flash of light emitted by the blue staff. Our first objective should be Albarinia alone, not the Albarinia army. Lido said that even if I die, it will be over as long as we kill Albarinia. After that, we will divide the army and send them to various places. Let them run wild and do whatever they want. That will accomplish the goal of plunging Alberan into chaos. Alberan will not be able to be crushed, though. At the very least, if we disrupt the country, we can stop them. He narrowed his eyes at Lido's words, deep in thought. It's a gamble, Toba said. Yes, Lido replied. A faction dissatisfied with Arkaz's unification of Elderant rushed to Alberan in search of freedom. That will be the reason. Whether I die or live, the situation won't get any worse than it is now. If things continue like this, eventually Elderant will have no choice but to submit to Alberan. You're saying something selfish. I'm sorry, but I can't cooperate with you. I know, if you want to kill me, decide now. Lido turned his back to Toba and sat cross-legged on the spot. You're right, Toba. Shelna won't want it. This is my selfish revenge, but still, I won't stop until it's all over. You're not going to reconsider it. He thrust his spear at Lido's back. Unreasonableness is all over the place, but just like that, happiness is also all over the place. To the point that just moving your hand slightly, you will get it. If you change your way of thinking, that is. There were only countless scars. Toba, who fought alongside him, knows how much death the man in front of him has endured. Stop pushing yourself, Lido. You've done more than enough. Take a wife, start a family, and create the new Elderant that you and Shelna, young lady, dreamed of. Use your head instead of your sword at my side. Throw away your sword, Lido, he repeated. Think again. Besides, you still haven't paid your debt back to me for picking you up. I left it up to you because I owe you a debt. I won't complain even if you kill me, Lido answered as his back was turned and the blade was pointed at him. Proudly, there was no feeling of fear there. Are you trying to make my sister cry? I live in a world where the enemies of Shelna and the others are living in peace, and I can't imagine being happy. Damn you. Toba threw away his spear and scratched his head. Then he thought for a while and said, I regret helping you. I'll let you go, but there are conditions. What? There's still 1 year, right? Until then, live with Feeny. Lido looked back at him with a frown. Toba's eyes were serious. It will just makes her sad. It's best if you're aware of it. You made her fall in love with you, so take responsibility. If you have a kid with her, even if you're gone, it'll give Feeny some comfort. Lido lowered his eyes. I'm sorry, but I can't make her happy. Either die here or accept that terms. That's all I'm asking. He looked down at Lido with pity and sighs. First of all, try living as a human being, Lido. If you think it's impossible, then you can do whatever you want. Well, either way, if you become a bastard who makes my sister cry, I'll give up on you. Then he picked up the discarded spear and turned his back to him. I'll tell Feeny about the situation. Come to me later. He started walking without waiting for a response. Lido saw it off, looked at the great sword he had raised, and then turned his gaze to the small tomb. The grave of his mentor, comrade, and lover. The deep blue petals stood out in the sunlight. I thought I'd try raising Kirum. I never thought about growing anything, so. When she was a child, she gave it to him as a gift because it resembled his eyes, saying it was a beautiful blue. I wonder if she'll grow up properly. I hope it turns out to be a beautiful blue color. It's not a particularly rare flower. But since then, every time she saw the Kirum flowers, she was happy. It was probably such a trivial thing that led her to start raising it. It's a beautiful blue again this year, Shelna. His face fell and he continued. This is Kirum that you were raising. Please tell me what you think of it. There was no response to his trembling voice. The only sound was that of the breeze tickling the trees. Alberan has been unified by Arkaz. Aside from V's and Mikli, I think things will calm down in the west for now. I don't know about the barbarians, though. Still wearing a white one-piece dress, she misbehaved and swung her legs on the bed. Queen Crescenta handed her bundle of parchment to Elvina and looked at Celine with a dark look on her face. She played with her golden hair, which shimmered in red, and frowned in displeasure. Are you listening? National defense is your job. Oh, sorry. It's about Elderant, right? Celine, wearing her usual military uniform and staring intently at her tea, thought for a moment before answering. The current West General is also General Keithreton's right-hand man, and is a very experienced person. I think he can be left in charge to some extent even if something happens. Felworth Keithreton's right-hand man, Toluca Carnarius. He had been Felworth's adjutant for many years, and as a general who protects the foreside of the kingdom, he had no shortage of abilities. It was enough for Felworth to remain as his advisor. However, we have to think about the next Western general. Both of them are quite old. There are several candidates, but Nozen Verage, Elzad Gokuls, Dugleen Garka. 3 generals of the north, east and south have excellent sons. Dugleen and Elzad's sons were currently their respective corps commanders and adjutants, and Nozen's son is currently in military school. There were no problems in this area, but Felworth's son died in battle and he only had a daughter, and Toluca was married but not blessed with any children. Felworth's son-in-law is not a military man, and Toluca's adopted son is quite talented, but he suffered a leg injury from the War of the 5 Great Powers. From there, it was quite difficult. The next candidates were Aleha and Tekria Ramin. And then there were the commanders of each corps. There's no complaints about Aleha, and Tekria was also a good idea considering her future growth, but if that happens, the central general class will become thinner. Furthermore, both of them seemed to be fully satisfied with their current situation, and considering that each army had excellent personnel as corps commanders, it seemed appropriate to choose from among them. I'll leave that to you. Please choose anyone that's fit with Wani-sama. That's right. I'll talk to Crische when she comes back. Celine nodded and sighed. Crescenta furrowed her brow again. Could you please stop making that gloomy face already? Even Ansama is sighing because of you. Shut up. Celine glared at Crescenta. Are you saying you're fine? I'm fine. No matter what happens to Argansama, as long as she's not killed, that's the end of her lifespan, right? Besides, I really hate that person. So many lies. Celine said, exasperated. I'm not lying. Wani-sama might be sad, But then there will be one less nuisance. Please stop the joke. I'll get angry. Doesn't Selene-sama thinks like that a little too? If it wasn't for Argan-sama. Crescenta. Selene banged on his desk, causing the tea to ripple and spill. Elvina stiffened and stared at the two, while Selene lowered her eyes, coming to her sense. Crescenta narrowed her eyes and looked at Selene. Venting hum. Who is venting? Selene said, standing up and telling Elvina as she went to the door. I'm going to cool down a bit. Please tell Anne that I don't need lunch. Yes, understood. Selene left the room and went outside. Crescenta told Elvina while burying her face in her pillow. After I finish eating, I'll go to the library. Yes. Elvina lowered her eyes and opened her mouth. Your Majesty. What is it? No. Crescenta looked at Elvina from her side and said, You're just like my servants who was with me just before. Even if she had something to say, she shut her mouth like that. My apologies. From today onwards, I'm going to randomly look at things from the outside. Please keep that in mind. Elvina answered yes. She hesitated a little and opened her mouth. I'm sure she'll be fine. She's still that young, so I'm not worried. Didn't you listen? My Apollo. It's because of that flying lizard after all. When she comes back, she will be as always, looking stupid. She said and continues. I'm just investigating something, okay? Please don't mix it up. Yes. I'll do my best to help. Elvina said and started cleaning up her tea utensils. Crescenta turned her back to her. Chapter 233, Chain. Arbiagal, the village of Kraysharana. A bonfire lights up in the darkness of the night after the sun set. Men and women, dressed up for the occasion, made merry and drink today. In front of the large bonfire, a special seat with a cloth spread and a light roof, sitting in the center were two people with cloaks draped over their shoulders. They were a beautiful silver-haired girl and a red-haired servant. Sitting next to the two of them was the chief of the Kraysharana tribe, Alkerance Shorana, and Lyra Shorana, the Miko of the Holy Spirit. Fufu, coming here all of a sudden and even brought down a Suiko. I'm sure it will be fine since it's Krish-sama, but it would be safer if you came from the northeast, you know. That will a bit of a detour so. Besides, it would be a good souvenir. Gururun ate one of them though. At that question, Lila looked at the spot next to her, a Suiko who was yawning with satisfaction. The magic beast, which was supposed to be ferocious, was as calm as a cat, just like before. Lyra looked at it with admiration. Next to Chris J. Berry also looks around, looking a little uneasy. Alkerance wearing a breastplate and trousers that bulge on the thighs. Kraysharana's battle costume wearing fur. Even in his old age, his well-toned abdominal muscles were proudly exposed, and when he took off his fur, only his chest armor was left on top. Even that seemed like a lot of exposure, but the party seemed to be free, and there were half-naked men all over the place. Some even danced in underwear like a loincloth. And the women. Lyra was the same as always, her ample breasts held in place by a wrapping cloth, and wearing a loincloth. She must have stopped growing early. She looked the same as when they saw her a few years ago. The only difference was that her hair was a little longer and her pigtails hang loosely in front of her and to her chest. As usual, the exposure was a lot, and the only thing that covered her healthy tan skin was just underwear. Moreover, if you were to consider, it was frightening to see that what Lyra was wearing was already quite a thick clothing. She was probably unmarried. The area of the fabric worn by the young women was even smaller, and it was a thin cloth that fluttered like a dancer or something. She had previously heard at a banquet in the royal capital that couples were formed through these festivals in Kraysharana, but the difference in culture was surprising. While looking at the scene, Berry took a sip of a drink that is similar to juice, just like Chris J. Berry-sama, if you like, I could bring you something a little stronger. Oh, no. This is enough. She shook her head, smiling wryly as her red hair swayed. Like Lila, she had a childish face that hasn't changed since she was 14, and a gentle smile on her face. I see, most of the alcohol in the plains was quite strong, so I thought it's not enough. Hehe, you don't have to be that careful. Neither I nor Krish-sama are big drinkers, rather I'm light drinker. Why yes. Lyra nodded shyly. Since before, she could see that Lyra was trying to take care of herself, as if she was feeling uneasy about something. I don't usually sit like this even during banquets, so I just feels a bit uneasy. I'm sorry. She's always been a girl who can't stay still. No, Chief. I understand the feeling, Berry said as she giggled like a little girl. I'm also someone who feels more at ease when I'm working, so to be honest, I feel nervous when I'm sitting still like this. She smiled at Lyra, and Lyra nodded shyly. Thank you, she said, apologetically. Then she noticed Chrisjay staring at Berry and tilted her head. She was about to call out when she heard the voice from right in front of her. Krish-sama, Berry-sama, I'm sorry for being late in greeting you. The person who appeared was Vinthril. He was accompanied by a beautiful black-haired woman, and next to her was a boy and a girl who were smaller than Chrisjay. Although the boy looked nervous, his posture was correct, and the younger girl was shyly hiding half of herself behind Vinthril. Vinthril-san, it's been a while. Yeah, it's been 5 years since we met in the royal capital. Vinthril introduced the three of them as his wife and children, and Chrisjay and the others also greet them. The boy looks at the two of them, quickly blushing and looking away, then stiffened at the sight of the Suiko. Feeling someone's gaze on her, Gururun turned to the boy and stared at him, and the boy stiffened even more. Chrisjay and Berry noticed this and looked behind them, saying that Gururun can't eat it, and twirling a piece of meat on the plate. The boy's body stiffened even more at those words. Vinthril chuckled at that and patted his son on the head. The two of you are the same, and the Suiko seems to be doing well. She's a bit of glutton, can't be a bit of a glutton. If Chrisjay don't play with her sometimes, she'll just eat and sleep in the same place all day long. Chrisjay looked at the boy and smiled. Chrisjay heard that Vinthril had a child, but there are so many more. Also it's increased by 1. She was born 3 years ago. As you can see, she's a bit shy. The young girl is a complete contrast to her older brother. As she hugged Vinthril, she looked at the Suik curiously. Berry looked at her with a smile on her face, and when she stood up, she stroked Gururun's forehead and beckoned her. The girl was a little hesitant, but then headed in that direction. Although she was at the Suiko's huge body, she timidly touched it. Her brother looked surprised again. Vinthril thanked Berry with a wry smile, pat the boy on the back saying he can touch it, and looked Chrisjay. I heard that you had an audience with Yaganel-sama today, but… Yes. Chrisjay have some business with Regal Ave-san, so… Vinthral's wife looked surprised at the unfamiliar name Regal Ave, but she didn't say anything. A hero of the kingdom who challenged the Holy Spirit alone and was allowed their true name, Mana. There was no one in Kraysharana who didn't know about it, and she had heard about it from her husband. However, she was still surprised when she looked at the girl in front of her. Business? Yes. Chrisjay have something Chrisjay would like to ask Regal Ave-san personally, so Chrisjay come here. Chrisjay said and looked behind her at Berry. Vinthril tilted his head, and Lyra also asked about the discomfort she had been feeling from earlier. Is there something with Berry-sama? She lowered her eyes at those words and nodded. Lyra and Vinthril looked at each other, looked sideways at Berry who was happily displaying green tigers, and Alberan said, It's about Krish-sama, who has been allowed the Holy Spire's true name, Mana. As long as it's not a fight, we'd cooperate. Let's fly the Griffin tomorrow morning. Thank you. But there's no need to worry. It's our honor to carry the one the Holy Spirit consider as friends. Vinthril. Yes, I will tell Verbs as well. Chrisjay thought for a moment and thanks him again. Chrisjay will ride Gururun and flies below, so Chrisjay want Berry to ride on Griffin. As low as possible. Then they heard the Suiko's growling cry. It sounds different than usual. A boy's voice shouted Berry-sama echoed from behind, and Chrisjay stood up in a panic. Berry. Berry was there, crouching her body and collapsing in front of the Suiko. Even though it was called the tribe chief's house, it didn't mean it was a mansion. It's a little larger than the others, with a living room with a hearth and 2 other rooms. In Lyra's room a red-haired servant lies on the bedding made of layers of cloth, wearing white underwear. Chrisjay shattered the magic crystal in her hands, turns it into magical power, and places her hands on her body. Similar to what they saw in the battle with the Holy Spirit, Chrisjay didn't need magic crystals to use magic. A complicated formula appears around Berry. They were little surprised by that, but they calmly carried her into Lyra's room to avoid her commotion for the time being. Berry's body had been hurting for about 3 months now, Chris J said quietly. Lila looked at Berry, who was asleep. When she looked closely, Berry seemed to be a little more slender than when she saw her the last time. She collapsed like this a while ago. When Chris J looked into it, Chris J found that various parts of her body had been disintegrated. Disintegrated? It's like when what we ate is broken down into magical power. In an instant, just a little bit. Her eyes are lowered, her long silver eyelashes fluttering. It reorganizes quickly, but because of it, she sometimes, while sleeping or cooking. Chris J think it's because of Regalavsan's blood, she said. Chris J knew that Berry's magical power was changing little by little. However, Berry also kept saying that it only felt a little strange, so Chris J was completely convinced that there was no problem. Chris J made the same mistake as before. Krish-sama. Lyra gently hugged her. Krish-ve tried various things, but it seems like it's hurting more and more often, and the pain is getting stronger. Chris J thought maybe Regalavsan could figure something out, and, yes, I understand the situation, Lyra said, caressing Krish's trembling body. She knew very well how much this girl loved the woman that was asleep right now. We'll fly the Griffin first thing tomorrow morning. I'm sure Yaganal-sama will have some answers. Chris J nodded, and Berry, who had been unconscious, opened her eyes slightly. Berry looked at the ceiling, looked at Chris J and tried to sit up, her eyebrows furrowing momentarily. Chris J held her down in panic. It's still no good, Ber should lie down. I'm sorry. It looks like I've collapsed again. Berry, you don't have to apologize. It's not Berry's fault. Berry stroked Krish's tear-stained cheek and smiled. Then she looked at Lyra. I apologize for the inconvenience. This is my room. Please don't worry about it and rest here. Compared to the ones in the kingdom, the bedding is not something I can be proud of, but no, it's more than enough. Thank you. She smiled faintly. The somehow fleeting and beautiful smile illuminated by the moonlight, it was very similar to that of her sick mother in her deathbed, and Lila shook her head to shake off those thoughts. Tomorrow morning, we will head to Yaganal-sama. Of course, only if Berry's body has calmed down. Berry nodded. She kept smiling, but there was sweat beading her forehead. Lyra stood up, her face looking pale in the moonlight. I'm going to get some painkillers from the pharmacist. I hope it will make you feel a little better. Berry looked hesitation for a moment, then she replied, thank you. She was in pain after all. Lyra quickly walked out through door and ran outside. Berry saw her off, then turned to Chris J and stroked her cheek again. Her jewel-like purple eyes were filled with water. I've been doing well so far, but, Fufu, I ended up spoiled my trip with Krish-sama. Please don't make that face, Berry said and laughed. I'm fine. I'd be lying if I said it didn't hurt, but it just hurts a little. Berry won't collapse if it just hurts a little. Chris J can tell it hurts a lot. Berry seems troubled, and reaches her hand on Cliché's neck, pulling her closer. As if knowing what she wanted, Chris J pressed her lips to hers, and Berry smiled mischievously. With this, the pain has eased. Chris J didn't say anything and just lies down and sleeps with her. Then, she placed her hand on Berry's exposed abdomen, poured magical power into it, and probed the state inside. It was like being pierced by countless spears and swords and then restored in an instant, if she was to make an example. Even though the wound healed quickly, the pain remained and blood overflowed. Even if Berry is a particularly excellent magic possessor, if they didn't do anything, she will probably die from just bleeding. Chris J and Crescenta channel magical power, converting it into blood, and accelerating the natural healing of Berry's body, and that's how she survived. However, in the end it was treating the symptoms after all. If a vital organ like the heart were to suddenly decompose, that alone could have caused death. They were not in a situation where we can take an optimistic view, thinking that it would be okay this time, or it would be okay next time. Still, Berry smiled. As usual, she tried to pretend that there was no problem. Just to reassure Chris J. I kind of understand what Celine means when she said Berry is sneaky and a coward. My. Berry is a very bad servant. Berry chuckled happily, and Chris J cups her cheeks with both hands and kisses Berry. Then she looked into her eyes, so close that their noses were touching. But even if Berry tell Chris J not to worry, Chris J will still worry. Even if Berry says Berry is fine, Chris J won't leave Berry's side until Chris J know if Berry is truly okay. She looked lovingly into Berry's eyes. No matter how cunning and cowardly Berry is, Chris J will always be fair and square to Berry. Chris J haven't forgotten the promise. Chris J says challengingly and kisses her back as if to force her. Berry narrowed her big eyes kindly and chuckled. Foo-foo, it's embarrassing. She traced the girl's lips with her thumb and looked straight back at her. But more than that, I'm much happier. Then she leaned her head close, presses her forehead against hers, and closed her eyes. I love you, now and forever. There is no hesitation in the smiling face. There was no wavering in her whispered words. Chapter 234, Selfishness. At the time when the sun reaches its zenith in the mountains of Arbiagle, she took off her apron dress, exposing her voluptuous naked body. She was a beautiful woman. Her skin had no blemishes, and although she looked petite, she had a feminine body. She washed her long reddish hair with river water and run her hands between her ample breasts. Foo-foo, it's cold and feels good. As expected, at this temperature I'm sweating a little. Dipping her lower legs into the gentle flow of the river, the Suiko beside her was drinking water with a yawn. As usual, one person and one animal, while the silver girl only took off her coat. She kept her eyes down, gripped the hem of her one-piece dress, and remained silent. The red-haired woman, Berry Argan, smiles as if troubled, saying Krishsama too, and took off her clothes. Chris J obeyed without saying a word, exposing her naked body. She kept her face down. Berry stares at her, waving her fingertips like a conductor of an orchestra. She grasps the magical power of the atmosphere, which is denser than that of the plains, and carves formulas in the air. Like a snake being beckoned by the river, water extended towards the girl with her face lowered. The water transforms into a kitten and kissed Chris J on the lips. Berry giggled as Chris J widened her eyes. Meow. In response to her giggle, its mouth opened, mimicking the sound of a cat. The kitten then walked in the air and was cradled in Berry's arms. Krish's eyes naturally followed this and reached Berry. It's good that we have a lot of magical power here. I've been secretly practicing it. It's easy to use, probably because it originates from the ancient Dragon Sama's magical power. Berry, using magic is. If the problem is ancient Dragon Sama's magical power, maybe it would be better to use it as much as possible. Hihi, I don't know though. Jumping from her chest, the water kitten landed on Krish's head. Don't make such a gloomy face. At the same time she spoke, it transformed back into mere water. Splash, water dripped from Krish's head, surprising the green tiger, who was watching the water kitten with curiosity. Berry laughed happily and hugged Chris J, who was soaked in the water. Shall we take a bath together, Krish-sama? Whispering lovingly. In response to those words, Chris J nodded quietly. Magic crystal key. A trail of melted earth, as if the earth had been gouged out. In a wide depression, there was a huge mountain-like body, and when Chris J and the others appeared in front of it, it lifted only its head and opened its eyes. The rock-like scales that had fallen off were already covered with new scales, and the countless scars no longer existed. An ancient dragon equal to a god Regal Ave turns their attention to Berry before turning to Chris J. It's mixed. And the magical power made the atmosphere shake. Berry, perplexed by the enormous body and the voice echoing in her head, bowed, followed by Vinthril and Lyra. Long time no see. Then Chris J asked, jumping off of the Suiko. A mixed is. Literally, the magical power that little thing originally has is mixed with my magical power. In response to those words, Regal Ave narrowed their eyes. This is a truly rare case. Many creatures have eaten our corpses and consumed our flesh, but either the compatibility was excellent, or it's similar to mine. Chris J said with a frown on her face. It's probably because of Regal Avesan's magic that the inside of Berry's body is melting and reconstruct itself repeatedly, so Chris J come here today to ask about that. It probably judged her as food or a foreign object. Right now, that small one is tantamount to being inside my body. It is a wonder that she could maintain her form. Regal Ave continues speaking as if it was only natural. If you put my flesh and blood inside you, there will be more or less a backlash. Different magic powers don't mix. If the compatibility is bad, the flesh will burst and die, but if the compatibility is good, your body will drink it all up and turn it into your power. Many of you who possess magic are descendants of them. Therefore, I thought there would be no problem. Chris J listened silently, and Berry and the others did the same. A body that has been imbued with magical power over generations. I thought it would be possible to accept the backlash and stimulate it if it was in the right amount, but Regal Ave brought his face closer to Berry. However, this small one seems to have suppressed the resistance against my magical power and altered her own magical power and made it familiar with mine. Whether it was intentional or not, it is a rare case. Altering the magic power. Chris J turned to Berry. Berry nodded in confusion. I was trying a lot of things to get used to it quickly. That might be the reason. After accepting the dragon's blood, her body felt strange due to the magical power inside. Berry vaguely understood that it was the dragon's magic power, but she did not know whether the unnatural feeling was due to suppressing toxin or not, and Berry chose to adapt her own magic power to the rebelling magic power. At least her body started to heal and she haven't had any problems so far. Once she got used to it, she didn't feel any discomfort and the amount of magical power only increased, but that's probably the reason. Will you die the resisting foreign magic power and turn it into your own magic power? Or will you alter your own magical power to match the foreign magical power so that it doesn't resist? In short, it's a difference in approach. Did I do it wrong? It's a matter of hindsight. A body that was on the verge of death, I also don't fully know how much my blood would affect that small body. I don't know if you were able to survive this long because you were good at using magic, or something else. Regal Ave looked at Berry and said, but there's one thing I know. Your magic power is mixed with mine, and is already closer to my magic power than those of small one. And since that's the case, your body can't handle it. As I said, your abnormality is the same as the principle of melting what I eat and turning it into flesh and blood. Although they hadn't eaten anything for a long time, the magical power trembled intermittently. It was similar to how people laugh, and Chris J frowned and glared at Regal Ave. What are you angry about? You little one live in the blink of an eye. Death is something common in your world. Krish-sama, Berry called out, approaching her and taking her. Chris J looked up at Berry and lowered her eyes. If it's a friend's wish, I'll grant it. However, there is nothing I can do about that small one. If I give more blood than this, it will actually have the opposite effect. That small one might dissolve into magical power and disappear. Is there any way to solve it? If it's Regal Ave-san, maybe you can drain only Regal Ave-san's magic power. What a strange thing to say. You who with that small body fight on an equal footing with me using only your wisdom. Regal Ave craned his neck and brought their large face closer to her. You're the one who's good with that kind of thing, Chris J. There's no reason I could do what you couldn't. It's not like I don't know any dragons who are clever with magic, but none can surpass you in precision and delicate work. Chris J clutched the hem of her dress, as if wanting to say something, but saying nothing. Regal Ave just looked at her. How strange. With that much power you have, why do you care about the small one? It's not hard to understand if it's that Crescenta, but I'm sure there are plenty of alternatives to that small one. There's no substitute for Berry. Being strong or weak, it's not about something stupid like that. Krish-sama, Berry said, looking next to her. Chris J tightened her grip on the arm and looked back at the dragon with her purple eyes. Is it something called the habit of small one to live in groups? I think our lifestyle suits you better than living in a group with the small ones. I don't understand, said Regal Ave, shaking his magic. Chris J looked at them and said, Regal Ave-san is such a pitiful dragon. Pitiful, L. Chris sure Regal Ave-san thinks so because Regal Ave-san has nothing more important than yourself. Just like how Chris J used to be. Intertwining her fingers with Berry's. To Chris J, Berry is more important than Chris J. That's why Chris J is so much happier together than alone, and that's why Chris J wants to be together forever. Chris J tightened her grip. Regal-Avesan just doesn't understand that Regal-Avesan is lonely. Even though the reason Regal-Avesan is stalking to Chris J like this is because Regal-Avesan is lonely. Regal-Avesan's huge red-purple eyes widened slightly. Then they flickered his magic intermittently. To point out that I feel lonely. You're really a pleasant one, Chris J. Just as that said, the waves swayed and the magic crystal made a sound that resonated. If Regal-Avesan really want to be alone, Regal-Avesan don't need a means of communication. Regal-Avesan just doesn't realize it. Chris J didn't say anything more. Even though she had just arrived, she bowed to Regal Ave as if she had finished her business. Thank you for talking to me. Krish'll come back if anything happens. Chris J called out to Lyra. Lyra, who was staring at Regal Ave, nodded in a panic and bowed. Vinthril and Berry also bowed their heads. Regal Ave narrowed their reddish-purple eyes and just looked at the girls from behind. Lyra and Vinthril left after being told they didn't need to saw them off, the two alone there. Immersed up to her waist in the river, Berry carefully cleansed Krish's body as usual. Northeast of Krasharana in a deserted forest. With her back to her, Chris J simply lowered her eyes, deep in thought. Berry grabbed her around the waist, pulled her close, and hugged her. You've been making faces like that lately. Hee, I'm becoming a bit more lonelier than Elder Dragon Sama. After all. Chris J was about to say something but hesitated. Turning around, she hugged Berry in return and buried her face in her ample breasts. Chris J doesn't understand why Berry is the same as always. Her voice was trembling and filled with tears. Does Berry think it's okay to die like the Ojusama and Skeleton? Does Berry think it's okay to be separated from Chris J? A young voice that sounded like throwing a tantrum. She stroked her wet hair lovingly and kissed her head. Berry smiled, her eyes narrowing as she smells her scent. No way. I don't even want to think about being separated from Krish-sama. Then why is Berry smiling like that? Because, right now, I'm with Krish-sama. Kusu, she giggled happily and slowly moved backwards. Sitting down and narrowing her eyes at the cool flow, she said, I'm traveling with Krish-sama, all to myself, so why would I be sad? Well, I do feel a little bad for Oju-sama and Kreskenta-sama, but I am very happy. But Krish-sama is speaking as if I'm already dead, Berry said while listening to her heartbeat. Thump, thump, a certain sound. Chris J looked up and shook her head. That's not the problem. That's the problem. No one knows what the future holds. Tomorrow, Krish-sama may suddenly die of some illness. Or Oju-sama or Kreskenta-sama. She looked at the purple color shaking with tears and kissed it. Slowly, as if savoring it. The only thing that's certain is the scenery and the feeling we're seeing right now. Chris J looked back at Berry and told her. Even Chris J can tell, that's just sophistry. Berry is cunning. Hehe, when Krish-sama says that to me, it really makes me think that I'm a cunning person. I wonder if Krish-sama'll hate me. Chris J is not a child like before. Even if Berry tried to change the topic, Chris J won't be fooled. Chris J pressed her lips to hers as she smiled her usual smile. It was a kiss that seemed to crush her soft lips. Just like that, Berry fell backwards onto the river's edge. She looked up at Chris J and said, Krish-sama, would you like to take a little detour and continue to Anna? Anna? Yes, there is a very beautiful capital. I wanted to see it with Krish-sama, and also the sea. I wanted to see it once, the horizon as far as the eye can see. Squinting her eyes at the bright sun in the sky and smiled. Then we also can stop by at Gargane and visited Galan-sama's grave in Kalka. If possible, I would like to go around the kingdom as it is, but it would take too much time and we would get scolded. Just a little selfishness, she said with a chuckle. Chris J grabbed her shoulder tightly and called Berry. Chris J will definitely do something about Berry's body. That's why Chris J can't listen to Berry's selfishness right now. Berry looked up at Chris J troubledly, and Chris J just looks down at Berry seriously. When Berry gets better, Krish'll listen to Berry's selfishness. Chris J will do anything. But not now. She could vaguely understood what the meaning of what Berry said. From the beginning, Berry called this journey a trip, and it looked like it was going to be fun from start to finish. So she thought she shouldn't respond to it. If it was Berry's wish, Krish'd like to grant it whatever it is, as long as Berry's happy. But if she did that now, Berry would really disappear. She was smiling happily, just like her grandfather and Eluga. Berry said Berry'll always be with Krish'che. Berry doesn't break her promises, and Krish'che doesn't break her promises either. So even if it's not now, there's still plenty of time. Berry stared at Krish'che, then smiled bitterly. How troubling. I can't believe that I can't persuade Krish-sama. She smiled happily and intertwines the fingers of both of her hands with Krish's. Raising her body slightly, her breasts were crushed between them, and Berry put her lips to her ear. Please at least listen to my other selfishness until we get home. A whisper tickled her ear. Krish'che said nothing, and put her weight on her. And the two bodies overlapped. Chapter 235, Feel. After returning home, she explored every possible means. Pure medicines, magical training, and magic formula. There had been some improvement, and the progress has been slightly delayed, but it was still not a complete cure, and the situation had not improved. 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, as time passed, Berry's seizures got worse and worse. A dimly lit room with books and medicines lined up on the shelves. A girl wearing a one-piece dress was holed up in a laboratory in the basement of the royal castle, her hand hidden behind a transparent cylinder. Magical power that decomposed the magic crystal and liquefied it, something that was said to be the water of life in books. Floating inside the cylinder filled with it was the nude body of a woman. Convert semi-spiritual magical power into matter. Creating flesh and organs from scratch, recreating a human. Long red hair. The girl, almost identical to her beloved servant, her eyes closed, showing no reaction as she floated within the liquefied magic. Dark circles around her eyes, she adjusted her breathing. Krish'che closed her hand and shuts off the magic she is releasing. She gulped, and for a few moments, Krish'che stared at it, but as if betraying her expectation. Ah! The sleeping beauty she created melts from the edge into the water of life and disappears. For a while, she stared at the now empty cylinder in a daze. Echchi. She clenched her right fist in frustration and banged on her desk. The board was distorted and blood seeped from her hand. The girl with her eyes downcast just trembled. The door behind her opened and a face that looked exactly like hers appeared. The girl approached, swaying her golden hair that sparkles with red. Was it no good? It's a failure. The body couldn't handle it. A cold voice. Krish'kenta looked at Krish's right hand and frowned. Krish'kenta took out a handkerchief and silently wrapped it around the wound. She had already tried everything she could do to Berry's body. However, she was unable to find a fundamental solution, and her next idea was to create a new body. But that didn't go well either. Creating one is not difficult if she took her time. However, she was unable to create a perfect body. The body built with magical power had a very strong magical quality. Unless it was maintained from the outside, the body couldn't be maintained as a physical body, and it returns to magical power. After several trials, she came to the conclusion that it would be better to just fill the surrounding area with magical energy, and this time but the body still disappeared into the magical energy. There was nothing more mentally taxing than wasted effort that was done in a rush. Krish'che staggered, and Krish'kenta hurriedly embraced her. Wani-sama, you should get some rest. How is Berry? She seemed to be doing well now. It seems like she couldn't sleep this morning though. Krish'kenta said and sat Krish'che on the sofa, which had become Krish's bed. Even if there is some risk, we should stop time after all. If even after we do all this and have no results, then after all, results are there, it just fall bit short. If it's really just a little bit, I won't go against Wani-sama's opinion either. Krish'kenta said and stroked Krish's cheek. I'm worried about Wani-sama. Krish'che looked away. It's no good. If Krish'che stop now, what will happen to Berry's body? Besides Krish'kenta also, it won't stop it. There was also the option of stopping time. The problem was the altered dragon magic within the berry. Now, that magical power was consuming the surroundings' magical power. like a hungry beast eating its prey. If there was not enough, even blood and flesh would be converted into magical power. The magical power possessed by Berry, two types of properties, were at work: disintegration and reconstruction. The dragon part sought out magical power, and the magical power of the person who originally possessed it supplemented it. That was how it seemed to maintain the balance. Regal Ave Word's meal were accurate. The reason why dragons live deep in the mountains was because they absorb magical power from the veins of the earth. They don't eat meat, but instead live off magical energy. Then, the increased magical power is discharged, the amount of magical power within the body is adjusted, and it is circulated. The problem was that Berry, which had a human body, couldn't do this. The magical power that had transformed even her flesh and blood was intertwined and bonded together, and the magical power she produced was no longer that of a human. Even if she vomits out her magical power, body generates magical power that has the properties of a magical power eater, and couldn't maintain itself unless she took in magical power from the outside. If space was cut off and time was stopped, physical time would stop. However, it was not possible to completely stop the movement of magical power that could be called semi-spiritual. The two of them came to the conclusion that magic exists according to laws different from those of this world. Even if we were to create a new, perfect body, and then transplant the brain, that would still be risky. If we can stop time and it works, at least it will give us time to figure out the world. Even if time was stopped, the magical power moved slowly. There is no doubt that the magic eater would consume the magic power derived from Berry, and there was also a possibility that it would disintegrate her blood and flesh. Even if that were not the case, there was no way to interfere from the outside. Once Berry's magical power is consumed, Berry's body would disintegrate the moment time moved. The situation was different from last time. As long as the body doesn't disintegrate before it's released, we'll have as much time as we want. What if it gets disintegrate? Crescenta stared at Chrische and said, "Wani-sama, I and Wani-sama are doing everything we can. I'm sure we'll be able to figure everything out someday. Wani-sama should also know that the only thing we don't have is time. Not sleeping well and stay holed up in a place like this. If Wani-sama keep going like this, Wani-sama will end up worse than Argan-sama." Chrische looked at Crescenta, smiled, and kissed her. Then she said sorry. Chrische no Crescenta is worried about Chrische. But it's okay, Chrische is used to a bit of lack of sleep. Crescenta should go to Berry's place. For now let's give up on the body and search from another direction. Chrische glanced away, and Crescenta spoke. Isn't the promise with Argan-sama that Wani-sama will take a day off once every 3 days? It's already the 5th day. But, there's still no. Wani-sama said that regardless of whether the results come out or not. Isn't it because Wani-sama don't want to worry Argan-sama? Crescenta continued. Chrische nodded silently. She was bathed, fed a meal, and her injured hand was tended to. She didn't do anything and just went to bed like that. Because Chrische had a fever. Sorry. Next time, from a different direction. Please don't push yourself too hard. Take a break today. If you're tired, you'll have trouble thinking. Next time, Chrische will, right away. Berry kissed her, then pressed her palm over her eyelid. She caressed her hot forehead and closed her eyes for a while. After a while, as the sleep-inducing medicine took effect, and Chrische finally fell asleep. Berry looked at her with a worried expression, placed a damp cloth on her forehead, and Crescenta, who had been watching, said, "The medicine has probably worked, so Wani-sama will probably rest for tonight." "I see. I'll have some soup ready for when Krish-sama wake." "You're going to bed too?" "I'm asking On-sama to prepare it. Please don't let a sick person suffer with such a pale face. I can't handle 2 selfish people." Crescenta glared at her. Berry met her gaze and nodded. Like Chrische, Berry hadn't been sleeping well lately. Her body was not healthy due to chronic anemia, and her complexion was pale. She reluctantly sat down on the bed and her eyebrows furrowed. Crescenta looked into her face. "The painkillers, is it not working?" "No. It's a little easier." Crescenta stroked Berry's abdomen and narrowed her eyes. Her physical condition was worsening day by day. Any stronger than this one is a no. Please endure it. She looked away and told her. Pain is an indicator. There was a risk that if the patient was given a drug strong enough to erase the pain, it would delay the patient's recovery. The reason you feel intense pain at the moment your body is decomposed is because the situation is so critical. She couldn't give her a drug strong enough to make her unable to feel it. Berry stroked Crescenta's cheek. I'm sorry. I caused Crescenta-sama a hard time as well. I knew you were useless, but I never expected for it to go this far. Crescenta sat down next to her and grabbed her arm. What a dead weight, Crescenta continued, resting her head on her shoulder. Yes. You eat and sleep every day, and even though you are a servant, on top of that, you are being taken care of by the queen. Do you understand? Yes, she answered and pulled out arm out, lifting up Crescenta's body and placing it on her lap. Fufu, I feel more comfortable doing this. Please forgive my selfishness. Just like that, she gently hugged her and giggled. What a helpless servant, Crescenta muttered. Still, you're in a good mood. I guess this is the punishment for your rude behavior this far. I don't mind if you wailed and cried in a pitiful manner. Fufu, I wonder if Crescenta-sama will pamper and soothe me when I cry. Berry laughs and continued. But I rather prefer pampering than being pampered. I'm sure it's because of my personality and mischievous die. She chuckled, her usual modest laughter. Crescenta lowered her eyes and his head back, saying you won't even pass as a jester. She placed her hands on Berry's shoulders and raised her hands to cradle Berry's head. I was thinking of hurting you and killing you, but what a shame. Even though I was planning on punishing your sin personally. She scooped up her red hair, let it flow, and played with it, rubbing her cheek against hers. I wonder what it feels like to be getting closer to death every day. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear it. She lowered her long eyelashes as if to feel her touch. After a while, Berry opened her mouth. It's not scary as expected. Just. Then she continued. I'm a little worried and lonely. About what? She didn't say it. But neither did Crescenta asked. Reaching for the bedside table, she touched the magic crystal. A complicated formula was carved from her fingertips, and the magic crystal melted into the glass that was placed there. That's good to hear. You might as well savor the pain a bit more. Like diluted wine. She took the glass and offered it to Berry. Berry smiled and took it, pouring it into her mouth. Magic filled her body, at least she could live another day of pain. Her days were a repeat of that. Crescenta took it silently and placed it on the table. She pulled her body onto the bed and crawled into it herself. With her back turned, she hugged her arms. Berry smiled and patted her head lovingly. And then midnight. Crescenta turned around as she felt the arms tighten around her. Berry's face scrunched up and her brow furrowed. She looked out the window, gauging the time from the moon's position, and thinking about how much time had passed since Berry last took the medicine. She quickly grabbed the vial from the bedside table. Then, she liquefied the magic crystal in a glass, dissolved it, put it in her mouth, lightly touched Berry's cheek, and pressed her lips to hers. Then, she manipulates the liquefied magic power inside her mouth and poured it straight into the back of her throat. She rubbed her back to make sure she didn't vomit it, check on her body condition, and adjust her magical power. Fortunately, it was not too bad. The usual seizures. Berry woke up a lot, especially at night. It's probably a matter of consciousness. At the very least, Berry was excellent as someone who handled magic. While she was awake, she took care of herself, controlling and manipulating the magical power within her body. However, she could not be so alert while she was asleep. She often woke up with pain and repeated shallow sleep. Crescenta caressed her cheek again as Berry's empty eyes, filled with tears, stared at her. She slowly parted her lips and said, "It's okay." Berry nodded silently and calmed her breathing. As Crescenta looked at her, the magic liquefied in her mouth once again. She kissed Berry and letting it flow, and Berry swallowed it on her own. Crescenta just stares at her with her violet eyes and caressed her cheek, licking off the corner of Berry's mouth with her tongue. "Sleep and get some rest." Berry nodded and closed her eyes. She continued to stare at Berry's face and caressed her cheek until she fell asleep. until the wrinkles on her brow disappeared and she breathed her peaceful sleep. Then she traced her own lips. Crescenta lowered her eyes and she pressed her face into Berry's chest. Chapter 236, Choice. It's a time when the night was not yet dawn. It was not even a mansion, but a small house with no separate rooms. At least it was not a place for a person with the position of chief warrior should live in. The man stroked the sleeping baby's cheek and stood up. He wrapped clothes around his naked body without making a sound, looked at the huge sword that was leaning against the wall, and narrowed his eyes for a while. He was about to grab its hilt and... Lido-sama. A voice called out to him. Lido froze, and felt a soft sensation on his back. His wife's arms embraced his waist tightly. Are you still going to leave Zurin, who is still a babe, behind? And Fini too? Her slender body, her slender arms were full of strength, with determination to not let go. Please don't go. This is my once-in-a-lifetime request. Lido opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. He just stood there in a daze and lowered his eyes. If there's anything that's not good enough, I'll definitely fix it. I have sworn to my name that I would spend the rest of my life by your side. Please don't abandon Fini. Her voice and her body were trembling. Clever, kind, compassionate, and beautiful. She was a woman who was too good for him, he thought. What's the point of revenge? Even Fini, who is a woman, understands that no one would be happy, everyone, the dead, even you. Or perhaps at that time. Either die here or accept the terms. That's all I want here. Maybe he should have chosen death. If he ended up making this kind woman cry. I spent over a year with you. It was a fulfilling time. Only a year at most. He didn't think that alone would cause so much hesitation. Fini had heard everything from her brother Toba, but had never said anything about it. She simply lived by Lido's side as a good wife. As he spent time with her, he realized that something inside him would start to fade, even though he had been prepared for it. There are even times when I forget everything. That must be a happy thing. Blessed with a good wife and children, raising them, putting past wars in the past, and building a future. I'm not asking you to forget about Shelna-sama. Fini accepted that feeling and loved Lido-sama. Even if you don't love Fini, it's fine. So, Fini. Abandoning his friends, abandoning his wife, abandoning his child. Compared to that, he could understand how stupid his choices were. I love you. The time I spent with you was blissful. Then, his mentor's head being exposed in the forest. His comrade's head, and Shelna's head. I'm running away. And after running away, I'm enjoying happiness all by myself. I just can't forgive myself. He looked up at the dark ceiling. A small amount of moonlight shone through, illuminating the small room. The house was so small that he could even feel the temperature his skin. At first it was like harassment. He thought that Fini, who was born in a good house, would quickly give up. Fufu, let's start with cleaning. For the furniture, let's increase things little by little. But she was just happy and loved this simple house and Lido. The cold, empty house was now filled with her body heat and scent. His unruly hair was straightened by Fini's hands, and his long beard was carefully shaved. Every time he remembered the forgotten life as a human, memories of the past came back to him. I don't have any pride. Now I don't have any desire for revenge, but I don't want to run away from the person I used to be. He grabbed her arm, lets her go, and turned around. She doesn't wear makeup. Her beautiful red hair was tied back and swept, and yet she was beautiful. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. He's sure that those drops were more beautiful than any jewel in this world. I'm a weak man. Forget me. There's a better man for you. He kissed her on the mouth and pulled away. Fini distorted her beautiful face and covered it with her hands. Shaking her head from side to side, leaning closer to him, he stroked her head. After a while, the baby noticed her mother's cries and started crying. As she turned her attention towards the baby as a mother, he grabbed the sword and opened the door. I'll be waiting for you to come home. No matter how many years or decades. Lido didn't answer her trembling voice and closed the door with his back to her. His vision blurred, and he holds the corners of his eyes, closing his eyelids tightly. He walked a little east into the forest to the grave. Bad premonitions sure is bound to come true. A red-haired man was sitting in front of the grave. Toba Arcaz, still carrying his spear, didn't look at Lido. He sighed in frustration. "If you leave, I'll kill Feeny and the kid." It was a cold voice. "It's a family of rebels. It's perfect for cleaning things up." When Lido heard that, he shook his head. "You're a man who can't be that cold-hearted." Toba clicked his tongue and scrunched his face. "Ha, is that why you're going to sit cross-legged taking advantage of my kindness, Lido? That's quite brazen, isn't it?" "I'm aware. I leave the two to you." Toba lowered his eyes and sighed again. He then paused for a moment and said, "If you don't do well, I'll personally kill you. Even if you win, I won't save you. In order to wag your tail and flatter Alberan, who you hate. In the end, that's my conclusion. As soon as you walk east from here, you're an Elderant rebel." "This is the end," Toba said. "Go back to your house. Pretend nothing happened. Then go to the meeting as usual and report to me without as normal. It will be enough to cry and apologize to Feeny, saying you won't do it again." He said it lightly and laughed. His eyes narrowed. "There are things that are irreversible. River water just flows. But as it flows, the things that cling to it will someday fade and disappear. Both good memories and bad memories." After speaking, he stood up and turned to Lido. Even so, Toba didn't look at Lido. "There's nothing wrong with running away or being weak. There's no one who lives without any regrets. Isn't the important thing to live from now on so you don't have any regrets?" "That's right," Lido said. But he continued, saying he had already made up his mind. "I see." Toba passes by Lido without looking at him. "Well, to be honest, I don't dislike that side of you." "I see." Instantly, Lido twisted his waist and dodged the stone thrust of the spear. Then he took his arm and slammed Toba's body into the ground. The earth shook and the trees rustled. Lido looked down at Toba and said, "I don't hate that part of you either. You damned." The stone tip of a rounded spear. He knew the reason and the meaning. "I'm sorry, friend." Lido had never known anyone as foolish as he was. Royal estate, Krish's room. Berry explained some things, sitting in a chair and running her fingers over the ledger. "And that's how it is. That's the reason for the numbers here." And Elvina listened with serious faces and looked at the ledger. A ledger in which Kristan's income and expenses were recorded in detail. Usually Berry's role was to do this, but Anne wanted to lighten her burden as much as possible, so Berry left half of it to her. Anne wasn't as dumb as she used to be, and when it comes to Elvina, she's good at calculations. She quickly grasped it, and once she got used to it, there would be no problem. Berry nodded and looked at the bed, thinking this is enough for now. Crescenta was sleeping peacefully on the bed. Due to nursing Berry, she often took nap when she was not working. Berry pulled up the crumpled blanket and covered her. "It's still spring with snow in the north." Berry strokes her forehead and smiled. With the sound of a knock, Celine entered. "Welcome home, Oju-sama." "I'm home, Berry." Celine looked at the ledger spread out on the desk and narrowed her eyes. Then she turned to the two of them, as if she had guessed it, and nodded and locked eyes with Elvina. "Elvina-sama, shall we do some review in my room?" "Yes." They gathered up the ledgers on the desk and puts them back on the shelf, and the two of them leave the room. Berry tried to make tea, but when Celine exasperatedly said sit down, she reluctantly sit down. Celine poured hot water into the pot, quickly preparing the tea, and placed 2 cups on the table. "Both of them are learning quickly. Most of is already. It just sounds like a sarcasm when you say it, so please stop." Berry compliments people a lot, but most of it was based on a low standards. Even if it took someone else several months to complete something that she herself completed in a day or two, she would still compliment them on a job well done. It was probably because of her personality. She didn't have any malicious intent, and she didn't mean to be sarcastic, but for those who know her, it was close to being sarcastic. She was too strict with herself, and yet she was too lenient with others. "Are you okay today?" "Yes. I'm feeling good so far today. It was a little painful last night, but thanks to Crescenta-sama, I managed somehow." "I see. A bit, just a little. It shouldn't be just that level of pain, But Berry always used those words, closing the topic. Celine wanted to complain, but pointing it out wouldn't change anything. The pain wouldn't ease or disappear. Chris J hasn't come home today either. Yes, today she will be in the basement of the royal castle. Berry smiled, looking somewhat lonely. Is it fine? When Celine asked her, she shook her head, saying it was fine. She is working hard for me. I can't say anything. After sipping the tea, she gazed into it and quietly spoke. I leave Krish-sama to you, Oju-sama. Didn't I tell you not to talk about things like that because it's inauspicious? You did hum. She laughed as if she found it amusing. Celine lowered her eyes. Maybe there's still a lot of time, and maybe Krish-sama will do something about it. But I might also be gone tomorrow. That's why I want to ask Oju-sama for a favor, Berry continued. With her usual smile, she didn't show any sadness. That was even more painful to Celine. That girl loves you. You know that. I can't replace you. I don't believe you're replacing me. Oju-sama is Oju-sama, and I'm me. You said that some time ago, right? Then that's even worse. I can't fill the hole you left. Don't be an idiot, Celine said. I love that girl as much as you do. She loves me too. But it's different from the way she loves you. Well, that's right. I'm confident that Krish-sama loves me the most in the world, so in terms of wins and losses, I'm the winner. You. When she glared at her, she becomes happy. She said with a chuckle. But it's a small, trivial difference. If we both drown at the same time, maybe Krish-sama will save me first. But, for example, even if it was Oju-sama who was stabbed that time, Krish-sama would still have gone to Ancient Dragon-sama, risking her life. Is that so? Did you forget, when the Oju-sama hit Krish-sama? Krish-sama didn't listen to my request at that time. She said nostalgically and closed her eyes. Favoritism might have different weight each, but love doesn't. What's there is only a matter of order, and in the end that's a trivial thing. You can only say that because you're above me in that trivial order. Fufu, that's true. If not, then it's frustrating and I probably wouldn't say it. But if I were in Oju-sama's position and someone told me the same thing, I would answer, of course. Berry smiled as Celine frowned at her. Even if Krish-sama tells me that you are the best, it doesn't mean that my love for her will diminish. If she can love me on top of that, then that's enough. You want me to spend my whole life as a loser, is that what you're saying? Is there such a thing as winning or losing? It's like the lawful wife and the concubine competing to see whose. Isn't it fine to have both as wives? She said and looked at Celine with a victorious look. Being fixated about winning or losing, and then calling yourself a loser, it's not like you, Oju-sama. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed, it's not worth teasing. I won't take provocation bait, okay? To Celine's words, Berry laughed again. Amusedly, she narrowed her eyes after a moment. That's just foolish, as I've always said, Krish-sama is not that kind of person. And that's what I love about her. Her hand reached out and caressed Celine's cheek. Krish-sama cannot choose just one person. She is clumsy and helpless, so she spreads out her love to the maximum extent possible at a bargain sale price. She didn't even realize that she was suffering a loss, and even then she said something stupid like, I'm going to repay you. Tilting her head slightly, her flowing red hair stretched elegantly. Her arms peeking from the sleeves were unhealthily thin, looking much slimmer than before. Even so, she looked beautiful. Krish-sama doesn't even mind about a naughty person like me. If Oju-sama approaches her seriously, unable to hold back, Celine hugged her, confirming the sensation. Her body was 1 or 2 sizes smaller, her face was contorted. Why are you like this? You're always worrying about other people. Please worry about yourself once in a while. Berry opened her eyes a little shocked and hugged her back. It's better if you just yell and get angry. Saying it's painful, it hurts, it's scary. There are so many things you can do. Bert then just smiled and stroked Celine trembling back and combed her hair. This is the 4th time, when I was a kid, when Nae-sama stopped me, and when I got stabbed, this is the 4th time. I guess you could say I'm just used to being prepared for it. You shouldn't get used to it, you fool. You liar. Berry laughed awkwardly and rubbed her cheek against hers. Oju-sama is honest all the way, so I think it's just right. And she whispered, if something happens to me, please take care of Krish-sama. I don't need an answer. You're the worst. Fufu, I'm aware of it. Please think of it as me screaming shamefully and forgive me. Really, it's the worst. She hugged her delicate body tightly. Her body was hot, like she had a fever, but that was normal. As her life burns out, her body regenerated over and over again. She would do anything to make it even a little easier. If she could take one half the pain, she would do it. However, Celine was not a genius. She was just an ordinary person. There was nothing Celine could do. She couldn't tell Berry do your best. She couldn't tell Berry it's enough. She felt hopeless and angry at herself for not being able to give her any relief. A moment later, there was a knock. Celine wiped her eyes, and Elvina informed her that there was a messenger from the Western Army. I'll be right there, Celine said, catching her breath and pinching Berry's cheek. I won't make any promises. I'm fine. That was all she could say to Berry, who was being stubborn. Berry yes said happily and laughed. Then she out her handkerchief and cleaned Celine's eyes. Accepting it obediently, Celine kissed her forehead and leaves the room. Berry quietly smiled and saw her off. Then she stood up and sat down on the bed again. Then her hand that was about to stroke Crescenta's forehead was brushed away. I'm sorry. I woke you up. It was so noisy that I ended being wide awake, she said as she sat up and nestled against Berry's back. Crescenta put her arm around her and hugged her and asked her, won't you ask me? Even if I don't ask Crescenta-sama, I can predict the answer. I wonder. I might complain like Celine-sama. If you ask, you might get a surprising answer, you know. I see. I leave Krish-sama to you. There's no need for someone like you to tell me that. Who do you think you are? Berry chuckled at those words. She smiles happily and grabbed her hand that's around her waist. Blue magical power dispersed from Crescenta's palm as she checked her body condition. Berry looked at her and asked quietly, how long? Don't know. It could be today or tomorrow, or a year from now, or 3 years from now. If you stop, you can die today, she said, then leaving a pause. Crescenta simply tightened her arms around her slim waist. At least from now on, there's no doubt that things will get even more difficult. Wanisma's research seems to be progressing, then went back, then start from scratch in another direction. She presses her cheek against Berry's back as she says it. Even if it can hold out, how many years are you planning on holding out? Berry chuckled at those words and said, of course, for as many decades as Krish-sama wishes. Even if life continues to be worse than it is now, there's no need to think about it. I've made an oath. Crescenta became quiet for a moment. You're crazy. Then she said that. Maybe. Berry replied happily, letting go of Crescenta's arms that held her waist. She put her on her lap like always. I can't thank Crescenta-sama enough. Do you think you can get away with just a thank you after causing so much trouble? She grabbed her slender wrist that was around her waist and lowered her eyes to hers. It would have been much better to leave this to Wanisama and do the research myself. She then held her hand in hers. Berry nuzzled her left cheek against her head and smiled and whispered that she's sorry. Even an apology isn't enough. It's all because of you. You made me and Wanisama, who should be the most important people in the world, suffer even by cutting back on our sleep. You're the world's biggest good for nothing. Yes. What kind of person are you? Not only disrespectful, but pulling on our leg. Trying to be above the queen. You're getting in the way of Alberan, who is about to show unprecedented development. What a hopeless sinner. Fufu, yes. Berry's shoulders shook, taking the taunts in amusement. Tilting her head slightly, Crescenta rubbed her cheek against Berry's right cheek. After making a fool of Wanisama like that, how much irreversible damage are you going to cause? All my troubles and unpleasantness, everything, is your fault. Then, lifting her arm, she touches Berry's cheek with her palm, tracing her outline and feeling her warmth. It's all your fault, she whispered and lowered her eyes. I hate you. Yes. Fufu, I had said it before, right? She gently embraced her and lovingly said, I love Crescenta-sama, and Crescenta-sama's words of "I hate you" is replaced by "I love you" in my head, so please say it as much as you like. You're not right in the head, utterly hopeless. Crescenta leaned her weight on her, feeling the sensation and warmth on her back. After a pause, she called out, "Argan-sama, what is it?" Crescenta opened her mouth to ask, but no words came out. "It's nothing," she said, shaking her head. Chapter 237, Those Who Are Forced. Distrust of King Arcas, who advocated a policy of cooperation and reconciliation with Alberan. A faction that viewed this attitude as weak formed the anti-Arcas alliance. The large tribes V's and Meekly, who suffered a lot of losses in the last war, led an uprising against King Arcas' decision. In the blink of an eye, the entire eastern region was conquered. The man leading it was Lido Rani, the chief warrior of the Rani, a tribe affiliated with V's. After the Great War, he fought through the Elderant Civil War alongside King Arcas, but parted ways due to a conflict of opinions over future policy. At least from the information, there was nothing suspicious about him, and if he was a man who once fought under V's, then the reason was clear. Revenge was the most obvious motive. The three major tribes originally had a hostile relationship. V's and Meekly joined forces because they had a common enemy, Arcas, who had escaped hardship and stolen the royal power, and the result was an army of 40,000. The goal of its leader, Lido, is to control the western part of Alberan and to establish a new nation, Vesraya, to replace the weak Elderant led by Arcas. Inevitably, they conquered the eastern area of Elderant and headed east. They begin an invasion of western Alberan. They broke through the border in the blink of an eye and took control of the city, choosing the large city of Michel-Save, the base of the Western Army, as their first target, just before the Great Sea of Trees in the east. One could say it was truly like a flash of lightning. Politically, right after King Arcas advocated a conciliatory policy, it was inevitable that Alberan would be taken by surprise by this invasion. Envoys were traveling back and forth between the two countries for negotiations, including reparations for the prolonged war. They never dreamed that an army of this size would launch an invasion. War was just a means of diplomacy, not just violence. Their choices were always rational rather than impulsive, and they operated on the tacit understanding that all international relations were always based on rational calculations. Naturally, Alberan had no means to prevent this invasion that ignored that understanding. The mob of rebels that appeared wreaked havoc in the west, and the army besieging Michel-Save, the main base of the Western Front, swelled from 40,000 to 60,000 in the triumphal mood. On the other hand, the Western general, Toluca Carnarius, made an emergency mobilization, but it numbered only 20,000. Using a part of Michel-Save's population as militia, they totaled 30,000. The numerical disadvantage was clear, and Michel-Save was not an impregnable fortress. Since the era of Aragorn Hilquintos and his predecessors, the Western Front prioritized mobility. Rather than concentrating forces in one stronghold for defense, they built small forts in various locations, luring the enemy through gradual retreats, wearing them down, and delivering a decisive blow. The Elderant lack of cohesion, and the fact that a single tribe would repeatedly pillage and plunder in various parts of the country, was also another reason. They place more emphasis on sustained battles than on decisive battles, and on defeating individual units through mobility, and when it comes to forts, they place more emphasis on quantity than on quality. Michel-Save was no exception, and unlike Wolfenite, it was not a city that could fight against a large army. Lido, aiming to establish Vesraya, took advantage of the superiority in numbers and attacked day and night. Carnarius led a small group of elite's magic possessor to carry out sabotage operations, lifted the heads of the enemy commanders commanding the castle walls with his hands. Seeing that further siege was impossible, Carnarius decided to retreat. To open a gap to the east of the siege, they set out, and the leader of the rear was a highly esteemed veteran. Felworth Keithreton. It's a face I've seen before. To meet again in this way, fate is a curious thing. Surrounded by soldiers from both armies on a grassy plain, he wore silver armor shaped like a dragon and carried a large spear. The old general had a smile on his deeply wrinkled face, dismounted from his horse, and played with his long beard. It looks like you're no longer a kid who I can take on opponents on horseback, Lido of Rani. I heard you were on your deathbed, but... He thrusted a giant sword almost as tall as his body into the ground. Steel breastplate, gauntlets, and leg plate. He was lightly armored to the point of concern as a military commander, yet he didn't even wear a helmet. Despite bathing in a large amount of blood, his body remained unscathed. Now that we're on the battlefield, I won't show you any mercy. T's also a memento of that battle. Sorry, but I'll be taking your life, Keithreton, Leto said, looking uninterested. The timing of the invasion of Alberan came after they received information from a spy that Keithreton had fallen. It had been over 30 years since he turned 100 years old. Leto had heard rumors of his poor health for some time now, and that he had handed over the position of general to his lieutenant, Toluca Carnarius. It was certain that he would die of old age soon. Matching the timing with the disorder that would follow his death, that was what they planned, but, donning red armor and carrying a large sword, there was still a spirit of a veteran warrior about him. His spirit filled the room and there was no signs of aging. Leto, who knew the great sage Ziglet, that lived for 150 years, didn't underestimate just because of age. Nevertheless, there was genuine admiration within him. It was true that this man had collapsed and was lying down. He must have overcome it through sheer willpower and chosen this place as his deathbed. Any more of this is a pointless battle. If you say you're going to surrender, I have no choice but to admit it. Well, you don't seem like the kind of person who would say something like that. Indeed. Only 10,000 regular soldiers remained as the rear. Those who fled were mainly wounded soldiers and 10,000 militiamen. Regardless of the exact numbers, the withdrawal was only for humanitarian reasons. The morale of the soldiers was high, and they could have fought to the end. They simply took this measure to avoid involving the militias in the process. They were not acting for strategic gain. Once the militias have successfully withdrawn, they had already fulfilled their purpose. It's just as you see it. If I could, I would like to die as a warrior. Truly a warrior. Both you and I have accomplished our goals. As generals, it's a draw if we were to compare the outcome. There would be no other choice than crossing with Blade. What do you think? And so was Leto. He accomplished his goal of conquering Western Alberan. This was just an afterthought. Felworth Keithreton was an unmatched general, even in his old age, with a reputation that never diminished. However, numbers superiority was absolute even though his side might have suffered some damage. Since Leto has stepped into the main camp like this, the battle was as good as over. There was no need to ask. Just keep the momentum going and grind like this and done. However, the reason why he made such a suggestion was probably because something was stirring within him. You're a warrior, Leto. If you pledge to abide by the Holy Spirit covenant on that sword, I'll comply. There are good soldiers here, and it would be better for them to fight here as a dead soldier with me than to be slaughtered as a prisoner of war. Felworth laughed happily, and Leto put his hand on the handle of the giant sword. Very well. I swear on this sword and name, Rani's Leto will abide to it. And without hesitation, he answered yes. Cuckoo, I can't believe I'm still having so much fun at this age. I had given up on my lifespan, but I feel honored. Felworth held the large spear he was carrying. Tranquility itself an endlessly beautiful stance. There was no hostility or murderous intent, but there was something that was simply overwhelming. Like a giant tree that had spread its roots to the earth since ancient times, simply by the power of its own existence. The skills and spirit accumulated over 100 years, honed and refined, without showing even a slight flaw, they were sublimated into a single beauty. The old General Felworth Keithreton was by no means a man blessed with talent. However, although he was an ordinary man, he fought on hundreds of battlefields large and small. The old tree that took root in the formless battlefield over the years had enveloped itself in flawless beauty. Its heyday was in the distant past. It was surely on the verge of withering away now. However, at this moment, as a warrior, the old general was at his peak. It was like a large tree on the verge of withering and blooming with many flowers on its body. Come, Leto. I may be old, but I'm not dead as a warrior yet. Leto narrowed his eyes and noticed that his own hands were hot. His blood was boiling. Facing a warrior worthy of respect. It was something that had been lost in that battle a long time ago. The battlefield loses its luster, and battles turn into mere chore. However, everything that should have been left behind was still here. Or perhaps he was here to take it back. That's why, even at the cost of discarding everything he had newly acquired, he was doing this. Closing his eyes for a moment, he drew the giant sword from the earth, and the left front half, dragging the tip of the giant sword to the right. V's hunting squad leader under direct command of Sought Princess Shalnaviz. Lido of Rani will take that life. Lido began to sprint like a beast. How should we handle it? I'm going. Taking Krish's army. Inside Celine's room, Celine answered Crescenta's question. Elvina poured tea while looking at the two with anxiety. How about Wani-sam? Crescenta. Rather than me worry more about Krische right now. Do you think she's in a position to take command on the battlefield? An uprising within Elderant and an invasion of Western Alberan. It was a surprising situation. Diplomatic negotiations with Elderant had just begun. They were completely caught off guard. Don't worry, Celine told Crescenta. The north and south can move without any problems, and the Alberinia army is the best army in the kingdom even without Krische. We have Kolkis and Aleha, as well as the Black Flag Special Forces and Joriae Gashia. I'm planning to ask General Ramin to come as well. I won't push myself too hard like Krische, I'll just buy time. At least I won't lose. Currently, only the Alberinia army could move instantly. It would still take a few days for the others to be mobilized, and right now time was of the essence. At the very least, they need to hold down the enemy's head in order to prevent them from advancing into the center. Better to be hasty than slow. In war, a slight delay could cause irreparable loss. Delays took away options from the battlefield, took away leeway, and took away the stamina of soldiers. It was perfectly natural to think that it would be better for Celine to lead the army herself than to have Krische, who was immersed in her research and in a bad mental state, stand on the battlefield, but Crescenta expressed reluctance. If Wani-sama was an ordinary genius general, as Celine-sama said, I would leave it to. It's not that I'm saying you're incompetent and unreliable. Crescenta said, pointing to the kingdom map pasted on the wall Elderant, which was adjacent to the west. Even I am a little surprised at the timing of the invasion. I thought Elderant was at least not fatally stupid. I thought they wouldn't do anything that would worsen Alberan view of them, but... Her fingertips traced her cherry lips and her eyes narrowed. According to the information about the uprising, it would be fine if it was just a simple uprising. However, the scale is too large for it to be a simple uprising. If it's an uprising of this magnitude, Elderant should have sensed it before it happens, and if that hadn't happened, Elderant had a hand in it. That's what I think. At the very least, I think they knew about it and let the uprising happen on purpose. Crescenta held up two of her fingers. There are two possibilities. King Elderant is manipulating the unrest behind the scenes and is intentionally trying to cause an uprising and have Alberan crush it. It's the worst diplomatically, but it's not bad in terms of establishing domestic order. I don't care about this, she said, folding one of her fingers. The other one is that they're hoping for another war. Break through the center all at once and advance to the center of Alberan, disrupting it. If they disrupt the center of Alberan greatly, Elsren will try to interfere in some way, dispelling the mindset of neighboring countries that they were no match for Alberan. Putting a dent in Alberan's dominance. Well, in the end their intention is to drag us down. Crescenta sipped the cup of warm tea filled with a generous amount of milk and honey and continued. The founding of Vesrea is the topic to note. Either way, I think it's almost certain that Elderant had an agenda behind it. I don't want to spend too much time on it. However, I can't order Celine-sama to end it so easily. My hope is for Wani-sama to end it easily. Did you understand? While furrowing her brows, Celine nodded and sipped her tea. Of course, I don't want Wani-sama to push herself too hard, but there is no one more qualified than Wani-sama. If Celine-sama doesn't like it, I ask Wani-sama myself. Serene's gaze wandered, she lowered her eyes, and then shook her head. I'll go with you. Then, the two of them went to the research room in the basement of the royal castle. They knocked on the door at the end of the long hallway, but there was no answer. They turned the knob to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. The two frowned. They had said to Chrisjay to not lock the door. It was also out of concern about her health. "Please wait a moment." Celine's eyebrows furrowed and she tried to kick the door open, but Crescenta stopped her with her hand and poured magic into the door to find out what was inside. In some cases, Chrisjay might be working with very delicate magic. Rather than magic that was carved into a magic crystal, magic that has carved a spell in the atmosphere using magical power could experience changes in the spell even with a slight stimulation. If that was the reason for locking the door, then there were times when Chrisjay was literally using force to its limits, so rough methods were dangerous. However, there was nothing particularly unusual going on the inside. Crescenta used her magic to operate the internal key and open the door. Kakrish, a cylindrical container filled with liquefied magic. Floating there was a nude Chrisjay. Her eyes were closed as if she was sleeping, and Crescenta grabbed Celine's hand, who was panicked and tried to help her somehow. Then Crescenta looked around seriously and looked at Chrisjay. The clothes and underwear were neatly folded. Touching the container from the outside with her hand, she confirmed that it was definitely her sister and used her magic to check the state of Krish's body. "Please don't worry. Wani-sama alive. Her heart is beating." "What is Chrisjay doing?" "Right now, Wani-sama is researching things like souls. I also not really." Her heart was beating. However, there was no movement in the magical power. It wasn't just that she was unconscious. Even if one is asleep, magical power moves unconsciously. At least Chrisjay wasn't just asleep, she was unconscious for another reason. Feeling anxiety, she made a formula and manipulated Krish's internal magic. Although she was immersed in highly purified liquefied magic, she was in a state similar to that of an ordinary person who could not handle magical power. Most of the magical power had been lost from Krish's body. She frowned and tried to recover Chrisjay from that condition. It was then that Chrisjay opened her eyes. Somewhat blank stare. Crescenta leap and placed her feet over the edge of her cylindrical vessel, pulling Krish's body up onto her floor, staining her dress with liquefied magic. Krish's face contorted as she vomited, spitting the liquefied magic out of her mouth. "Chrisjay. Wani-sama." Celine patted Chrisjay back, and Crescenta put her hands on Krish's cheeks and looked into her eyes. A glimmer of reason appeared in her empty eyes, and she moved her mouth slightly. But she didn't speak, and she loses consciousness. Crescenta checked her condition with a frown, and breathed a sigh of relief. She just fell asleep. "Is Chrisjay okay?" Maybe it's just fatigue and depleted magical power. Just to be sure, I'll stay here for a while and check Wani-sama condition. Once things calmed down, we'll go back to the mansion. Argan-sama will be more worried." "Yes." Celine breathed a little relieved and looked at Chrisjay. She then strokes Krish's cheek and told Crescenta, "I'm going after all. I can't let this child go. Celine-sama." Celine held her eyes tiredly and she closed her eyes for a moment. "Besides, there's nothing I can do while I'm here. I'll go as soon as possible. I'll leave the two of them to you," she said, opening her eyes. She averted her gaze from the sleeping Chrisjay. "You, Chrisjay, and Berry are all doing what is needed to be done. I'm the only one who can't do anything. Don't worry, I'll properly do the bare minimum." Celine said bitterly, "I'll notify Anne," and headed out the door. Crescenta saw her off and picked up Chrisjay's body, moving her to the couch. There were no major problems. However, that was simply because Crescenta arrived in time. One wrong step and Chrisjay might have not woken up. Chrisjay didn't pay attention to anything. Just, for Berry's sake. Crescenta stroked Krish's cheek and kissed her. Then she looked at her sleeping face for a moment and clenched her fist. "Please believe me, Wani-sama." With a wavering gaze, she lowered her head. "I really wished for the same thing you wished for, Wani-sama. I'm sorry." She huddled into Krish's body, as if clinging to it. For a short period of time, it was like a storm. That's how one might describe a fierce battle. However, what was there was a literal storm. The length of the blade was 5 shaku, the width was as wide as the palm of his hand, and its thickness was more like an iron plate than a sword. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to lift it. If they were to swing it around, it would tear off muscles and tendons, and easily break bones. With a sturdy bone structure, flexible muscles, and an extremely advanced sense of balance, someone possessing all these qualities could be said to be a kind of a genius. He controlled and killed the centrifugal force of the huge sword that wielded a grown man, and he gripped it with his unique gait and load shifting. Rani's great sword, the enormous energy it generates was fully connected to the next flash, and it overlaps. It was truly a foreign sword. It was the exact opposite of orthodox sword techniques, which aim to manipulate the sword as if it were your own hands and feet. Leto manipulated his body into the sword accessory. Instead of swinging the sword, he used his own body for the sword to swing around. The result was a combat technique that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people that couldn't be called swordsmanship or taijutsu. He acted like an amateur, leaving the center of gravity to the sword rather than himself. The power of the sword being swung at high speed makes it swung his body around, as if dancing. The violent slash that crushed the air would crush and bisect everything in its path, making it seem as if the giant sword were moving on its own. Leto's existence is like a decoration attached to the sword's handle, but due to the centrifugal force, the image of Leto's body being swung around disappeared, and now only the afterimage of the blade remained. The dancing giant sword was mythical. The blade of victory that was said to belong to Koreus, the god of valor, a magic sword that dances on its own in order to cut down its master's enemies. Lifeless and cold, the magic sword would not stop until it cut down its opponent. The pressure and madness that resided there was like a storm of swords, chilling the spines of all who saw it, regardless of friend or foe. It would cut right through even the most massive battle lines. Armor and shields were no better than cloth before that sword pressure. Even warriors who knew many formidable opponents couldn't accept this sight as reality. What Rani's Leto was holding was indeed the magic sword of Koreus. Exclamation point. Even Felworth Keithreton couldn't do anything in front of it. Unable to step into the sword storm in front of him, unable to thrust his spear, he simply widened the distance and avoid a direct hit. The strain of wielding such a heavy giant sword would definitely eat away at the wielder's physical strength, and he planned to wait for an opening. However, the sword's roar and speed never slowed down. Continuing to spit blood from the previous battle, swinging the sword, Leto dedicated everything, his life and all the talent that was bestowed to him, to this giant sword. It was no longer an effort but an act of madness. Leto was no longer a person, but the sword itself, and the demon sword, to which he had given his everything, danced with joy as it consumed his soul. There was no such thing as fatigue. What was there was a demon sword whose soul would continue to dance forever. The sword danced, playing the song of death, mocking the foolish person who had taken possession of God's property while in the body of a human being. Guff. Even though Felworth's body had deteriorated, his soul remained unclouded due to the many experiences he had accumulated. However, as long as he was human, it was not an opponent that Felworth could beat. A natural reaction for a living being. The overworked body and concentration, the body that had reached its limit screamed, and there was a momentary gap. He immediately readied his spear, but it was pointless. The blade swung down, slicing the iron core spear in half and slicing from his right shoulder. Felworth leaped, his face contorted in pain, escaping backward. As if the spell had been broken, the wind weakened and Leto appeared from within the storm. It's the closing curtain, Keithreton. If you were younger, you would still be able to dance, but your body has reached its limits. Cuckoo, the growth of young people is amazing. Felworth lifted his cheeks even as he fell to his knees, covered in sweat and his face contorted in pain. Shelnaviz, the madness that resides in that sword, revenge hum. Leto dragged his sword and closed the distance. His eyes narrowed and he opened his mouth. Save your preaching. I won't preach, I just feel pity. Leto pulled the sword from his waist with his left hand. It was once a sword bestowed upon him by the king along with the name Yagarinia. With that much training, that much talent, a warrior of your caliber would have accomplished their goal no matter what. No matter what kind the opponent is, as long as they are within the realm of humans. Even after losing all chance of victory, the old soldier still stood up. I praise you as a warrior. That's why I pity you. You won't gain anything. The blade called pride on the left. It could be called a useless struggle, and it was not a meaningful act. However, it was only the path he had taken and his pride that made the old general stand. "That's my decision, Keithton. I thought I told Ced to save your preach." However, the coolness reflected in his eyes. There was no fear, hatred, or even hostility toward Leto, just as he said. There was even the kind of emotion in his eyes that an old man would have for his grandson. "I see, certainly. This can also be called a sermon." Felworth laughed and his body relaxed. He seemed to fall down, but his feet took a step. It was elegant and exquisite. Literally the last swing of his life now. Leto only need to open up the distance and he would die. However, Leto complied and stepped in. Despite its weight, his sword caught the wind, chasing out from behind and taking the lead. From bottom right to top left. The sword accelerated as if scraping against the ground, easily cutting the old general's silver armor in half and splitting his torso into two. And while his torso was being slashed, Felworth's blade was swung into Leto's right arm. The blade, which advanced by inertia without putting any weight on it, had no power, and instead of cutting the arm in half, it carved a small cut there. That was the final moment of the old general. "General Keithton," a heartbreaking voice rang out. The soldiers of Alberan fell to their knees, and the soldiers of Leto cheered. Without looking at them, Leto touched the wound on his right arm. Then he picked up Felworth's sword and placed it in his left hand. "Take the helmet and bury him here just like this." But his neck. "Don't make me say it twice. This man is not a general, but a warrior. I don't have the pleasure of exposing that and getting credit for it," Leto said and looked up at the sky. He achieved the one thing he couldn't at that time due to his lack of strength, yet his heart did not clear. Something that clung to him didn't disappear. In any case, from the beginning, it was not to achieve something. It wasn't even for the sake of gaining something. Everything was already too late, and everything that was out of reach was now, in the distant past. He knew that nothing lies ahead. There is no meaning, no value. The wind blew through the meadow and he closed his eyes. Chapter 238, The Equinox of Good and Evil. What defines a person? Where does personality reside? It was a single contemplation. After several trials, the idea of transferring the brain and creating a new body in complete form seemed like a solution. However, the body created by magic self-destructed despite its perfection. Christie never doubted her own abilities. As long as there was time and materials, she believed she could create anything within her understanding and imagination. If there were mistakes, they were only in her knowledge, and failure was simply a manifestation of her ignorance. To her, the perfection she created had no mistakes. There were only gaps that she didn't know. For her, it was a logical conclusion that should be considered natural. She is convinced that it exists without knowing what that gaps is. For many, such thinking might be called arrogance, but not for her. She was, at least, far removed from the feeling arrogance than anyone. Unforgiving of her own ignorance and immaturity, she possessed a self-deprecating and self-harming objectivity. It's only natural that she could do everything only when that was fulfilled, while she met bare minimum for she set herself. What existed within her was that kind of distorted aesthetic. She was, more than anyone, a creature of humility and cowardly. She would never be satisfied, and she would never be able to affirm her own existence. That was why she showed such dependence on someone who accepted her. Analyze, grasp, and calculate all observable laws and principles. For her, that was one of the few bare minimum that she set. There was no such thing as something that cannot be done, and the minimum was precisely because it was possible. It was not arrogance within her, but an unquestionable fact. There were still laws in this world that she didn't know about. With that conviction, she thought only about that. She immersed herself in re-examining all uncertainties, exploring parts that differed from the laws of the world she envisioned, lining up various phenomena in parallel, experimenting, and calculating. At the end of it all, the question arose, why could her brain think so much? It was the brain that organizes thoughts, and all calculations and commands were issued by the brain. She thought so without any doubt, but the more she thought about it, the more questions arose. The brain emits signals. Nerves transmit them. However, This system naturally had its limits. At least it was impossible for the brain to process things faster than that signal. It was impossible to think about something in a time shorter than the speed of the signal, and considering the capacity of the brain, there was naturally a limit to how much thought can be processed. It goes without saying that she had performed a numerous calculation processing. First and foremost, it was outside the laws of physics that she knew. Stopping time, cutting space, numerous elaborate and intricate formula carved. The enormity was too much for her own brain to process, and the intricacy was far too advanced. Then, the word soul suddenly comes to mind. Christie had never seen it. Rather than being skeptical, she didn't believe in its existence. After all, Christie, who had killed more people than anyone, had never seen such a thing. But regardless of the truth, Berry and Gala had said that belief was important. If the two she trusted believed in it, it might not be bad to believe it too. For Christie, the soul was just that, and now its existence shone brightly. The name soul didn't matter. Was something in this world that generates consciousness and thought, but not brain exist? At least that hypothesis fit neatly into the gap she had. It had been handed down in many parts of the world since the time when people were still living primitive lives, and even today, various religions still believe in something similar to it. Many religions have different names and definitions, and the categories of creatures that hold them were also different. However, what they talked about was essentially the same. It is a word that indicates the essence of a creature that transcends its physical body. And that essence was will, consciousness, and because of that, humans could be humans. Was it perhaps that the human body cannot exist without the soul? Berry's body was perfect without a doubt, but what was missing was something called a soul. Magical power was influenced by consciousness and manipulated by will. What was will? What is consciousness? For Christie, it was not brain confined within a small skull. At least for Christie, her body was like a puppet. Instead of manipulating everything with signals, nerves, flesh, and reactions, she manipulated everything with magic. And what manipulated that magic was not her thinking brain. At least, even when she was asleep, magical power was always surrounding her body and maintaining it. Or perhaps, it was like a container for the soul to spend time in this world. Just as eyes allowed seeing things, tongues allowed tasting flavors, the brain processed all of these to sense and perceive the material world. And the semi-material existence, magic, connected it to the complete spiritual existence called the soul. This world was not only based on physical laws, but also on another laws. As long as one relies on the physical body, one would not be able to see or feel this overlapping world because the body was a receptor for sensing matter. If that was the case, the death of the body might not be death. As long as the soul does not die, if the soul can be maintained, it would be enough to simply reconstruct the body with magic. Everything scattered and vaguely floating seemed to come together. This hypothesis was halfway to a conclusion. To confirm it, one verification was needed. To completely stop thinking as a body and shift one's existence to the state of the soul. At least with her physical body, she couldn't even observe it. Without observation, there could be no analysis. Without analysis, there could be no understanding. To manipulate something called a soul, observation was the first step. She soaked her naked body in liquefied magic, put it inside her lungs, permeated it, and carved out a formula to maintain the body. Was this really okay? For a moment, fear sprouted. Shouldn't she made more meticulous preparations? For dealing with any situation that might arise, it would be better to take every possible measure. However, the image of Berry, contorting her face in pain, flashed in her mind. There was no time. Tomorrow she might be dead, the next moment she might be dead. There was no time to hesitate. Ah, Wani-sama. When she woke up, she was in bed. Sitting on the bed was Crescenta wearing a white one-piece dress. She gently caressed Krish's forehead as she slept in a pale pink nightgown. Celine's room, not Krish's room with Berry. Christie was a little confused, but she quickly peeked into her memories and understood the situation. Crescenta. Christie, how much? It's been 3 days. How are you feeling? Ah. Christie used magic to lift her arm, forming a fist and opening and closing it. She lifted both hands and feet in this way, raised herself, and smiled, saying there's no problem. Ahehe, thank you Crescenta. Chrisje won't fail this time. Chrisje finally. Wani-sama, we'll talk about that later. Things are a little bad right now. Bad, Crescenta held down Chrisje, who was about to stand up, and shouted Berry, saying that's not it. It's Selene-sama. Selene. Yes, the forces that rose up in Alberan have invaded us. With the entire western region under their control, General Carnarius could not hold out and barely withdrew successfully. It was said that former General Keithraton served as the rear, but he was probably killed in battle. Chrisje frowned. Why is Alberan? I also would like to ask the same thing. Just when negotiations for the last war have just begun. Anyway, the insurgent army occupied each city, and the main army was around 60,000. The Western Front army was destroyed. Lady Selene will lead Wani-sama army to the west. Selene is. Crescenta nodded and continued. As the queen, I would like Wani-sama to go. Even I don't have a clear grasp of the situation, and Selene-sama hasn't had time to prepare. Wani-sama army is excellent, but she was only able to bring in a little over 20,000 troops. If 60,000 enemies rush into the center all at once, we can't say for sure that everything will be okay. Krish's eyes wandered as she contemplated. The Albarinia army was strong, that was certain. However, facing double the enemy didn't mean an easy victory. The reason why Chrisje was able to win against twice as many enemies was because she uses herself, who will never lose peace, to hunt the enemy's head. However, at least in battles between armies, the number of soldiers in an army was essentially an absolute indicator. A strong soldier was just that, a strong soldier. 10,000 strong soldiers might have an advantage over the same number of soldiers, and might be equal to 10,000 or more normal soldiers, but that didn't mean they could take on twice or 3 times as many enemies. If they could do that, there would be no need for a plan in the battle between Bogan and Aleha. Selene was quite talented as a commander, and Kolkis and the others had more than enough abilities. If the opponent was incompetent, they might be able to overwhelm them, but if the opponent was a decent general, that wouldn't be an absolute advantage. Who is the enemy general? Lido Rani. It seems that he was the subordinate of Shelnaviz, the enemy general that Wani-sama killed last time. After the war, he switched to Arkaz and fought in the civil war as a confidant of the current king of Alberan, so I thought he was quite ambitious, but... Crescenta asked with a glance, and Chrisje shook her head. She had never heard his name before. They had killed the escorts, but he might one of those who slipped out. During the last war, Duke Ramin's headquarters were raided by a man who called himself that. From what the information gathered, he served as the king's right-hand man during the civil war and had great success. He's not an opponent to be underestimated, including his ability to gather that many troops through a simple uprising. I don't think I can feel safe with Selene-sama and Wani-sama's army alone. So, Wani-sama. Of course, the north and south have already moved, and Duke Ramin will lead his army as reinforcement in a little while. But if Wani-sama can go, then I can rest assured. Chrisje hugged her pillow and lowered her eyes. Indeed, from the information, it was quite a problem. If there were nothing else, she would be heading there right now. But, Berry is. Nothing changed. It's not going in a good direction, though. Crescenta narrowed her eyes and caressed her sister's cheek. I understand that Wani-sama is saving time for Argan-sama. But right now, time is scarce for us too. If, by any chance, something goes wrong and there are complications, the situation in Alberan, that is calm right now, might change. The same goes for Alberan. To soothe, to calm her down. The reason why Wani-sama and I are able to take time for Argan-sama is because we want peace to exist around the kingdom. I'm sure Wani-sama understand that as well. Chrisje nodded silently and then said, "This time it's true. Really, if Chrisje just have a little more time, Berry. Wani-sama. I don't doubt Wani-sama's abilities. If it were really a little later and Wani-sama could do it even today, I wouldn't say anything either. But that isn't the case, right? That's..." Crescenta kissed her sister's lips and whispered, "I'll do what I have to do, for Wani-sama and Argan-sama. Krish's long silver eyelashes quivered, her violet eyes flickered and moistened. She then silently nodded again. Krische will say goodbye, Berry. Yes, I have already informed Argan-sama briefly. I have some paperwork to do here. Krische get up and went straight out the door. Crescenta saw her off, lowered her eyes, and lie down on the bed. For Wani-sama and Argan-sama. She smiled bitterly and grabbed her pillow, pulling it close. Even if it can hold out, how many years are you planning on holding out? Of course, for as many decades as Krish-sama wishes. Even if life continues to be worse than it is now, there's no need to think about it. I've made an oath. Despite not even able to conceal the pain, Berry spoke those words without hesitation, smiling. It was as if she had forgotten how much she had suffered over the past year. However, Crescenta never forgot what she saw or the words that she heard. Crescenta, like Krische, did not have the ability to forget something. Argan-sama, are you still happy right now? If she had asked that, she would probably answered with a smile. As if she didn't know any misfortunate, with her usual expression, she would say, yes, very much. That is why I have decided to at least die to atone for Crescenta-sama's sins. From now on, Crescenta-sama will be able to find happiness. Crescenta-sama can finally sleep peacefully. If that happens, there will be no need for Crescenta-sama to commit any more sin in the future. Nora's words, from the a certain day, come to her mind. I believe that Crescenta-sama will be able to live a happy life without committing more sins. That's why I would like to settle Crescenta-sama's past sins here and let Crescenta-sama find happiness without sin. Saying that, she took her own life. Stupid, Crescenta thought. She must be hopelessly stupid. She couldn't even calculate the obvious profit loss that even a child would understand. There was no guarantee that her wish would be fulfilled, yet she took her own life. Nora. Alone in the room. You're an idiot. The girl whispered quietly. Chapter 239, Form of Love. Wrapped in a coat. Her long hair tied into two tails with a pale pink flower-shaped hair ornament. Krische quietly hugged the servant who was sitting on her bed. These days, it was more unusual to see her wearing an apron dress like this. Most of the time, she spent the day in negligee. Wearing the apron dress didn't necessarily mean she was in good health. My. Krish-sama, you don't have to make that kind of face, I'm fine. I'll be waiting for your return. Yes. The face she showed was pale, lacking color. It was chronic anemia. Without assistance from liquefied magic, she would have died long ago. Magic is the source of all and all is magic. In theory, magic had adaptability to change into everything there was in the world. If you liquefy dense magical power and give it to someone who is familiar with it, even a dying person could be revived. And without any doubt, it was fully demonstrating its effectiveness. Every time she was about to die, she was pulled back. Every day, Berry paced back and forth between the other shore and this one, barely holding her live. Still, she wore the apron dress as usual and greeted Cliché as a servant. Her hand gently caressed Cliché's hair, trembling slightly. She quickly let go and tightens his hold, killing the tremors. As if to hide it, as if ashamed of it. Chrische didn't point it out even though she knew. Pointing it out wouldn't make any difference. At least, Berry was that kind of person. Stubborn and obstinate. Chrische now understood the words Celine used to tell her. She never broke the rules she set for herself. She was more faithful to the self she desired more than anyone else. Perhaps that was something one could call pride. Even Chrische couldn't touch that pride, and Berry, understanding that, displayed that pride. It felt unavoidably unfair. But Chrische still loved that part of her too. Wait a little longer, it's really just a bit more. Yes. This time, it's really, really true. This time, Chrische won't disappoint Berry. Berry chuckled as Chrische said that, shaking her shoulder and laughing. If there's one thing that's difficult for Krish-sama, who can do anything to do, it's probably to disappoint me. It was a gentle voice. Being hated by me or me being disappointed in Krish-sama. Fufu, such a promise is not even a promise. It would be impossible for Krish-sama to disappoint me even if Krish-sama devote all your life to it. That's not it. Since Chrisjay found it, Chrisjay tilted her head and pressed her face into Berry's chest. Then Chrisjay continued. It's the soul. Soul? Yes. Humans do have souls. Chrisjay said and looked up. It's just as Obasan and Berry said. Chrisjay found it. Then she narrowed her eyes and caressed her cheek. Berry doesn't have to feel any pain anymore. All that's left to do is to safely extract it and find a method to stabilize it, and that'll solve everything. Now that Chrisjay is able to observe it, Chrisjay won't fail, and it won't be long before Chrisjay establish the method. So please wait just a little while, Chrisjay said. Soul, Berry repeated with a wry smile. She didn't believe it from the bottom of her heart. It seemed far-fetched to her, but she didn't doubt Chrisjay. I'm intrigued. I'd like to hear more about it. She took a small bag out of her pocket and hung the string around Krish's neck. First of all, let's make sure Krish-sama and Oju-sama return home safely. Fufu, for now, let's have some fun with this candy later. Carefully, she pulled 2 long silver tails from the cord. She then traced her hair ornament, checking for any tears. She narrowed her eyes at Krish's appearance and kissed her slowly. It was only a touch, but silence filled the time. Once she pulled away, she traced the girl's cherry lips and smiled as usual. I am looking forward to your return, Krish-sama. Yes. Krish'll be back soon, so, definitely. Yes, I swear on my name. Hihi, did I ever break my promise to Krish-sama? No. Chrisjay answered and kissed her. Then, Krish'll go. Yes, please be careful. Chrisjay nodded and leaves Berry, leaving the room without looking back. All sorts of emotions prevented her from looking at Berry any longer. After closing the door, she clenched her fist and bit her lip. At that moment, her purple eyes were filled with a chilling cold. It might look a bit timid, but as I said, I don't want to push too hard in the current situation. My idea is that if we're going to at least make a move, we'll wait until General Ramin comes. Do you have any objections? The next contact with the enemy would be tomorrow at the earliest. The tent was located a short distance away from the sea of trees to the west, where the enemy was invading. Inside the tent, Celine pointed to the map with her finger. Keith, Kolkis, Bagil, Aleha, and Western General Toluca Carnarius joined her. The general and the 4 army commanders looked at the map with serious faces and listened to Celine's words. Even if we include the militia, it's 30,000 at best. It's a little dangerous to step into that sea of trees against an enemy army that could number 40,000 to 60,000. Keith remarked and Celine nodded. The enemy had the advantage in numbers, and the conditions of the forest, the danger of jumping into it was clear. Soldiers from Eldrant were like hunters in every aspect. Facing them, who were used to the terrain of the forest, there was no doubt that even with the same number, they would be at a disadvantage. On the other hand, if it was on flat ground with good visibility, they wouldn't lose even if they were in a little disadvantage. It was simple logic. That was the first thing anyone would think, and it was a reasonable strategy. The problem was that they were in a situation where they had no choice but to make that choice. Currently, the enemy were in control. They were not choosing the battlefield, they were being forced to choose. That was the concern. We're stuck here, that's what worries me. Aleha brushes his brown gold hair and pressed his forehead, opening his mouth. The sea of trees is wide. If the enemy wishes, it will be possible for them to ignore us from the northeast or southeast and advance into the vicinity of the royal capital. If the enemy chooses to do so, then we will not be able to move at all. We should not lose information and mobility, Aleha continued. We are acting immediately based on highly accurate information. We are not without leeway. Even though our opponent is skilled in the forest, there are limits. We should continue to enter the sea of trees to the east and prepare for an ambush attack. Bagil nodded at these words and continued. I agree. There is certainly some risk of a head-on encounter, but in that case the opponent will also be forced to march considerably. If you just collide with the snake's head, our superiority in numbers will only depend on whether or not more enemies will follow. If the opponent is outnumbered, then we should be happy about the encounter. That's. You may be feeling uneasy about Krish-sama's absence, but this army is not one that would be defeated in a head-on encounter. Even if we were to run into an unexpected situation, we would be able to retreat to this point and start over. Selene and Keith were defensive, while Aleha and Begil were aggressive. Their words were not wrong either. If the opponent had a numerical advantage, it made sense to prioritize reducing the width of their battle front. If the two sides collide while marching, only the front one will fight, even if the army was 1,000,000 strong. As they said, numerical superiority became only a factor of how many follow-up enemies there were. Western General Toluca continued to investigate the enemy's movements even while retreating. Even with the forced march, there was still a little time to reach the eastern end of this western sea of trees. What about General Carnarius? Emotionally, I'd like to break through with the determination for a direct confrontation, as the other two said. I can't endure any more damage to our country. He was a slender old general. A face with noticeable wounds, a high nose, and stern eyes. A cleanly shaved cheek and white hair combed back. A man with a quiet pressure, displaying a serious demeanor. As the adjutant of Felworth, he had run through numerous battlefields and remained calm even though he was defeated. However, it would be best to keep in mind that the enemies are not going to be an easy opponent. There is a certain heir to them. Heir? Yes. Your father, the previous Margrave of Christand, and other people who were called heroes who leave their names behind in history. I have seen many of them in their youth, including friends and foes, along with Felworth's armor. It smells, he told them and looked at Selene. This time, the Commander-in-Chief Lido Rani, when I saw him in the previous war, he led a small army to our headquarters. When he escaped, I thought that he would one day become a famous general. Right now, he has grown in strength over the last 10 years and is once again pointing his sword at us as the supreme commander of the army. General Ramin mentioned having a familiar feeling too. Toluca nodded and drank the black bean tea in one breath. Even though we were outnumbered, if the opponent was an average general, we would have been able to hold out for a while longer. However, in the end, we had no choice but to have Felworth's armor become the rear. He clenched his fist to suppress his regret and continued. If Alberinius armor were here, this would have been a needless concern. But when it comes to a direct confrontation between armies, careful consideration is necessary. I agree with the two corps commanders about entering the forest, but it should be done with the premise of retreat. At the very least, they don't seem like a lukewarm opponent who can be destroyed easily. Selene lowered her eyes a little at those words and nodded. I understand. Even if I have excellent subordinates, I am not Chrisje. I think I know my own strength. Kolkis has the same opinion, right? Well, it's better to run into the enemies knowing the risk than to have them pass by without engaging. Kolkis laughed and said, it's better to keep battles simple. When it's hard to understand how things will move, it's better to just fire one shot without thinking and retreat. I'll go first. Yes. General Carnarius, could you please go ahead with Kolki's army? Yes. Kolkis and his second corps were the most powerful in frontal combat. Although there was some anxiety about the situation where the tactics of the forest are becoming stronger, there was no shortage as long as Toluca, who had more experience than anyone else, was there. It was certain that these two would be at the forefront. There was also a proposal to deploy Aleha, who excelled in intelligence and resourcefulness, but this time, retreat was the premise. She wanted to use him replacing the two that would retreat after inflicting a big blow. Selene understands caution and cowardice, boldness and recklessness clearly, and always thinks about how to make her excellent subordinates able to exert their maximum potential. Selene did not possess the qualities of a brave hero, but instead had the qualities to lead brave heroes. What she seek was not honor or fame, but the bare minimum that her immature self was capable of. Selene didn't have the confidence, pride, or even expectations for her own abilities. Everything around her, which was too excellent, had even taken away the feelings that should have naturally come to her. There is no value in herself who cannot even handle this much. Her obsessive thoughts were similar to those of her sister, and as such, she was more dedicated to her role than anyone else. Selene sipped the black bean tea and said, "We're going into the forest. Keith, you'll be at the rear and planning the retreat. Aleha will support Kolkis and his army in retreat, and Begil with me. Above are the basic roles. Let's work out the march route and detailed placement. General Carnarius, what did you see in the sea of trees during your retreat? Well then. The sky was thinly clouded, and the waning moon was reflected in a hazy image. A small hill in the plains behind the tent there. She sat on a wooden box and looked up at the sky. Well, it's quite picturesque. A deep voice called out to Celine, who was wearing riding pants and a cloak, looking unsexy. When she looked, Colchis in armor was smiling, holding a cup in both hands. There was steam coming from the cup and the faint smell of sweet milk. Celine smiled wryly and accepted it. It was warm milk. While saying that, you still bring me warm milk. You're still treating me like a child. Isn't it fine once in a while? Unlike alcohol, it helps you fall asleep easily. Colchis easily moved a barrel of water to the side. He looked up at the moon, squinted his eyes, and laughed. You had a troubled look. I became worried. You're being too frank. Isn't there a more roundabout way to say it? Well, it seems like I left all those clever lines in my mother's womb. Seems like it. Celine chuckled and said to Colchis, Chrische, Berry, and even Crescenta are pushing themselves. I'm the only one who can't help with anything. That's why I just want to at least give them some reassurance. Please leave the outside things to me, Celine said lonely. I have no intention of crossing this dangerous bridge, and as I said, our main purpose is to hold this place until General Ramin comes and General Garka and the others come around. I'm not looking for any credit or anything. I'm here with the intention of staying for 2 or 3 months, so I feel a bit bad for Colchis and the others. It's normal that Krish-sama is weird. There's no need to worry about her. Bogan-sama probably won't rush in this situation either. Colchis said in, tipping his cup. Don't be so condescending to yourself. Objectively speaking, Celine-sama doesn't even need to be compared to any ordinary general, and although I'm worried about the lack of experience, I'm not dissatisfied with the command thus far. Though it's not like I don't understand how Celine-sama feel. And he says it shyly. I was also able to work hard because Vereich was that, and that was because even a high-ranking opponent was within my reach. If I had had Krish-sama by my side when I was young, I would have felt the same way. Seeing Colchis like that, Celine smiled bitterly and said while wrapping the cup with both hands, It's not just that. It's not just about that kind of thing. It's more simple. She thought about it for a while and then let out a sigh. Colchis tilted his head. ? I wonder if you're surprised. I love Chrische. Colchis widens his eyes and Celine smiled bitterly. I think it's a very natural feeling to want to be helpful to someone you love. That's all I think about. If I can't do anything about Berry, I want to at least help her focus on that. I don't like being a hindrance to her, she muttered. The words that echoed quietly were filled with various emotions. I want the meaning of being by that child's side. So, at least I need to do the bare minimum that I have to do, or I can't forgive myself. Colchis stared at Celine and gave her the same wry smile. After a while, he looked up at the moon in the sky and said, I see. It's a complicated yet simple situation. It seems my concern was misplaced. He drank the contents of the cup, scratches his head shyly, and stood up. It's true that I'm grateful, you know? I feel a little refreshed. Please don't comfort me like that. Unlike that Vereich bastard, I don't know anything about things like this at all. Bogan-sama will surely be surprised if he heard it, Colchis said. Guess father will have to give up on seeing grandchild's face, Celine laughed. However, if that's the case, I'll have to work even harder. ? As a man whose master has confided such a maiden secret to him, I must cooperate with all my might. Striving for the beyond the best. With the usual hearty smile, he offered his firm right hand. Celine laughed and grabbed his hand, standing up as if being pulled up. Yes, I'm counting on you. But please don't do anything unreasonable. Like I said, only within your capability. I'm not looking for any credit or anything. All I want are words from the ones I love. Cuckoo, when a beautiful woman like Celine-sama says that, it's like I'm watching a play. Please don't make fun of me. Celine said shyly, drank the milk and handed it to Colchis. I'm sorry for making you worry. Thanks to you, I think I can rest well. There's no need to thank me. It's going to be a harsh battlefield starting tomorrow. Please take a good rest today. Yes, you should take your time too. Get some sleep. Colchis walked away waving a cup, and Celine saw him off at the tent. Then she sat down on the simple bed and took a deep breath. Please don't worry, Chrisje. I'll be fine. Drawing the sword from her waist, she prayed. She pressed her forehead against the sword. Did Wanisama leave? Yes, just a while ago. After seeing off Chrisje, Berry finished changing into her nightgown. Berry, who was looking at the cooking diary, straightened up and looked at the adorable visitor. Crescenta sat on the bed as usual and placed a small bottle on the side table. Berry smiled when she saw that. Thank you as always. Hee. I can't express my gratitude enough to Crescenta-sama. That's right, I'd appreciate it if you would thank me, Crescenta said, and she smiled. I tried to improve the medicine a little. Improvement. As usual, mix it with liquefaction magic, pour it into a cup, and pour it into Berry's mouth. And Berry drank it, as usual. Then Crescenta said, I've always thought that someday I'll kill you. Crescenta-sama, now that has come true, I feel refreshed. Crescenta smiled at her and stroked Berry's cheek. Endlessly affectionate and tender, as if pitying her. Don't worry. There's no pain. The usual smile had a stiffness to it. There was a tremor in her eyes, as if filled with fear. Argan-sama will die just like falling asleep. Crescenta stared at Berry with purple eyes that were different from usual. Berry understood the meaning and slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 240, Frozen Emotion. In the dense forest where trees thrive, there are limited paths that can be used for marching. The army divides into narrow paths, maintaining close coordination while advancing. The collision between the two forces occurred on the second day after entering the forest, in the afternoon as the sun began to set. It was on a road where carriages could barely pass each other. The commander himself stood at the front, wielding a large iron spear like a club and mowing down the enemy in silver armor with a tiger face. Drenched in the enemy's blood, he devoured their flesh, creating a one-sided massacre on the spot. In the kingdom, including all surrounding worlds, facing the most formidable Second Corps, that to be was expected. There was no one who could stand in front of the Second Corps led by Colchis other than soldiers who have also been trained in hell. The result of the encounter was unquestionably expected, and yet Colchis felt a sense of unease. Corps Commander, General Carnarius gives instructions to retreat. That was quick. Colchis naturally concluded that Carnarius was thinking the same thing. It was only natural that the Second Corps would win in a head-on collision. However, in this situation, it was hard to think of that as a matter of course. Colchis also felt a sense of discomfort due to the lack of significant resistance. Colchis always relied on intuition from experience rather than thought. The vast amount of experience that had been accumulated over the years, the answers that come out from there were faster than anything else and were more correct than anything else. If the answer he come up with after you stop and think about it was worth 100 points, then his intuitive judgment would be at most 70 to 80 points. However, speed was important on the battlefield. Losing 100 due to delay was worse than cutting thinking time to obtain 70. The 30 that was lacking could be compensated for through military training. That was the simple and clear tactical theory that Colchis had accumulated over the years. Although Colchis was unable to put trust in his own brain, he did not doubt his experience in fighting, being relied upon by the hero Chrystand as both a sword and a shield. In terms of ability, Nozen was better than him. As a warrior, Colchis was probably above him. In defense, Tyrius might be better. In tactics, Eluga might surpass him. Although the hero Bogan Chrystand was excellent, he was by no means the strongest general. However, if there's one thing that stood out, it's the eyes. There was no one better than Bogan when it comes to determining a person's abilities. His sharp, hawk-like gaze ruthlessly evaluates not only his enemies, but each and every one of his subordinates. The hero Chrystand, admired by the people, was a ruthless, almost pathological meritocrat on the battlefield. Chosen by such Bogan, he was given the position of Corps Commander. The Second Corps was Colchis's pride, and trusting his instincts was exactly the same as trusting the Bogan who chose him. Believing that there was nothing wrong with his late master's eyes was truly fanaticism, and for that reason, he had no hesitation at all. He mowed down the enemy soldiers in front of him and pointed his spear toward the sky, sending a signal by shaking its tip. It sends a signal by shaking its tip. Not even half an koku had passed since the encounter. The order to retreat was much too early. However, there was no need to raise his voice and issue instructions. When Kolkis, the commander of the army, sent a signal, the soldiers followed the instructions without a trace of doubt. What made the Second Corps invincible was their fanaticism towards the great warrior Kolkis. Without a doubt, one command could turn them into a suicide soldier. The Second Corps was a corps of warriors, all of whom were crazy, including their masters and servants. A head-on collision with the insane Second Corps. Looking at the ruins of the enemy's lead, which had collapsed in a moment, the Second Corps turned around and moved to the rear. It was undoubtedly a judgment made without any hesitation. As expected, you come. The surprise flank attack by the beast aimed to divide the Second Corps, came targeting the Silver Tiger. A monster that looked like a magical beast jumped out of the forest beside the road without making a sound. Kolkis dodged Lido Rani, who wielded a giant sword almost as tall as his own body, as if he had predicted it. TCH. A quiet click of the tongue. The V's hunter, wearing light clothing that exposed his bare skin, showed no sign of disturbance towards the unimaginable reaction. A giant sword swung from the left in a sweeping motion. Without breaking the inertia, it slid as if stepping to the side of Kolkis, who had leaped backward to evade. Not just sliding. In fact, carried by the centrifugal force of the giant sword, for a moment, all the weight disappeared from his body. For a first-time observer, it would be an unimaginable move with no chance of a reaction. Even if the opponent were a renowned warrior, the second attack, following the surprise, would be unavoidable. If the conditions of ambush aligned, it would be a lethal blow. Naive. However, the figure before him was not just any renowned warrior. Except for one person, he is probably the best warrior in the kingdom, the surrounding world. Kolkis Arjand adjusted the handle of the large iron spear and lifted the giant sword in response to the subsequent upward slash. The spear's entire body was made of steel, and the tip had a small sword-like point. The butt end was now that of a cavalry spear. He manipulated the insane large iron spear like a twig and raised the giant sword, and without a moment's delay, it was pierced with the butt end. Lido instantly twisted his body and used the centrifugal force of the giant sword to open up the distance. For nearly 10 years after the last war, Lido found himself in a hellish battlefield. Even as he wanders between life and death, he whipped his body and ran around the battlefield in the forest, vomiting blood. A man with an overflowing talent and a power that he had acquired through blood-splashing effort, but he was not the only one like that. The Silver Tiger's armor sparkled in crimson. While swinging such a large spear, there was no shift in the center of gravity. Seemingly rough yet delicate, the trajectory of the spear was optimized for efficiency. Combat techniques are nothing but violence, but when violence goes beyond a certain range, there was beauty in it even though it is violence. Just as Lido's is the same, so is the spear wielded by Kolkis Arjand. The beauty of the spear was captivating. The tranquility of the stance. The state he had reached after devoting his talent and soul was truly that of art. It thrust its legs like an animal, and Lido felt his soul tremble as he looked up at it. I recognize you. You're the enemy of Kanalua's warriors. It was the man he saw that night. Alberinia's army commander. With his appearance, the battle line supported by the hunting party collapsed. I recognize that giant sword, too. It's the runway of that night. Kolkis also recalled the same scene from a different perspective. Then, with the visor down, he searched for my surroundings just by listening to the sounds. The enemy is an elite even considering the condition of a surprise attack. They matched the warriors Kolkis has on his side. It was not an ordinary unit. Probably, they are his direct subordinates. Remembering the strength of the guerrilla troops that had resisted the Second Corps breakthrough that night, he realized that this wasn't a feint. Your plan went haywire, kid. You might be aiming for the side of the snake, but your predictions were off, and both heads end up clashing. It was a bit too late to cut off the snake's head. Advancing through the forest was inevitable. There was no choice but to form a column. Including those walking in the forest on the side, there are only a few hundred members of the Second Corps here. If they were to receive such an ambush from a side attack, no matter how strong the Second Corps was, it would be divided. Their miscalculation was due to Colchis' quick judgment. As a result, the blow that was supposed to split the snack neck ended up hitting the hard head. This was at least not the intended result. Slow down. Just keep retreating. We know the enemy's strength. Colchis raised his voice. Directly in front, the leading formation of the enemy was in ruins. They cannot move immediately, scared from the previous battle. The only thing they need to worry about was the side attack led by this man. And as the condition of surprise fades with time eventually, the situation here would turn in favor of the Second Corps. The opponent was strong, but facing the soldiers directly under the direct command of Colchis was a heavy burden. A retreat was entirely possible. This is Colchis Arjand, commander of the Second Corps of the Central Alberania Army. Do you have a name for yourself? He pointed the tip of his spear and announced. The black-haired young man, who was in a four-legged position, lifted himself up and whispered, Alberania. Direct Corps of the Battle Princess, Shelnaviz. Hunting Squad Leader Lido of Rani. That's a familiar name, too. Shelnaviz, a general on the Elderant side. It was the name of the opponent Chrisje defeated in the last battle. I see, it boils down to revenge. That's easy to understand. Lido said nothing and frowned at him, and Colchis laughed behind his visor. What? I'm not making fun of you. There are valid grudges for valid reasons, and there are plenty of them floating around on the battlefield. It's not a bad reason to fight. Colchis continued, it's just the enemy is bad. I heard the same words from Keithriton. Where is Alberinia? Well, if you can, you should do your best to find out. I'm telling you, if you have trouble dealing with me, you won't even be able to step on Krishsama's shadow. As he spoke, Colchis thought that his opponent had a next move. Otherwise, the situation would have been a desperate one to approach him recklessly considering the path they came from. Colchis assumed there was a detour from the outside. The enemy numbered between 40,000 and 60,000 judging from the location of the collision. It was not a forced march. The forced march was probably on by both wings. They were circumventing the forest, enclosing it from the outside. Their target was the main camp. The enemy's goal was to block the movements of the main army, then divide the leading Second Corps and destroy each one individually. The enemy's intention would not be fulfilled due to their miscalculation. At the very least, the Second Corps could still join the main camp. However, the question was how much can they escape from this sea of trees while minimizing the overall damage? He had no choice but to leave that to Aleha and Keith. Keeping his eyes on Lido Rani, Colchis listened to the sounds. The element of surprise was lost, and what ensued was a stalemate. The fire has already gone out from this place. If you don't come, I'll just let you leave. If a stalemate were to occur, the Second Corps would have the local advantage. The opponent must kill Colchis to regain their advantage here. However, considering Colchis' objectives, he didn't want to continue this precarious situation, even if they had the upper hand. They both probably didn't want a prolonged battle here. If you come, I'll accept it. I'm sure we'll have a good fight. Of course, both you and I will be risking our lives. The soldiers directly under Lido's surroundings, these men looked at their commander, Lido. There was still fighting spirit in his eyes. They were looking to Lido for instructions. We'll meet again soon. The decisive battle is not here. Lido lightly raises his palm, and in response to that signal, his soldiers slowly retreat. However, what caught Colchis' attention was the gaze of the soldiers beside him. Several of the men clearly wanted to continue the battle, and for a moment there was a look in their eyes that urged Lido to reconsider. It soon disappeared, but Colchis didn't miss it. Well, it's good that they understand. I look forward to seeing what you'll show me. That was not all. It was a conviction. An attack on the main camp through a large detour and a surprise attack on the Second Corps. Even after that plan collapsed, the enemy had something up their sleeve to defeat Colchis in this situation. Whether it was a tactical move or something else. But they kept it in reserve. Colchis stepped back, looking at Leto, and distancing himself from him. There was a need for vigilance. At least, Colchis believed there was something beyond his imagination, and he took twice the usual distance before turning his back. Leto remained motionless, staring eerily at Colchis, and simply watched him leave. As he watched the second corp left, Leto reorganized the disrupted front line. Instructions were rapidly given, and the front line, which had lost its morale, moved into the forest. The rear of the column remained as it was, aligning its steps with the front line. "Are you sure, Captain? That man is no ordinary warrior. We have to deal with him now." "It's fine. This time the target is Alberania." Leto answered his subordinate's words. Alberania's direct military forces came out as expected. However, they still haven't been able to locate Alberania. When I think of Alberania, I think of Shelna. It's not for sentimental reasons. Shelna had an unusually clear intuition. She always came to a definitive conclusion, as if looking down on the entire battlefield from the sky. In terms of strategy, tactics, and sword skills, Leto still didn't feel like he could defeat Shelna back then. It wouldn't have been difficult to defeat Colchis Argent here, a blue staff that shoots out magic power as aggressive particles if he had the power of that magic crystal. But such a warrior. If he was defeated, Alberania would definitely realize that there was some kind of trick and be wary. At least, he thought Shelna would notice that. Even if Shelna was on the battlefield for 1,000 years, she would not be defeated. No matter how difficult a situation she finds herself in, she would always be able to get out of it with her sword skills and wits. Shelna was such a genius. However, Alberania easily defeated Shelna along with the hunting party she had left behind. Her ability was already beyond Leto's comprehension. Only by putting his best on top of his best could he finally have a chance to defeat her. For that reason, he couldn't provide any information. If we don't defeat Alberania, it will be impossible to continue the war against Alberan. As we have decided, this time we will only aim at Alberania, in order to create the conditions for a surefire kill. His blood trembled in front of the warrior Colchis. If they had continued to fight as they were, it would have been a fight to the death, with their souls at stake, just as Colchis had said. Or maybe there was a reason why he felt that way. He didn't want to kill such a great warrior in such a despicable way. At the very least, there was no doubt that the conclusion was a combination of calculation and psychology, reason and emotion mixed together in his mind. Whether it was his own weakness or not. He was here with the intention of abandoning all emotions, and he was here with the resolution to do whatever it takes. But there could have been any number of ways. Even without using such a large-scale method, he could have spent years establishing a base in the royal capital and aiming to assassinate her. The reason why I chose the battlefield was because there was something that still remained within Leto here. The smiles of his comrades and Shelna's voice. Everything that was burned into his mind was on the battlefield, and the choices that led him to this point were nothing but emotional. In the fight with Keithraton, he was convinced his my heart. A battlefield is nothing but unreasonable, no matter how you decorate it. It was a cruel world, ruled by only one law, the strong unilaterally taking the lives of the weak. Once you step in there, there were no excuses. Those who died, died because they were weak. The answer was nothing more or less, and according to that law, both Shelna and Leto killed many people in the name of justice. Having killed so much, it was not logical to hold a grudge. They never apologized to those they had killed. In the end, his desire for revenge against Alberania was not based on logic, but on emotion. The sense of legitimacy I felt at the time faded over time. Even so, what was the reason for being here? Something left behind? ? No matter how I answer it, no matter what reason I give it, in the end, I'm here just to get back what I left behind that day. After the Civil War ended, he went to the graves of Shelna and the others almost every day. His wife followed along without saying a word and offered something on the grave. There was a gentle happiness there, and everything was about to become a memory. It's just an emotional reason. I'm a stupid person. I can't move forward until I get that back. That's why I'm glad from the bottom of my heart that you guys came with me. The man's eyes widened, then he smiled and said, What are you talking about, Captain? More than half of the surviving hunting party was still here with Leto. Just like Leto, to bring back something they left behind. The Sword Princesses hound you are the leader. Just like back then. We will swing our swords together with the captain until we die. Those words flowed inside Leto as if they were deeply ingrained. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. Thank you, he said, and he realized it was a word he hadn't said in a while. To Toba, to Fini, to them. It was a normal thing to say, as a normal human being. That was probably one of the things that Leto left behind. We will defeat Alberinia, please help me. The men smiled and nodded at those words. The Alberinia army left the center to Kolkis's 2nd Corps and the right flank to Aleja's 4th Corps. Keith's 1st Corps worked with the militia on the rear left flank to maneuver the retreat, while Bagil's 3rd Corps in the central headquarters stood guard on the left flank. The left wing was made thinner because the main road in the center and the south were separated by a river. Coincidentally, Celine and the other advanced to the place of the decisive battle with Alga Hilkintos. On the right, the north side, was the forest. The left side, south, despite being squeezed between the fast-flowing river, had a quite open space in the forest. The bridge behind, dropped by Chris J, was rebuilt to be sturdy, and there were no significant difficulties in retreating. Aleja would handle the northern detour, and if the enemy came from the south by a large detour, Keith would respond, buying time. Commander Ramin has discovered an enemy detour group. We are delaying it. Tell Aleja to delay as much as possible. As soon as we meet up with the 2nd Corps, the main force will begin retreating. Celine gives instructions to the messenger from horseback. The 2nd Corps had already engaged the head of the enemy. Celine felt relieved when she saw that they had started retreating, but had returned safely. It seems that the enemy's commander-in-chief, Lido Rani, had launched a surprise attack using the head of the as a decoy. The aim was probably to divide the 2nd Corps. He was such an aggressive commander that at first glance he seemed reckless. Even though he had an advantage in military strength, he lead his forces and goes to whittle down the enemy's strength himself. He must be very confident in his own strength. However, he was not a reckless idiot. The enemy, with this blitzkrieg invasion and superior military strength, was not letting their guard down. Even though they had the upper hand, they were trying to further reduce military strength and create an overwhelming situation. He was not reckless, but rather cautious. Judging from the northern detour, it seemed that they had expected this side to enter the forest despite being inferior in numbers. A formidable opponent who doesn't let his guard down. Yes, indeed. In this situation, it's unusual for our side to step into the forest. But the enemy seems to have narrowed down their focus. Bagil, who was by her side, said, and Celine nodded. After all, the purpose is to defeat this Alberinia army, right? It seems so to me. If it were a normal army, if it was a normal general, they wouldn't enter the forest. It would be foolish to step into the sea of trees where the enemy was invading when they were outnumbered and have no information. The only reason Celine chose it was because it was the strongest army in the kingdom. Otherwise, no matter what the others said, she would never have stepped into the sea of trees like this. And the fact that they had read their movements meant that they had assumed from the beginning that the Alberinia army would be here. Defeat the kingdom's strongest army, and completely control the initiative. That was likely the enemy's goal. A bit early, but let's retreat as planned. If the enemy intended to take on this army after suffering such a major defeat, it's too dangerous in the forest. I have no objection. If this is the battlefield chosen by the opponent, then we should avoid it. Bagil answered and asked. Then after retreating, as planned, we will meet up with General Ramin and blockade the royal capital side of the Sea of Trees while gathering troops from the rear. If the enemy was targeting this army, it is unlikely that they have already divided their forces. If we do well, we will be able to reach the royal capital area. Maybe we can aim for victory without causing any damage. If the enemy had not planned for this army to invade from the beginning, it would have been dangerous to remain outside. If the other party intended to ravage the royal capital area, the response would inevitably be delayed. However, if the enemy was targeting only this army, the story would be different. There would probably be some delays due to the opponent's policy change. Even if they ignore this and advance into the royal capital area, it wouldn't happen immediately. Together with Tech Rare, Selene can adjust the outside situation to a certain extent. If we get relentlessly pursued, we'll hit them with Jarea Gashia. It might be a little tough later on though. There's no need to hesitate. It's like releasing countless green tigers into the forest. There's no better thing to use as a delay than this. Jarea Gashia is assigned to Keith and the 1st Corps in the rear along with the engineering squad. If the pursuit was severe, they were to spread it and destroy the pursuing force. The problem was that they couldn't be recovered after being scattered in the forest with poor visibility, but they can think about that after the war. It's not bad, she nodded. She came to this conclusion after thinking so much that it gave her a headache. Selene did not believe that her abilities were superior. Her inexperienced brain didn't have any kind of instantaneous power, and there was no guarantee that she would be able to come up with a decent answer if it came to a spur-of-the-moment decision. However, if she examines all possibilities one by one and accumulates them, she would be able to issue perfect instructions as a general. No matter what the situation is, if she could assumes everything in advance and comes to a conclusion, she could make choice without thinking. This was the only technique that Selene, who was inexperienced, could use to fight on an equal footing with others. At least with an army this large, she could fight a battle that they would never lose. And in this battle, as long as Selene didn't lose, it would directly lead to victory. In front, where the forest narrowed, Toluca, who had been leading the way with the 2nd Corps, appeared with a column, and then, after a short while, the Silver Tiger armor Kolkis. Begil, I'll send the 2nd Corps first. You will be the rear. Yes, as planned. And when Bega was about to nod, a voice like a scream came from behind him. He turned around immediately, but his eyes did not catch the cause. Selene. It landed from above, behind Selene and the others who turned around. Chris J. The situation is... In front was an 8-Shaku 2 Usuiko with 2 large bags strapped to his waist, an intimidating large figure. Sitting on top of it was a silver-haired girl. Her long hair swings like 2 tails, and under her cloak was a dress, arm guards, leg guards, and 2 curved swords at her waist. Her fairy-like beauty was endlessly cold, and there was no emotion in her purple eyes. Why are you here? Chris J heard from Crescenta that Selene seems to be facing a dangerous opponent. Krish learned this right away. How is the situation? Selene widens her eyes for a moment, bites her lip and clenches her fist. She then lowered her eyes and said as she suppressed all her emotions. The enemy number is between 40,000 and 60,000, and now we've dealt blows to thwart the enemy's initial move as they invade from the Sea of Trees. We plan to retreat from now on. Really? The enemy is over there. Yes, Kolkis said he saw what looks like an enemy general. Hearing those words, Chris J stared ahead. Kolkis, who seemed to recognize Chris J and quickened his pace, was already nearby. Krish-sama. Is the commander-in-chief from over there? Most likely. Then, there is a change of plans. Selene, we will continue to formation here. Wait a minute. Selene shook her head and looked up at her. We're not prepared to meet the enemy here. No matter what you do, it's absurd. Selene. Chris J said and jumped off from above Midoriya. He then approached Selene and stroked her cheek. Chris J, just want to get this stupid thing over with and go home. Chris J doesn't care about preparations or anything like that. Chris J will prepare it, and Chris J will finish it all. Her purple eyes showed that she wouldn't take a no. And yet, those words sounded like a busy mother trying to soothe an upset child. If the other person wasn't Selene, it probably would have been a much more high-handed statement. She was here, leaving Berry behind, which was Krish's priority. Selene could understand her emotions better than anyone else. Selene, you don't have to worry about anything. As long as Selene leave everything to Chris J like always, that's fine. That's why her words gouged Selene's heart. Her body freezes, her vision blurring, and she closed her eyes to keep it from spilling over as she looked down. Understood. After saying this, Chris J, who did not even notice her sister's state, turned to Kolkis. Kolkis looked at Selene and Chris J with eyes that looked like they were seeing something painful. The 2nd and 3rd Corps will stand side by side here. What we're doing is disposing of the remaining enemies, so it's not a big job. Disposal of remaining enemies? Yes. Chris J touched the bag on the Suiko's waist. When it landed, a hard, high-pitched tone rang out. Chris J will kill most of them, so please deal with the rest. It was the sound of a large amount of magic crystal packed in a bag. Chapter 241, A Maiden's Unwanted Heroic Epic. Leto had brought 50,000 soldiers with him. On the left wing, 10,000 soldiers for day-touring flanking attack from the north targeting the enemy's main camp. On the right wing, 15,000 soldiers for a large-scale attack from the river targeting the enemy's rear. If it was Albarinia, she would surely step into the forest. Their move was based on that assumption. No matter how great Alberan was, there was a limit to the speed at which information could be transmitted. In this invasion that prioritized speed, the enemy wouldn't be able to prepare for a perfect defense. At most, the one that would come were just a few of the army. Considering their inferior forces, Leto didn't expect for direct confrontation in the forest. Instead, he decided to adopt a hit-and-run tactic to stop their initial advance. Leto wanted to create a situation where he and Albarinia would directly fight each other. He planned to target the main camp from the side, disrupt the rear, and lure the enemy's main camp out directly in front of Leto. According to the information gathered, Albarinia was an extremely aggressive commander who favored decapitation, headhunting the enemy's commander. Surrounded like that, if Leto, the general, appeared in the front, there was a high probability that she would launch a counterattack. The enemy's main attack Kulki's Argan's judgment. High control and command ability of enemy the left wing. There was a slight discrepancy in his predictions, but if Albarinia was here, things should proceed as expected. Therefore, Leto didn't think this situation was that bad. His miscalculation was that the person who led the Albarinia army was not Albarinia, but the kingdom's Marshal Selim Christand, but he never noticed this miscalculation. What are they thinking? The place where Albarinia once fought against Oregon Hilkintos. Although it was sandwiched between a forest to the north and a river to the south, there was a wide grassland in the sea of trees. The Albarinia's army, forming 2 corps of about 10,000 soldiers, was confidently positioned there. And at the forefront was a girl with long silver hair, sitting on a jade-colored tiger. It was the first time Leto had seen her, but he had no doubt that it was her. She had a small body even from a distance, and wore a fluttering cloak that could be grabbed in the event of a melee. Her floating appearance was completely unsuitable for the battlefield. No, that was probably not the only reason why she looks floating. The moment he stepped out of the forest path and stood here, he felt an inexplicable pressure on his entire body. Those 10,000 was not like the line of battle earlier, set up by Kulki's Argand and his warriors. They were forming naturally in awe of the girl alone at the front. How convenient. Form battle formation. Ha. Not trembling like a warrior, no, not like when facing Felworth Keithreton or Kulki's Argand. There was no overwhelming blood boiling in the face of revenge. Rather, it felt like cold water was poured into his boiling blood. Leto involuntarily looked at his trembling palms. Am I scared? He asked himself, scanning the surroundings. The soldiers around him also raised their voices and started forming battle lines. However, something was off. Something was going awry. Their voices were slightly strained. Or perhaps, they were exerting too much force. It was as if they were suppressing fear with determination. Leto wasn't the only one trembling. What Albarinia took was an action that was too difficult to understand. The Northern Corps is doing well to holding back their offensive. It would probably have taken some time for those detouring from the south to engage the enemy's rear. However, that was only for a short time. For the Albarinia army's main camp, they should have retreated during this time. Whether they aimed for a counterattack or retaliation, it was essential to at least show a pretense of withdrawing. Especially in an environment where the numerical advantage in the forest made it difficult to use surprise attacks, the significance of their actions became apparent only when the large army faced a real threat. It would have been foolish to conduct a brazen frontal battle in such an open place. It would be great if they had superior military strength, but both locally and overall, they were at a huge disadvantage. Even if they were to take this kind of action, the enemy should prepare at the exit to this space where Leto and his army were currently standing. There was no tactical sense in forming such a ridiculous line of battle, facing each other with the bridge behind Leto. Now that it had become like this, it had become impossible for Alberinia's main camp to completely retreat. Tactically and strategically, it was incomprehensible. No, that was probably why it was so eerie. Now, in order for the Alberinia army to leave this forest safely, it has become essential for them to defeat these 25,000 troops led by Leto. In other words, Alberinia intends to crush Leto from now on with less than half its number. It was mad and reckless. Leto had both wings took a detour. There were no reports of ambushes. They couldn't see the iron golems that were said to have been used in the battles with Gulshan and Elsren. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't make sense. However, the sight of Alberinia in front of them just watching form as they formed battle line without any instructions gives them a sense of inexplicable fear. It felt as if everything in this space was in the stomach of a huge creature. The dominance was theirs, the advantage was also theirs. But regardless of such logic, a heavy air clung to their body. Alberinia, what are you? I don't know. But be careful. At least as means there's a good chance of winning from her point of view. Leto had no choice but to answer the question. At least if Leto was in the opposite position, it seemed there was no way to turn the situation around from there. Even if you disregarded victory or defeat, this would only further improve the advantage of their side. There seemed to be no advantage for Alberinia. And the same goes for the soldiers she led. Confusion seemed to exist not only on Leto's side, but also on Alberan's soldiers. In such a situation, they simply watched silently as the superior enemy forces formed their battle lines. This clearly deviated from the logic of military tactics. It didn't even exist in the original plan. To the Alberan soldiers, all that was conveyed to them in this short time was the information that Alberinia had a secret plan. The soldiers of Alberan couldn't help but look at each other in the heavy atmosphere, but they didn't disobey orders, and the reason they formed a battle line like this was the result of their training and experience. They knew very well what kind of being Alberinia was. This seemingly reckless behavior was by no means the first time they have had experienced. Opinions were divided about her personality, but at least there was no one in this army who doubted her overwhelming strength and abilities. Alberinia easily defeated Gulshan, Eldorant, Elsren, the invasion that everyone felt despair over. Her power was beyond doubt, and she challenged the godlike ancient dragon, allowed their mana, true name, and won friendship. She was truly a living myth. Therefore, they looked at Alberinia with a slight awe and eyes full of strong expectations. And, paying no heed to their gaze, Alberinia begins to move. When Alberinia saw that the battle line of the Vesrea army was mostly completed, she made the Suiko walk. The soldiers moved slowly and looked at each other, wondering if it were greeting the start of the war, but after walking a short distance, the Suiko stopped in the middle of both armies. Then, Alberinia cut off the two large bags that were carried around the Suiko's waist with her curved sword, opened it violently to the surrounding. Scattered across the grassland were countless magic crystals. With that, the Suiko yawned and, thinking that the work was over, turned away from the place and headed towards Alberan's main camp. Then, just as the Suiko jumped over the line of battle, the girl took one of them in her hands and smashed it. With a high-pitched sound, the hard magic crystal turned into a blue and dense magical power that even those without magical power could detect, and all of the magical power generated from the first magic crystal was transferred into the girl's hands. In compressed time, mere curves of light intersected and parted. The three-dimensional blue geometric pattern was like a flame on the girl's hand. One could say it was a kind of arithmetic circuit. A virtual brain that took the girl's thoughts that transcend even time to even greater heights. What it signifies was just one law and logic. To many, it would have looked like a dance or something. As if a shrine maiden were bringing down a god upon herself. Or as if she were stepping into that realm herself. As she spun around as if dancing, the girl's cloak and her long hair swayed, and all the magic crystals scattered on the grassland shattered. Along with a hard chain that shook the heavens, the girl was surrounded by blue flames and blue curves. Murmurs arose from both sides. At least there was no one here who could tell what it was or what she was doing. It was a collection of magical circles that were as delicate and beautiful were works of art, and horrifyingly numerous. Her long silver hair, like two tails, swayed from side to side even though there was no wind, and her cloak fluted. A blue light flew around her, and within it Albarinia held her hand above her head. The blue light gathered on the girl's small palm, changed shape, and emitted a dazzling light. The light was much longer than the girl's height, and a sound like the crackling air echoed in all directions around her. To describe it, it was something like a spear. Or perhaps it was the lightning itself. It was the spear through which the thunder god showed its wrath, a lance of storms that would engulf and burn everything in the lower world. What clearly separated God and humans, heaven and earth? The girl who grasped the tremendous power ran lightly, simply pushing the violence in her hands forward. No one was able to react to the approaching girl and her spear. Not the apprentice who had never killed a person. Not the masters who had dedicated their life to martial arts like a monk. Not even the renowned hero in that society. Indiscriminately, unreserved, and irrationally. A flash of light came before the roar and filled the heavens and earth, turning everything into nothingness. A flash of light that pierced the left flank of the Vesraya army's battle line raised a pillar of fire that scorched the sky, and a beat later, a roar shook the air and the earth. Everyone present was stunned and stopped moving. When the flash disappears and the smoke cleared a moment later, there was earth that had been gouged out and melted. Naturally, the thousands of soldiers on the left wing who had formed a battle line had disappeared. No, there was some remnants of it, like rain falling from the sky. If they were lucky, they might have been allowed to fall to the ground with parts of their body still intact. What is certain is that everyone who was there at center of explosion, from ordinary soldiers to famous heroes, ended the lives that they had accumulated at that moment. The girl moved naturally and without hesitation. Violence was in her hands. Her second lightning spear was aimed at the battle line of the right wing. The same scene from before was reenacted, with a mist of evaporating body fluids and carbonized and molten flesh falling onto the ground a little later. Albarinia's warriors still remained stiff, staring at the scene in shock. Hi. Retreat. Fall back. In a world where time has stopped, the warriors of the Vesraya army were the first to move. The difference in reaction was natural, because the clear death and violence was directed only to their side. This place was a world ruled by only one law and logic. Everyone understood that it would be foolhardy to confront this. Just as there was no one who would raise their sword or shield against a storm, this could be called a natural providence. No matter how many forces they gathered, no matter how many formations they created, no matter how harsh the training they underwent, or how much effort they put into. In the end, they were truly weak creatures who had no means of resisting the will of God. There were some who couldn't accept reality and was left standing still. After being blown away, some of them crouched down, barely able to catch their breath. Naturally, many of those who survived began to retreat, and even the brave warriors who were supposed to be in command shouted and ordered a retreat on their own without even waiting for instructions from the general. In this place, Albarinia was the only god. With 2 spears, the battle was decided, but regardless, Albarinia produced a third spear and threw it directly in front. It was like kicking a pebble along the road, and there was no particular meaning behind it. Even if she had just walked, they would have cleared a path and run away from her. She knew that, but it didn't matter. She threw it. A pillar of fire went up. Another 2,000 to 3,000 lives disappear. To her it seemed something was in the way, and with that light feeling she took thousands of lives effortlessly. The ultimate in logic that someone called a genius could finally weave after spending hundreds of years. In the blink of an eye, calculated and woven, the spear was an art of theoretical limits incomparable to the breath of a dragon, an efficiently executed death itself. The lightning spear, which pierces and disintegrates battle lines at random, was a violence too powerful for an individual to possess, yet she had no hesitation or fear in using it. Everything that met her eyes seemed unpleasant, actively obstructing her. That alone was enough for her to kill them all. To her, this world was full of things that didn't matter. She was not interested in their lives, nor was she interested in what efforts they had made to be where they were, what good deeds they had done, and what evil deeds they had done. Everything they had accumulated up to that point was equally worthless to her. Her balance scale would not waver in the slightest, no matter how many thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of their lives were added up. She had been that way since her birth and continued to be so. Born as a princess of a kingdom, she was born with an abnormality. The girl moved forward without paying attention to everything she has killed. She was surrounded by countless blue magical circles, her cloak was fluttering, and her 2 long silver hairs, tied with pale crimson garlands, swung from side to side. She was not even running. The blue curve on the girl's back. The magic generated wings and pushed her body up into the air. She lightly jumped over the hole in the battle line that she had created pointlessly and landed. The enemy's main camp was right in front of her, and seeing that the Supreme Commander was not running away, she walked forward. "Are you the Supreme Commander?" In a daze, she addressed the young man holding a huge sword, continuing her approach without stopping. She wasn't particularly seeking an answer. All she needed to do was kill them all, regardless of the answer. "That's right." The young man Lido Rani held his giant sword as if dragging it and looked at the soldiers on either side of him. Despite this situation, the soldiers nodded and killed their fear. Everyone now knew without a shadow of a doubt that they would die together with this commander. They spread out and took the left and right sides of the girl who was walking towards them. Everyone was now working solely to give meaning to their death. Shelna's enemy. "I'll take your life, Alberinia." When Lido shouted and charged in, Chrische on the other hand stopped. She merely glanced at the soldiers on her left and right, and that was it. The blue curves that had been floating ran like lightning towards them, reaching their chests or the magic crystals they held. The last thing they saw was the lifeless purple eyes that seemed endlessly cold. In an instant, a blue light enveloped them, and with an explosive sound, flesh and blood exploded and scattered. Without doing anything, their existence simply disappears. If one had to give a reason, it would be because they went against the only law and logic. It was a death that left no room for further discussion. Lido was no longer shaken by the tragic death of his comrade with whom he had fought for many years, and even by the fact that he had lost everything he needed to win. He swung the sword, unleashing a slash as if wringing out everything he had built up over the years. The girl, with a slight movement of her upper body, easily evaded it. She continued to dodge the subsequent strikes, each one coming closer to her like the thickness of a piece of paper. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, 7th, 8th, everything Lido had built up in the art of war, the girl simply avoided. It was a battle that could not be called a battle, evident to anyone who witnessed it. What faced each other were not child and adult, as was only a single law. A blade that will never reach. There is a gap between heaven and earth that could never be crossed, even if that person was a warrior or possessed the highest level of martial arts. There is an absolute rift in power that it would be presumptuous to even compare them to one another. That thing should be called a mere providence. Frozen purple eyes stared intently at Lido, who was swinging his sword at herself. For Lido, it felt like he was facing a shadow that he could never cut down. He realized that the power he had cultivated through the hellish battlefield was worthless in front of the girl. The girl calmly dodged his sword and tilted her head expressionlessly. It was an eerie gesture, like a doll. Could it be? Is this the end? Using all the magic in his body, he grasped all the power generated by the giant sword. He tried to hit her with such violence that his own body was torn to shreds. His sword was now producing speeds that exceeded even Lido's perception. However, the girl still dodged it, looked at Lido, and pulled out her curved sword, sliding her blade into the giant sword. She hit Lido's blade diagonally, making a small dent in the blade, and then swung it out. It was an eerily elegant and precise sword swing. The giant sword, inherited from his father, was cut in half by the girl's small curved sword, and Lido suddenly loses its inertia and fell down to his knee. "I praise you as a warrior. But that's precisely why I pity you. You won't gain anything." Those words came to his mind. What was in front of him was someone that no matter how hard one tried, there was no way anyone could reach her. "When you say an enemy, do you mean revenge from the previous battle?" The girl's steel-reinforced boots kicked up Lido's stomach as he fell down. The power was unimaginable from her slender and petite physique. The blow that pierced through his abdominal muscles destroyed the internal organs, and his muscular body floated up along with a dull sound. But why did you attack when you're so weak? Leto coughed blood as he holds his left side and stood up. Still he tried to slam his bare fist into the girl. Gah! So that this doesn't happen, Chris J. The girl's curved sword easily severed the base of his arm, and at the same time, she kicked his body and made him fall. Even though you're so weak, Berry is in trouble, and you get in Krish's way. The girl was not exposed to even a single drop of blood. Besides, you were the ones who attacked in the first place. The girl twisted her beautiful face and held her forehead. Then she stomps on Leto's remaining left arm. Ah, it's kind of irritating. Leto looked at the girl who was trying to kill him. Shelna's body didn't even have any scratches from the slashing, it was clean. The battle was probably one-sided. It was a scene she had saw alone. Enough. As he tried to say something, Chris J easily cut his neck in half. Then she grabbed the head, stuck the neck through the tip of the flag that had just been rolling, stuck it to the ground, and turned towards Alberan's army. Celine, Kolkis, and Begil. Even the commander couldn't move or even make a sound when they saw that scene, and if that was the case, so were the soldiers. Among them, a commander wearing black armor shouted out the victory of the great Alvarinia before anyone else. He too froze. It was merely a voice he raised in an instant to ascertain victory, to prevent Albarinia, whom he admired, from committing any more slaughter. The warriors in black armor responded, and the soldiers raised their voices as well. What many of them feel about Albarinia's power is awe and reverence that could be called fear. Literally, one person won against an army. There had been many people in the past who have been called gods of war, etc., but it was impossible for anyone other than the girl in front of them to be true to those words. If it was spoken, it was a kind of myth, a heroic tale. The fairy tales that they had known as fantasies filled with vanity when they grew up were now reality in front of their eyes. A child abandoned by the royal family was picked up by a hero, became a warrior, became a hero, and even reached the realm of gods. They needed a way to come to terms with everything that was unrealistic that had just happened in front of them. That was why they trembled and loudly praised the hero Albarinia to the heavens. The child of God, guided by destiny. A born hero. What was needed in order to accept her immense individuality was faith, and their voice simply resonates as if to suppress the fear of the abnormality that she was. The girl, with cold eyes, listened to the cheers. She didn't seek praise, honor, or faith, none of it. All she thought about was the woman waiting for her return. Needless to say, the battle ended shortly thereafter. The girl, who left everything to her older sister and her subordinates, headed for the capital with the Suiko running. She sometimes clutched the small bag around her neck. For her, it was more important than anything else, a promise. She did her best to the very limit, but she was still anxious. However, when she returned this candy to her as usual, she was finally able to find some relief. In just a few moments, her wish will come true. While she was helplessly resentful of them getting in her way, she tried to imagine her smile as much as possible, and tried not to think about it, forgetting that she on the battlefield and thinking only about her. Kiss her and apologize. Then, she would reassure her that it would only be a little while longer. When all was said and done, things would be the same as before. They would continue their daily life as usual, as if nothing changed. That was all that girl wanted, and she wanted to do so many things that would make her happy so that she could forget all the pain she was going through. The girl believed that was why she was here, and she had no doubts about that. The girl's place was not on the battlefield, but in the estate where she was waiting. Once the royal capital was in sight, she pushed her pet and hurried along while apologizing. And so she ran through the royal capital like the wind, in front of the familiar mansion. She took the bag from around her neck and stepped into her room from her balcony, not even sparing time to enter through her front door. However, there was no one on the bed, only a servant with black hair cut to shoulder length. When the servant saw the girl appeared, she was dumbfounded, then contorted her face, covered her face with her hands, and fell to her knees. The girl asked timidly, feeling her imagination flicker, something she didn't want to think about. Contrary to her faint hopes, The servant shook her head. The pouch in her hand fell onto the floor. Unable to pick it up, she just stood there in a daze. As if time had stopped, as if temperature had been lost. The world had lost its color and her thoughts refused understood it. Wobbling, her eyes swimming around. The girl pressed her own forehead and shook her head. Unwilling to admit that the irrecoverable time, the most precious thing in this world, was lost to her. The loud voices of praise from the battlefield echoed in her head, like ringing in her ears. As if afraid of the girl, fearing her. The voices that loudly praised the girl's unwanted heroic epic. Chapter 242, The Ocean's Frog. Wani-sama, today I made your favorite pumpkin pie. The girl who entered the room had a bright voice. With golden hair shining in red, the girl adorned in a beautiful white one-piece dress approached the bed, holding a plate. And nodded to Crescenta as she entered, and quietly went outside. Knowing she wouldn't respond, Crescenta sat down on the bed, placed the plate of pumpkin pie on the bedside table, and stroked her sister's cheek as she lay there. She wasn't asleep. However, it couldn't be said that she was awake either. Her gaze was empty, staying motionless as if she had turned into a mere doll, staring into the void. When Crescenta lifted her sister's body up, she felt that she had become somewhat more slim. Skillfully using a fork with her right hand, she took a bite of the pumpkin pie and brought it to her sister's mouth. "Sister, please eat. It's my masterpiece." Pressing it to her lips, she slowly opened her mouth, bite into the pumpkin pie, and immediately swallowed it. For a few days, she did not eat or even drink water, and felt uneasy about Krish's deteriorating health, pleaded earnestly, and finally got her to eat, but she never moved on her own. She neither cried nor showed sadness or anger. She had been like this since she returned. "Crescenta, I'm not hungry." "That's impossible. I'm going to make sure Wani-sama eat everything today too." "Wani-sama need to get well soon," Crescenta said, and Chrische listened without emotion. Crescenta didn't pay it any attention. Care moved on to the next pie. Eating was just a chore. After finishing the meal as if it were an obligation, Chrische lay down. Crescenta tried to say something, but stopped and lowered her eyes. "I'm going to clean up then," she said in a cheerful voice, and leaves the room. Leaning against the door, she sighed quietly and asked, "What is it?" Her black hair was tied to the side, and looked at Crescenta with concern and lowered her eyes. "No." She glared at On in annoyance, then looked away. "Celine-sama is supposed to come home today. Maybe that will change things for the better. You stay by Wani-sama's side and take care of her while I'm gone, making sure she doesn't do anything strange." And nodded and answered yes, then opened her mouth again, stopped. "What is it?" Crescenta asked again, and then bowed her head. "My apologize. Of all things, I had harbored improper imagination about your Majesty the Queen." Then she looked up at her, and looked straight at Crescenta. "However, regardless of the truth behind those imagination, I love and respect your Majesty as the person I should serve. I just wanted to convey that." Crescenta looked back at Anne, and said exasperated, "Unfortunately, I don't believe in words. However, I believe that there are some things that cannot be conveyed without words. Therefore, I would like to convey this to your Majesty at least once. Please forgive my rudeness." Crescenta stared at the servant and looked away from her. "Really, you all are incompetent servants, hum. Do as you please." Crescenta said that and left, until her figure disappeared around the corner of the hallway, and continued bowing her head. It was truly a bolt out of the blue. Chrische literally flew through the forest, swinging lightning spears. She must have seemed like a real disaster to many soldiers. No, even more than that. Chrische unleashed thunder spear that easily swept away not only dozens but over thousands of soldiers. Celine realized once again that even Jure Gashia and Bormja Ile were nothing more than something that limited her. Chrische possessed immense power, capable of bending the laws of the world and even stopping time if she wished. She could understand why she was able to fight against that dragon. The principle of magic itself is quite simple once you get used to it, so I asked Chrische a long time ago to keep it a secret and refrain from using it recklessly. It's a power that can become anything you want. When she told Berry about Krish's action of stopping time to save her, she said that troubledly. Berry always knows all about Chrische. She understood the reasons and intentions behind hiding it, but there was always a slight, faint feeling inside her, a feeling that washed away with happiness. It was always like that. Celine always had two opposing feelings. Beautiful emotions and gloomy, sticky emotions. Something trivial, something small. When it comes to Berry, she didn't care about anything else and would do anything for Berry. That's the Chrische that Celine knew, but Celine loved her and she also loved Berry. That's why it was finer. Celine-sama, I think you also have imagined it sometimes, don't you? If Argan-sama wasn't here, then… Crescenta words struck a chord in her. There was no way those words come truly from her heart, but even so, she felt annoyed for a moment because she couldn't say for sure that there weren't any sticky feelings agitated by those words. I want a meaning of being by that child's side. So, at least I need to do the bare minimum that I have to do, or I can't forgive myself. She wanted to prove it. She could literally risk my life for them. That she would do anything within her power. She wanted to prove to herself that she truly loved them, regardless of the mixed feelings inside her. Even if she couldn't do something like Chrische or Crescenta or Berry did, she wanted to be of help. Compared to them, she was hopelessly small and has only a tiny amount of power, but if she used all of her body and soul to the best of her ability, she could become their strength no matter how little. Celine just wanted them to believe that. The result was this. As Krish-sama said, it is just a cleanup. It won't take that much effort. Celine-sama, please leave it to us and go back. General Ramin will also arrive in a while. You have a terrible face. If I may be rude to say this as a soldier, Celine-sama is in danger right now. Don't push yourself too hard now. Kolkis said, as if he was seeing something painful and worried. I just want to say this. Neither I nor anyone thought there was any problems with Celine-sama's tactics. It was not lacking ability. Even without Krish-sama, we would have been able to get through this. Don't blame yourself. Celine-sama didn't do anything wrong. Is that a kind comfort for your benefactor's daughter? Feel free to accept it in any way you like. However, I want Celine-sama to believe that what I am not saying was really not just a lip service. She wanted to throw a tantrum like a child. However, Celine had some faith in the meaning of his words, and she appreciated and understood his concern. Not wanting to disappoint him, she followed his advice. She didn't do anything on the battlefield. Without even doing the minimum work, she was sent back to the estate. Marshal, the battlefield is. Chrische killed the enemy general and ended it. Afterwards, General Carnarius will lead the battle to wipe out the remnants. I'll tell you the situation. General Ramin will continue to help with that. On the way, they passed each other and she told Tekria, who had a doubtful expression about the situation and simple instructions before returning. Feeling pathetic, wishing she could die. Then she returned to the estate. Was she awake or was she asleep? Even she herself wasn't sure about that. Night she woke up gazing at the sleeping Crescenta next to her, looking tired, and got up. She knew that she was making the people around her worried, but she couldn't do anything about it. She tried to think of something, but she couldn't think of anything, and her head was so foggy that she couldn't understand herself. When she ate something, it tastes like she was chewing sand. Even though I could taste sweet and spicy food, she didn't feel that anything she ate was delicious. She should have been thirsty and hungry, but she didn't feel like eating or drinking anything. For example, I would be very sad if Katushu-sama, Oju-sama, or the Krish-sama were to lose their lives in an unexpected accident. It will be so hard that I won't be able to eat my favorite dishes. Many people feel that way when they lose their loved ones. Recalling those words, she looked around. Berry was nowhere to be found. Perhaps that was why she was like this. She tried to think, but it quickly faded away. She heard that Berry was dead. Did she really die? She tilted her head wondering. Chrische didn't watch her die. Maybe she was not dead. Maybe she was out there somewhere. If she was not in the room, where was she? Sneaking out of her bed, she quietly walked over and opened the door. She searched around the estate one by one, starting from the second floor. She could see Anne and Elvina sleeping, but Berry wasn't there. She looked at the storeroom and maybe the bathhouse. But Berry wasn't there after all. The most likely location was the last. However, she felt strangely hesitant about stepping into that area. She looked around at all the other rooms, and if there was a place where she might found her, that would be the only one. Thinking back, she haven't went to the kitchen for a while, so maybe she was in here after all. Maybe she was heating up some milk because she couldn't sleep. Resolving herself, she opened the door. A neatly arranged kitchen came into view. On the shelves were Berry's prided spices from various places. Even though his was just salt, the variety was vast, and numerous cooking utensils hung, along with countless cooking facilities. Over the years, their number had increased. When she saw the kitchen for the first time, she was just amazed, saying amazing, amazing. The passion she put into cooking was beyond Krish's. A room prepared solely for cooking food. Each high-quality tool was prepared for even the most trivial tasks in cooking. She was far beyond what Krish thought of. If she were to have a meal, she wanted it to be at least a delicious dish. This was an atelier dedicated to pursuing taste. Berry was the first culinary artist that Krish had ever seen. If nutrition could be obtained, that was enough. For the sake of a meal, pouring enormous effort and seemingly unnecessary labor to pursue the value of simply being delicious. Pouring her heart and soul into making someone happy. That way of being was a surprise to Krish. Not to showcase her own excellence, not to seek reciprocation, just to give. Her way of thinking was fundamentally different from Krish, who thought only that she should give back what she was given. Berry generously gave everything she had cultivated to the freeloader Krish, a stranger she met for the first time. Her knowledge, experience, and everything that comes after a lot of effort. Even when it comes to techniques and even the smallest tools, she never hesitated. The more she spent time with her, the more she realized that it wasn't just about cooking, it was about everything. If they requested, then it's too late. When Gatushu-sama, Oju-sama, or guests think, it would be nice if this or that were here, it should have already been prepared beforehand. Being able to anticipate, think ahead, and secretly create such an environment is what makes a good servant. Give everything the other person wants before they ask, and it didn't matter if they were grateful or not. Her way of thinking surprised her in many ways, as she used to think of servants as just people who did housework. Berry Argan was a servant who did her best for the happiness of others, and her way of life, where S always puts others before herself, was endlessly charming. Krish wanted to become her servant. Help her cook, help her with her work. She wanted to help her find happiness. She was able to be happy just by making someone else happy, and for Krish, that was the most social and ideal way to live. Berry. When they came to this mansion, the two of them put a lot of thought into the layout of the cooking utensils and equipment, and the kitchen was optimized for use by the two of them. However, it felt kind of cold right now. There was no one but Krish in the dark kitchen where only a little moonlight shone through. She looked at the surroundings in a daze, walked around in circles, and then sat down, feeling weak. Berry was nowhere to be found. She reached into the drawer and took one of the knives inside. It was Berry's favorite small knife. The knife was only a knife, but it looked strangely shiny. Worn from use but without any dullness, it was not an extraordinary item in terms of simple appearance. It was not among the highest quality knives in the kitchen. Nesama bought it for me a long time ago, but she remembered her happy face, and that was why she looked so beautiful. At the same time, she realized that she would never be able to see that face again. She realized that she had no choice but to spend a long time like this. Everything suddenly felt like it had faded. No hugs, no pats on the head, no kisses. Not only that, herself. She had noticed it many times and understood it, but it disappeared from her thoughts. However, now that she had a knife in her hand, she felt impulsive. Unconsciously, she suddenly pressed the tip of it against her neck. Krish. The voice stopped her and pushed her down. Her arm was grabbed, and the knife was taken away. Celine. Don't think about anything stupid. Celine embraced Krish so hard that it hurt, dazedly. Celine was shaking while holding her. She had just came back, but she knew what happened without even asking. When she came back, she noticed that the doors were open everywhere, which was unusual, and Celine hurried to the kitchen right away. And she saw the Krish holding a knife to her neck. please." Tears spilled, and her face twisted. She was pathetic and helpless. She wasn't trusted by either Chrische or Crescenta, and she couldn't even be entrusted with anything. No matter what the outcome was, Berry wasn't there. She didn't know if it was her fault or not. However, Celine could only think of it as her fault. If it had been her father instead of Celine, or if it had been Nozen, Chrische might have left everything to them. But since it was Celine, Chrische left Berry behind and entered the battlefield. Not only was she useless, but she was nothing more than a baggage. "Sorry." Chrische listened and said dazedly. "Celine didn't do anything wrong. Chrische is the one who," while being hugged by Celine. "Chrische, it's just a little bit more," so Chrische asked her to wait a little more. Chrische said in a toneless voice. But Chrische, in the end, couldn't make it. Then, what was the point of asking Berry to endure it? Slowly and intermittently, Chrische just tormented Berry and made her feel pain, and in the end, Chrische just wanted to make Berry happy. Chrische tilted her head. She couldn't think straight. "Celine, where did Berry go?" "She hasn't been anywhere since Chrische came back." Chrische still haven't given the candy back to Berry. Celine simply put strength into her arms. If she didn't do that, Chrische might just disappear like this. Celine sniffled and told Chrische, "I'm probably just going out for a while. It's late today, so you should get some rest." It was the kind of thing one would say to a small child, calming her down, letting her rest, and sort out her feelings. She couldn't do anything, so if there was anything she could do, it was that. Going out? Yes. It's okay, just take a break. But Berry's not in shape to go. Chrische, it's okay, it's fine. You might not believe me, but because she couldn't be believed, it turned out like this. Celine knew that. She didn't have confidence in whether she could really reassure her. "Please take care of Krish-sama." What would have happened if she and Berry were in opposite positions? She was sure Berry could have easily reassured and comforted Chrische. Berry could do anything. Whatever she did, she was much better than Celine. She was very different from Celine Christand, who couldn't do anything. Chrische nodded. "Chrische, understand. So that's what it mean. Chrische, people have souls. Chrische, know that." Immediately, her voice became clear. Celine looked at Chrische with suspicion. Everyone said that when the body dies, the soul goes to heaven, and Chrische know that feeling. Ehehe, Krish sure Berry feels the same way. The body ID gone, and Berry's soul just floated away somewhere. "K Krish." Chrische slipped out of Celine's arms and smiled with the moonlight behind her. His purple eyes were shining madly. That was dangerous. "Chrische needs to go pick up Berry." "Wait." Chrische. Ignoring Celine's voice as if she couldn't hear, Chrische went out through the back door. Celine froze, slumped on her floor with her hands outstretched, hugging her knees and letting out sobs like an abandoned child. "Wani-sama." Perhaps she noticed Celine's loud voice. Crescenta was the first to come down. Crescenta saw Celine sitting on her floor, her eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes turned to her back door, which was still open. "Celine-sama, where is Wani-sama?" Celine's response was so small that she couldn't hear it. Crescenta asked irritably, "I can't hear you. Don't cry and speak clearly." "Shut up. I don't know." And he shouted, "All of you, me." To the frozen Crescenta, she weakly muttered, "Just, what am I supposed to do?" Her voice mixed with sobbing. Chapter 243, Eternal Nestling. Despite being the king of a country, she didn't bring any escort with her. Under the moonlight, with a trail of red and gold, and wearing a thin pink negligee, Crescenta patted the Suiko on the back. Over there. Where her sister was going she didn't know, but she would at least need a lot of magical power if she was going to do anything. Holding on to the Suiko's stiff fur, she headed from the royal territory to the roof of the first-class city. What she saw there was a pillar of light extending from the factory to the sky. It seemed like a huge amount of magical power was rising up. There was no need to think about what it was. She knew that no one but her sister had done it. From a distance, she stared at it, trying to decipher the meaning of that magical power. She didn't want to waste even a little bit of time. She was a little apprehensive, and she had expected it. However, the situation was much worse than she imagined. It was like pulling out the base of a building block. It felt like the various things that had been supporting Crescenta's surrounding crumbled with a loud noise. And that was something that she had to avoid. Please, never blame yourself. Whatever the outcome, Crescenta-sama's choice is definitely not something to be blamed for. You're really hopeless, Even though you're about to die, is it the time to be worried about others? Yes. If I were to die, it would be precisely for that reason, I think. I love Crescenta-sama from the bottom of my heart. Just like how Crescenta-sama loves me. When she think back on it, she thought. That was when everything started to went crazy. That servant got sick, and then everything went crazy. It's your fault. Something heavy was swirling around in her stomach. Even if she wanted to vomit, she couldn't, and it kept accumulating. A worn-out face came to mind, the face distorted in pain. Even if you can endure it, how many years are you planning on holding out? Of course, for as many decades as Krish-sama wishes. Even if life continues to be worse than it is now, there's no need to think about it. I've made an oath. And that smile too. Did she want to end it? Didn't she don't want to see that any longer? Was it because she was worried about her sister, who was clearly staking her life and heading off to do dangerous research? The reasons were unclear even to her. However, it seemed like there was no other option, that's why. Why, Your Majesty the Queen, Nagel-sama, what about Wani-sama? Jumping over countless rooftops and rampart. With the Suiko's speed, it would take less than half a koku to reach the factory outside the royal capital. On the plains outside in the factory surrounded by distorted walls, the factory manager, Nagel, was about to jump on a horse. When he recognized Crescenta, he hurriedly got off the horse he just rode and kneeled. Save the greeting, explain the situation. She came a while ago, saying she would use the magic crystals and suddenly, where? This way. He must have just woken up. His hair was curly and his face clearly showed confusion. Still, perhaps because he understood that Crescenta, who was wearing a nightgown, was on urgent business, he immediately started running towards the large warehouse. Crescenta let the Suiko return and followed him. There, as far as the eye could see, were low-purity magic crystals piled up that was used for Bomjaire. There should have been a stockpile like a small mountain, but a third of it had disappeared. Your Majesty, please be quiet for a moment. The consumed amount of magic crystals was abnormal. The magic crystals that were piled up in this large warehouse, which stretches for 4.5 ri, were collected by the country on a yearly basis. Even though the purity was low, if Chris J and Crescenta feel like it, they could easily wipe out a fortress city with just the taken magic crystals. The financial loss didn't matter. All she wanted to know was what her sister had done with that much magical power. The pillar of light was definitely here. The surrounding magical power contained the remains of a technique that curved space. It matched what she saw from a distance. Did Wani-sama say anything? To the ancient Dragon-sama's place. Spatial teleportation, When Crescenta swung her arms, she shattered the magic crystals around her, converting them into her own magical power and impurities. The low-purity magic crystal had a lot of things mixed in with it, and it took some effort to engrave the magic formula, but if it was just converting it into magic power, there would be no problem. Crescenta did not know the exact whereabouts of the dragon. She also did not know the exact distance from here to Arbiagle, but it would be enough if she could fly close. She had never experienced spatial teleportation. She didn't even know how to do it. But all she had to do was figure it out right here. Wisdom acquired from birth. If it's not useful even here, then it had no value. She danced, her skirt swaying, her golden hair sparkling red. The way she spun around seemed like a kind of dance, and as if in response, the magic crystals shattered with a hard sound. The blue light danced around the girl like a fairy, imprinting her graceful yet numerous techniques into the sky. Nagel's eyes were captivated by the fantastic sight, and he immediately closed them. Gradually, a light emitted from around the girl that made him unable to keep his eyes open, and a strong wind swirled around, almost blowing his body away, and a second pillar of light stretched toward the sky. Arbiagel's forbidden area. Traces of lava remaining from the battle, a distant mountain carved out. In the vast crater, there was only one person and one dragon. The gigantic beast that lifted its body on a moonlit night, a dragon. The silver girl stepped in front it. In her nightgown, she held a rabbit in her hand that struggled wildly. It's a request I cannot guarantee. I'm not particularly good at magic, and I'm not good at fine handling like you. Chris J just needs Regal Avesan to supply Chris J with magic power. For now, it looks like Chris J will need a lot of magical power to go find Berry, so I'm just asking Mr. Liga Rave. The silver-haired girl said, her purple eyes shining in the moonlight. Regal Ave narrowed their eyes and looked at her little girl. Many dragons died in battles, but there were also some who perished for reasons other than that. Question mark. It was what you're attempting to do. Dragons who were interested in magic tried to explore the depths of the world with questions and inquisitive minds, and never returned. They stretched their tower-like neck and thrust their gigantic face in front of the girl. Just like that small one was swallowed up by my magical power, even the dragon will be swallowed up by something deep within and disappear. Stop it. This is my advice as a friend, Chris J. Regal Ave shook their magic and spoke. You, like us, will be able to carve out eternity. And once you experience it, you will understand how imprudent what you are about to do now is. That small thing you're attached to has only been with you for at most 10 years compared to thousands of years. It's like a blink of an eye. A blink of an eye. Correct. The magic power quivered intermittently. We, too, had our youth. Similarly, there were times when I felt joy, fear, anger, and sadness over trivial things, but those days are long gone now. It's just a part of the memories that I sometimes recall and enjoy. That's what will happen to you, too. Regal Ave continued. That is why I think it's a shame that someone like you would be lost due to such carelessness. I understand your intentions, but eventually, it's not about time. Berry made a promise to Chris J. Chris J said, interrupting them. Berry promised to wait for Chris J to come back. Berry promised to be with Chris J forever, and Berry said she'd be with Chris J until Chris J got tired of her. Berry said she would never make Chris J sad. Just spinning the words that she remembered. Chris J, Berry haven't even welcomed home Chris J. Chris J is not even tired of Berry yet. Berry won't break her word. Chris J came home late and Berry just went out for a while. So Chris J is just bringing her back, Chris J said. Only her eyes were shining madly in the moonlight. Berry will definitely be with Chris J. Pure as a child, yet, indeed, it could be called madness. In her immaculate purity, she allowed not even the slightest taint. She didn't have the slightest hesitation that normal people have and simply continued to be greedy for her own desires. From now on, and for forever, Chris J will always be with Berry. She was an eternal hatchling. Chasing after the first thing she laid eyes on, an eternal hatchling. Even with wings that could soar freely in the sky, even with claws that could tear everything apart, even with a beak that could swallow anything, she neither left the nest nor sought freedom. No matter how many hundreds of years, thousands of years, or tens of thousands of years, Chris J will never get tired of Berry for the rest of her life, and Berry will keep her promise to Chris J. She would surely become the ruler of the world. She could stir up storms with her wings throughout the entire world. However, what she sought was a small birdcage that was infinitely kind. Her own little cage where only beautiful things were confined within. No matter how graceful and strong her body was, to Chris J she was still a chick. Berry will be together with Chris J. The baby, who was born perfect without any flaws and didn't even cry out, was crying out for the one thing that filled the flaw that had occurred within herself. Precisely because she was born perfect, she cried. Chris J will forever always be Berry's. Because it was her who created the flaw in the girl's perfection, entered and filled it. Regal Ave gazed at the girl with their reddish-purple eyes and closed them. Their behavior seemed strangely human, as if they were stunned. To say that the death of that small one and our agreement have nothing to do with each other is surely a little irresponsible. If you wish, I won't stop you. I'll cooperate. However, as a friend, I hope for your safety, Chris J. Chrische looked up at Regal Ave and smiled, waving her arm. The magic crystal wall behind Regal Ave was instantly chipped away and turned into magical power. A blue light that filled the sky wrapped around the girl's body. Then, she casually bent the rabbit's neck in her hand, lay down on the spot, and closed her eyes. The magical power that enveloped the girl's body continued to wrap around her, lines that resembled insanity, condensed, and then, suddenly, she stopped her movements. Regal Ave watched her and then turned his gaze to the western sky. A pillar of light was forming there, just as it had been when she appeared from above. Why Krishsama and Queen Alberan? Don't ask me, Varus. Krishsama and her sister, that's probably the cause of the pillar of light. Vinthril shook his head at Varus's words. The people who appeared were Varus, the guardian of the forbidden area, Vinthril, the chief warrior of Krasharana, and several others. A pillar of light emanated from the heavens. As soon as he recognized it, he made the griffin flap its wings. However, the Krasharana warriors who noticed something abnormal arrived after the girl who appeared later. They were shaken, transforming her magic into wings. The second pillar of light, a girl who literally, from the western sky using enormous magical power, overtook them like an arrow and had already reached the dragon. From the pillar of heaven, the girl flies into the sky, without even a griffin. And she was the queen of Alberan. The situation was more than enough to be called abnormal, and there were two people at the Holy Spirit's place. She was Queen Crescenta of the Kingdom of Alberan, and lying there was the queen's sister Chrische. Even though they were in a place like this, they were both still in their nightgowns. She looked stern, very different from the Queen Vinthril had seen before. She was showing her emotions. Why didn't you stop her? I stopped her, however, her will was firm. Exclamation point. Crescenta glared at Regal Ave with irritation and told him, if Wanisama doesn't come back, you should remember this, you lizard. I'll kill you. Vinthril and the others, who were about to land a little far away, suddenly looked at each other. It was a very disrespectful insult. Vinthril becomes even warier when he saw the discrepancy from his previous impression of her. There was no way she hadn't noticed Vinthril and the others, but even then, she was like this. She was getting emotional. And at a glance, she had extraordinary magical power wrapped around her body. They recalled Krish's previous battle. When he saw this girl passing the griffin earlier, she could easily imagine that Queen Alberan had similar powers. Vinthril and the others looked at each other, but the Holy Spirit in question narrowed their eyes, trembling their magic intermittently with amusement. How pleasant. However, it's just right. You can take over, like Chrische. You seem to be quite adept at handling magic. The possibility of her returning may increase slightly. You don't need to tell me, I can't leave this to you. Crescenta also took a breath and lowered her eyes, without showing any more hostility toward Regal Ave. Without disdaining to get dirty, she knelt by the girl's side, placed her hand on her, and flowed magic power into her body. Just like the other day, the heart was beating. However, there was no movement of magic power in her body. Does Wanisama have a plan? That's what I heard. It seems she had discovered the essence of a soul residing in everything. Discover? Crescenta furrowed. She said all she had to do was extract it from that little one and transfer it to a new body, but she died before that, right? She stiffened and looked up at Regal Ave. Her eyes flickered unsteadily. Wanisama said that? Have you not heard? When she woke up, Crescenta suddenly remembered Chrische, who seemed to be in a good mood. Ehehe, thank you, Crescenta. Chrische won't fail this time. Finally, Chrische. Crescenta covered her mouth in shock. Regal Ave continued without waiting for any response. If you kill the beast and follow its soul, you will arrive at the place where that little one went, but that's the extent of that girl's calculations. They sounded calm and indifferent. The place where that girl went is probably a place where even dragons can't return from. Whether that girl can keep herself there, whether she found the small one's soul, whether there is anything left of her, whether she will be able to return safely from there. Regal Ave lowered their body and closed their eyes. Even if you think about it just for a moment, there are many problems. There's a better chance that you and I will kill each other than for that girl to come back safely. Crescenta, who heard that. Please never blame yourself. remembered the words of the servant she had killed. Whatever the outcome, Crescenta-sama's choice is definitely not something to be blamed for. She remained silent, frozen in place. Chapter 244, Mana, True Name. The world is made up of many overlapping dimensions. If the physical dimension is a book like the one Berry read to her, The World of Stories, then there is also a dimension in which Berry and Chrisjay, who were turning the pages of the book, exist. If magic were to be likened to ink, it was the ink that could stop time, twist space, and change and alter the world itself as if altering the story. A physical law is nothing more than one law that is currently stable, a single concept that moves the physical dimension through the correlation of particles. If she were to use the ink called magic, stopping time or twisting space would be easy for her. The problem lies in who and how the ink is used. It is not a material entity. Just as the inhabitants of the story do not add anything to their story by themselves, it is certain that a higher dimensional being can do this. Perhaps it was the one that many call God or soul. Her body was floating gently. She could see the regal Ave, she could see the depression with the magical crystal cliffs, she could see the sky was looking down on the physical world. It was uncertain whether that expression was correct. It wasn't like she was looking down. However, the expression overlooking seems to be correct. At least from a place far above the physical plane, Chrisjay was looking at everything. She looked at a light pink rabbit. It was the rabbit that Chrisjay had killed earlier. Floating as if diving into the material world, the form changes, transforming into a sphere emitting a faint red light. Ah, Chrisjay remembered. In this dimension, the body naturally becomes like that. She looked at her hands and feet. A translucent body tinged with red, countless blue magical lines ran to every corner, shaping it. Although the spiritual body that turned purple certainly maintained its shape, if you looked closely, the magic at the tip of the feet faded, and the shape began to collapse, and she immediately adjusted its shape with magical power. Her thoughts were foggy. If there was no will to maintain herself, this body would easily turn into that sphere. No, not changing, but returning. There was a conviction like that. What was originally in that shape simply adapted to the container called the body. It was the law of nature. The soul is like a liquid, originally without a definite form. If bottled, it will be maintained in that form, but once the container is lost, it will immediately return to its original form. Spiritual matter only has the property of maintaining loose bonds, and its shape is nothing more than the shape of its container, so it was natural for it to form a sphere like water floating in zero gravity. It was trying to become like that last time too. If Crescenta hadn't sent magical power into her body, her soul would have returned to its original form eventually. She sensed the magic sent from regal Ave to the material world's body, and reassured, she followed the rabbit. Before she knew it, the material world had become invisible. As she watched the rabbit, the world without sky or land suddenly turned into an iridescent mess of various colors. She no longer knew where she was, and without the sensation of magic being sent into her material body, she wouldn't even know the way back. Even dragons were swallowed up by something deep within and disappeared. Stop. This is my advice as a friend, Chrisjay. Surely, the dragon must have changed into that sphere in the same way. Just making an effort to maintain thought. The power trying to turn into a sphere was not necessarily strong, but there was an irresistibly pleasant feeling. It's such a comfort that if you surrender to it, everything will disappear. The irresistible temptation of not having to think about anything. Ah, why was she here? She suddenly questioned it and shook her spirit body's head. It was to bring back Berry. A momentary blank in thought distorted her thinking. She had to have the will to maintain herself. Looking at her hands and feet, she moved them. Through magic, she closed the spiritual body again with a cage of blue lines. The sphere that was a rabbit went further ahead. She followed after it. There was no sense of direction. Judging from the relative position of the magical power pouring into her material body, she guessed that she was heading to the depths of the earth. In some faiths, it was often said that there is heaven in the sky. But the truth was probably in the depths of the earth. What is above is a vast material space and other stars. Just as everything is bound to the earth by gravity, the soul is also bound to the earth. When she suddenly looked around, She saw various spheres flying in the same direction as the rabbit. Some had no limbs, but still retained their human form. I guess we have to think about the wooden plaque on the grave. What should we do with the string? Considering their feelings, Obasan thinks it would be better for them to have a thicker string. Grace and Gorka had died in a bandit attack, and Gala asked about such things. In the village's custom, for the deceased, wooden tags were tied to the trees with strings. Christian, it's your first time, right? The string that connects to the wooden tag is for connecting the souls of the departed. If you use a thick string, I'm sure their souls will watch over Christian for a long time to come. Until the string that connected you breaks, Gala said. On the other hand, thin strings that break easily are meant to help the souls of those who have passed away be reborn in the next life as quickly as possible without any regrets. Since Christian is still small, I thought it would be better to tie it with a thicker string. Christian is fine alone, so a thin string is okay. Karsam and Tusama don't have to worry about Christian, it's better if they depart soon. Gala said that if there were lingering regrets, the soul wouldn't be able to travel properly. Rabbits and beasts have no regrets, so they don't have the thinking ability to think about it, so they immediately turn into spheres. On the other hand, those who have retained their human form may have regrets about their deaths. Being here means they were dead, but they still maintained their forms without turning into spheres. They must be thinking about something for a long time, a place that is much farther away than where they were now near the surface. She saw many spirits there too. At the same time, several surrounding pieces lost their shape as if melting. They must have surrendered themselves. It might be a happy thing, she thought, but somehow she felt frightened. What was she afraid of? She questioned that. When she noticed, she called her name. What about her? Maybe her form had also disappeared. If that was the case, what should she do? She knew that if that happened, there would be nothing she could do about it. She tried not to think about it and followed the rabbit. She kept her will even as the tips of her limbs tried to melt again. The Holy Spirit's hollow. Ignoring the dirt on the negligee, the queen knelt, closed her eyes, and poured magic into the lying girl's body. Blue light shone like 4 pairs of wings on her back. They merely looked like wings. The wings were constructed using an extremely precise magic formula. It was just the insane density of the delicate blue lines that made it look like wings. From its wings, a blue geometric line spread out into the surrounding space like a weave, filling all of the depressions. Occasionally, a hard sound would be heard and a huge mass of magic crystal would break apart, and the line connected to it would flow into the wings, and from the wings into the girl's hand. The girl didn't say anything, and neither did the dragon. The warriors of Kraysharana who were present were unable to say anything and simply looked at the fantastical scene. It was one of the old creation myths before they settled in Arbiagal. The god of creation used his immense power to create many gods, create the earth and sky, and create the creatures that live there, including dragons. Messengers of the heavens with eternal life and wings to fly freely in the sky. Humans were said to be the descendants of those who fell to earth for various reasons, and so their wings were lost along with their eternal life so that they could not return to heaven, where God resides. It was a common story. In the era when tribes were ruled by their own clans, there were many similar myths. The creation myth of Alberan was also similar, and people believed in similar myths when Kraysharana was in the plains instead of Arbiagal. For the most part, it was because of the era. There was a common belief that warriors connected with their martial arts, the brave men who died with swords in their hands on the battlefield, would be forgiven after death and returned to the kingdom of the gods. In Kraysharana, faith in the Holy Spirit had replaced it, and that faith had become a mere shell due to the power of the godlike dragon, but what was happening before their eyes was enough to remind them of that fading myth. The appearance of a girl with magical powers and wings in her hands, her divinity was just like a myth, just like the martial arts displayed by the sleeping girl. She had enough beauty and persuasive power to overwhelm them, as a mythical existence. Alberan was a word meaning child of God. Despite the arrogant name, the girl's appearance was entirely fitting. Regardless of the past kings of Alberan, at least no one would object to Queen Crescenta calling herself Alberan. There was a sound of wings, and a girl riding a griffin landed beside them. Just a cloth wrapped around her chest and waist, a simple but beautiful girl. Although she was old enough to be called a woman, she still looked young. Lyra Shorana saw this scene and the men who didn't say a word, and then she turned to the Holy Spirit. Then she looked at the Queen, Crescenta. Your Majesty the Queen. Please be quiet for a moment. Wani-sama is about to die and I don't want to be distracted. Yes, Lyra bows her head and looks at her brother. Her brother nodded with a serious face, and Lila went to his side and fell silent. The Holy Spirit, who had been having more conversations with Liea lately, was looking at the girl in front of them without saying a word. In that case, Lila had no choice but to remain silent and stare at the girl. And Crescenta had no room for composure, so anticipating and probing for every possible situation, she sent magic into Krish's body. Crescenta didn't know how Krische came back last time. The very concept of a soul was unknown to her, and she did not understand it. She just sent the magic power to Krische based on speculation after speculation. Please never blame yourself. Those words were the only thing filling her head. When she moves forward, when she passes through the iridescent space, what appeared there was a dazzling light. A vast space where the end of sky and land couldn't be seen, and an incredibly enormous sphere. No, it would be difficult to describe it as huge. At least, although Krische has thought of dragons and mountains that way, she had never described the celestial bodies that she usually walked on as gigantic, nor has she ever thought of them that way. It is a land that is only natural to exist and cannot be expressed with words such as gigantic. It was just beyond comprehension. If one were to see celestial bodies like stars, moons, and sun up close in the sky, they might think that way. Krische couldn't see the whole thing, and the total amount of magic power it possessed couldn't be measured at a glance. Just as it was foolish to compare a person's magic power with a dragon's magic power, it was even more so. What was here was a fundamental power that could not even be compared to the magical power of a dragon. A countless number of souls and floating magical powers were orbiting around the gigantic sphere, as if being drawn in, as if being sucked in. Simultaneously, a vast flow of magic power and souls, like small splashes, was expelled from it and flowed far away. By observing this, the girl understood all the logic. The magic power that didn't crystallize was guided here by gravity, and simultaneously, the magic power that splashed out like mist seeped into the atmosphere. Souls were also guided here by gravity, splashing out like mist, settling into new vessels. The cycle of reincarnation, and here was the end and beginning of it all. The origin. Without needing to chase the rabbit anymore, she began to drift with the flow. The number of souls floating in the same way was not in units of tens of thousands. A large number of souls, exceeding hundreds of millions, drifted around the origin, orbiting it. Gradually getting closer to the origin. Finding one from there was like finding a grain of gold in the desert. It was an instance that could be described as impossible. However, the girl was an anomaly in this world. Countless souls, she deduced clear rules from their orbital patterns. It was much like an astronomer calculating the orbit of a star. However, she didn't need years of trial and error verification. From the countless souls, she instantly calculated and determined the relative speeds. Recognizing the souls numbering in the tens of millions around her, excluding the souls splashing out as mist, capturing only the souls orbiting toward the origin, she carefully examined and calculated how much time had passed since arriving here. If a law exists, one could calculate it. It was a natural task for the girl to do, and answers that could be obtained by calculations were the same as being displayed openly to her. Grasping the surrounding magic power, creating numerous brains magic calculation formulas. As a result, a new formula was created, and the created formula created a new magic formula. A suitable environment for the girl was created around her in a self-sustaining manner. If calculations take time, create brains that can perform calculations. In the blink of an eye, she performed astronomical calculations in parallel, easily deriving solutions. There was nothing easier than this for her. Even the answers to questions that a single civilization could only obtain after countless years were only within the reach of her hand. It couldn't even become an obstacle. That is, as long as it was a problem with a clear answer. She had heard that she had died the same day she went into battle. If the soul left the body at that time, It would be easy to locate her by calculating backward. The problem was the ambiguity of the assumed time and the current location. The immense magical power that was pouring into her own body was now faint. It was far away. The magical power had changed. The quality of that magic power was something she knew well, but the name didn't come to her. It was probably her sister. Wondering, she tilted her head and realized that she didn't even know her own name. Well, it doesn't matter, she thought, and continued forward. She easily grasped the immense magic power, orbited around the origin, and observed everything around her. She wasn't even sure who she was looking for. She just needs to look for it. Countless souls around her. Some of them were fleeing from his surroundings, and some were approaching her. Without hands, she manipulated spiritual bodies as if wielding something, collided, and scattered like mist. Without paying any attention to this, dozens of souls that had slightly retained their original form flew toward her. As if thrusting with a spear, as if swinging a sword. Colliding and dispersing, the girl tilted her head while erasing the approaching entities. It was something extremely fragile. Just by touching it, it crumbled and turned into droplets. However, the girl's spirit body was not strong either, and every time she bumped into them, a disgusting tremor filled her insides. Getting fed up, she created numerous small fragments and shot down and erased everything approaching. After she finished cleaning, she looked down at her hands. She felt like she had been doing the same thing over and over, and she was getting tired of it. And in that moment, she forgot what she was even trying to do. She felt like she wanted to just melt away, but she suppressed it and explored her surroundings. What is she looking for? She wondered again, as she randomly guessed and searched in the area. She thought she'd know for sure if she could find it, but she can't seem to find anything. She tilted her head again, wondering what and how she would know that she had found it, and felt like melting away, thinking that it was enough. The closer she got to something big, the stronger that feeling became. It seemed like she would be very comfortable there. She didn't have to think about anything. But why was she searching for something so desperately and tirelessly? She would become happier, but the girl resisted. She just thought that if she found it, she could bring it back. Everything she wished for was there. Little by little, let's find various Sama with me. Yes, she had to find it. Together. I hope from now on we can continue to be together like this forever. That was the promise. She would always be with her. She called the name she couldn't remember. She couldn't hear the voice. Just as if she were calling in her memory. She called the name over and over again. Even though she forgot, it was the name of something she was searching for. Over and over again. Then suddenly, she caught sight of a soul and approached it. It was a different soul from the others. The soul was covered by an extremely intricate magic formula in multiple layers. It was a formula the girl knew well. A magic formula that severed the space and stopped time, that was it. And on top of that magic formula, there were layers upon layers of magic formulas to stop time. She knew this magic well. It belonged to someone she knew well. The light pink soul inside was tinged with purple along with the magic formula carved all over its body, maintaining its perfect appearance. It was what the girl was looking for. Beautiful, she thought. Among the hundreds of millions of souls that she had seen, only that one shone brightly no matter how far she looked. Extremely precise blue lines were carved into its light pink body. The transparent light pink spiritual body, mixed purple, sat hugging its knees, just as the girl was familiar with. A time-stopping magic formula envelops her like a shell. A small hole was made there, and the girl slips inside. Then she reached out her hand, extinguishing the magic that had wrapped it around her carefully so that it wouldn't hurt her. However, when he tried to touch her body, there was a strong repulsion. Her outstretched hand dissipated, and she hastily gathered it back, confused. Not knowing what to do, she called out the name she remembered. There was no reaction, and she didn't even look at her, still sitting holding her knee. She called her again and again, at a loss, trying to figure out what to do. After a while, she gave up and snuggled to her side. She probably didn't even notice. She remained asleep the whole time. Still, the girl was happy. Always together. She was able to keep my promise, and that was all that mattered. If they could stay together like this, it might be fine to melt together. Together forever, never changing. Berry, do you hate it when scares people? To be honest, yes. I do not like it. She won't do things that Berry dislikes anymore, and there's no need for it. But I know that Sama is not doing this because she likes it, so it's okay. Always with the gentle Berry, just like Berry. She hugged her knees as well, huddled closer to her side, and smiled. But, speaking the truth, she wanted Berry to call her forgotten name once more. In her soft and affectionate voice. Welcome back, that was all the words she wanted. The girl called her name once again. She didn't react and kept her eyes closed. She was at a loss, but there was no other way. When a noble is born, the parents give the child a secret hidden name. This is the first time I've said it out loud, and my parents are already dead, so the only one who knows it is Sama. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter, she was about to give up. Yes. There's no big meaning. It's just a word, it's my little secret. She suddenly remembered those words. I wanted to make a secret between me and Sama. She said, just once she hoped to be called that. A secret word, a secret name just for the two of them. I dedicate everything to you, along with my mana, true name, and body. One of the old etiquette ways to express your love. It was some kind of whim. She didn't respond, she didn't notice, so the girl got a little annoyed, just that. It was something important that she had given to her, and it was a symbol of the happiness that the girl had finally achieved in her own life. Lipus. Whatever the intention, the girl did say that one word, calling her name lovingly. She wasn't expecting a reply, just to convey being by her side, wanting her to know that was all. That's why. Her lips softly murmured, like sleep-talking, a voiceless voice. The girl's eyes just widened at the indescribable love that those words evoked. Without thinking about anything, she just pushed the emotions that flooded her. Chapter 245. Bright and Ugly Color. 2.5 koku had passed since she continued sending magical power. In the sky, the moon descended behind the mountains, and the dark blue sky began to lighten. Wani-sama. It was at that moment when Chrisjay, who had been motionless like a corpse, started to move. Crescenta, who was holding her hand, leaned in even closer, but Chrisjay's movement stopped her and looked down at her hand. Under Krish's right hand, what appeared on the ground was a magic circle that filled this giant crater. And just as she raised her hand, lines of magical power immediately expanded around it, encircling and enveloping something invisible to the naked eye, layered over and over again, creating a small magic crystal. A blue crystal with numerous intricate geometric patterns that should be called madness. It becomes more transparent as if the cloudiness was removed, and inside it was a light pink light. The colors mixed together, giving off a beautiful purple glow like the eyes of the two girls. Crescenta and the others were speechless, and the girl naturally opened her eyes as if waking from her sleep. Then, when she woke up, she lovingly held the floating magic crystal to her chest like a treasure. You never cease to amaze me, Chrisjay. Honestly, I thought there was no hope. Thank you, Regalave-san, she said, then looked at Crescenta. And Crescenta too. Ahehe, it's all thanks to Crescenta. It was a gentle smile, as usual. But it seemed like something she hadn't seen in a long time. Crescenta looked at the magic crystal Chrisjay was holding. Her gaze flickered in amazement. There were numerous stop-time formulas engraved on Berry's soul over and over again. If it wasn't for that, Chrisjay might not have been able to find Berry. Berry might not have been able to maintain her soul in the proper form either. Chrisjay stroked the magic crystal and just smiled happily. Crescenta probably tried to help Berry when she was in danger. Chrisjay is really glad that Crescenta was by Berry's side, she said, kissing Crescenta and hugging her, holding the magic crystal in her hand. However, Crescenta remained dazed and did not speak. Crescenta? Chrisjay asked, puzzled, then suddenly realized something. Sorry, Chrisjay should have apologized first. Crescenta must have been worried and rushed after Chrisjay. Sorry, Chrisjay made Crescenta worried a lot. Chrisjay had to apologize to Celine as well, she said as if she had just remembered. Chrisjay, just thinking about Berry all the time. But it's okay now. Chrisjay brought back Berry's soul. Later we can. That is. It's Berry. Chris J made it so that you can see it even when she is in a body. You can't see the soul when it's in the body, look. Chris J brought the magic crystal in front of Crescenta's face. Light pink trapped in blue. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than light, but there was something familiar about that beautiful glow. At least that was not something Crescenta didn't know about. Really? Yes. The only thing left to do is prepare the body, but we have to think about various things. The soul is very delicate, so we need to be careful. Chris J was about to fall down as if the string had been cut, and she instantly hugged the magic crystal to her chest. Crescenta supported her. Please take a little break. Save the talk for later. Next time, properly. Yes, sorry. Without being able to finish what she was saying, the strength left Krish's body as if she had fainted. She hardly ate. It was doubtful if she had had a proper sleep. More than that, she was worried about what she had been doing until just now and used magic to examine her body. At least there were no visible abnormalities, and she sighed in relief. It seems that the fight between me and you has become void. The magic power shook intermittently, and Regal Ave brought the tip of their nose closer to her and narrowed their eyes at her. I rejoiced in the return of that pleasant person and in the saving of his life. However, you don't seem particularly pleased, you look quite complicated. Lizard, please be silent. At those words, the magical power swayed happily again. The men of Kraysharana were just watching. One of them was about to say something, but Vinthril stopped him with his hand. Your Majesty Queen Alberan, whatever you do, please refrain from making such statements in front of us. Crescenta stared at them, revealing her displeasure, and sighed. Also, regarding the circumstances. I don't want to make this a diplomatic issue between countries, but it is not a trivial matter that can be ignored of course. Based on Her Majesty's appearance, the situation must have been quite urgent. Please stay at our chief's house. Rest there, and we will inquire about it again tomorrow. Crescenta showed a bit of hesitation and looked at Chris J, then closed her eyes and pondered. Then, with a deep sigh, she dissipated the magic around her and nodded. For now, I want to let my Wani-sama rest. As you said, there is an urgent situation, and as you can probably guess, she has not been in a normal state for a while. I apologize for our rudeness. Her words lacked softness, but Vinthril didn't say anything, just looked at Lyra. As expected, they couldn't have a queen from another country to ride with a man. Larnell, who had grown into an adult, was capable of carrying 3 women. It wasn't that close to the village, but it wasn't that far away for Griffin. Lyra nodded, and as she approached the 2 of them, she called out to Larnell, and Crescenta looked back at Regal Ave. I'd like to thank you. I'll probably stop by again on my way home once Wani-sama wakes up. I look forward to it. I really want to hear about the depths of the world she has seen. Not paying attention to what Regal Ave said, Crescenta picked up Chris J and rode on Griffin's back. Then she just looked at the little magic crystal Chris J held at the light that dwelled there. The next day Crescenta told everything honestly without hiding anything. The people who heard the story were the aging Alkerans, Vinthril, Lyra, and several others. Since Crescenta was reluctant to leave Krish's side, the meeting took place not in the village council chamber but in the chief's house where Chris J and Berry had stayed before. Sitting in front of the hearth, Crescenta finished speaking and calmly waited for their reactions. She didn't make excuses, partly because she thought it was impossible to cover up what they had seen, and partly because she honestly didn't care. No matter what, they wouldn't suddenly attack her. Even if this strained the relationship, there would be no major problem. At least not for Crescenta or Chris J. It was a small problem compared to the problems that had been occurring for a while. There's no point in lying. If someone else had told the story, it would have been hard to believe, but if it's Krish-sama, it's convincing. With the help of the Holy Spirit, Chris J went to bring back the souls of the deceased servants. At Crescenta's words, the men looked at each other with incomprehensible expressions, but Alkerant's words made them abandon their doubts. The people who were present at that place were Vinthril and Lila, and the other one was Bagu, a man who had served in the War of the 5 Great Powers. However, all the men present had witnessed the battle between the Holy Spirit and Chris J. Even in Kraysharana, The concept of soul was merely something to be believed in, and few truly believed in its existence from the bottom of their hearts. The only people who sincerely believed this were those who have lost a loved one. However, if it was Chrische, they knew enough about the unknown to think that way. There is nothing that can stand up to the divine Holy Spirit. They thought so, but that fixed idea had been shattered by that girl. And when they were told that the girl had caused such a great deal of trouble and left for the other side of the world in order to bring the servant's soul back, they were able to accept it, even if they couldn't really make sense of it. The fact that it was Queen Crescenta who spoke of it, and the serious faces of Vinthril, Lyra, and Bagu, showing no traces of doubt, contributed to this relatively straightforward understanding. Knowing the insignificance of humanity, they constantly questioned their individual selves and limits. It can be said that they easily accepted it because they knew better than anyone how much there was in this world that they did not know, and they questioned their own immaturity every day. Berisama is? It was Lyra who opened her mouth. Crescenta used her finger to point to the door where Chrische slept. I don't understand enough to say anything clearly either. If Wanisama says so, it's probably okay, but if Wanisama doesn't wake up, she said, and was about to get up. Before that, the door opened and Chrische appeared from inside. Wrapping the magic crystal with both hands as if it was important, she looked at the situation here, thought about it for a bit, and then bowed her head. Sorry for surprising everyone. It's because of Chrische that everyone is gathered together here, right? Wanisama, please don't mind it and rest a little longer. Chrische is fine now. Last time Chrische was able to get a feel for the body. That's not the problem. Crescenta glared at Chrische, then sighed and pulled her arm, making her sit next to her. Krish's expression was soft and his complexion was good, but she still looked a little haggard. She hasn't been able to live a normal life for some time now. And on top of that, she acted recklessly. Chrische was only good at using magic, but her physical strength was below that of an ordinary person. She was malnourished and fatigued. She was not in a state to be considered healthy. It's good that you woke up. I was a little worried. Yes, sorry for worrying you. It's been a while since Chrische saw you, Vinthril-san. Regalave's place. Yes. And I heard about the situation from Her Majesty the Queen. Chrische went I see, and nodded. She gently stroked Crescenta's head as if praising a child. Crescenta was about to say something, but she lowered her eyes and accepted it silently. Chrische wanted to bring Berry's soul back. So Chrische went to Regalave-san's place. The explanation was a very poor version of Crescenta's. However, the story and circumstances were as had been explained. The men looked at each other again. There is a high-dimensional realm that overlaps with this world, and the existence of something huge that creates the reincarnation of all souls. Although she spoke in a childlike manner, there was something believable about it. She only knew how to decorate words using onomatopoeia and mimetic words, and she only told what happened as it was. Although it was the second time, everyone listened intently. Depending on the situation, some would have pitied her as she held the magic crystal with great care, thinking that she had developed a mental disorder. However, she was clearly sober, and everyone knew how powerful she was. Without any doubt, they silently accepted her words. Is Berisama there? Yes. The state of the soul is unstable, so Chrische needs something to contain it. So for now, Chrische has it placed inside a magic crystal. Chrische answered Lyra's question. Is she awake? Crescenta, who had been silently listening to her sister's story without interfering with her, finally asked. Chrische, with her finger on her lips, responded. It's probably similar to sleeping, maybe. If Chrische intentionally try to wake her up, she'll probably wake up, but if we wake her up while she's trapped inside, she'll probably be really surprised, so Krish'll need to prepare the body properly. Chrische smiled and said, Chrische wants to meet her soon, but Chrische will have to be patient. Krishvi been thinking about it a bit, but Chrische want to create a separate world from that dimension and this dimension. In this dimension, where the influence of magic is weak, there seem to be various problems, and the other one is full of problems too. It might be faster to create an entirely new world from scratch. She lovingly caressed the magic crystal, smiling like a little girl. For a moment, They couldn't understand the meaning of most of her words. No matter how you think about it, it's better to have a dedicated space until the body created with magic gets used to it, and if you create it from scratch with magic, you can even prepare a body that won't die. In that case, Chris J can stay with Berry and the others all the time. After that, she looked at her sister. It's the birdcage that Crescenta was talking about. It's a very durable world where there are no people who do terrible things. It's an eternal birdcage that feels safer than any other place in this world. How is it? Chris J asked. Crescenta looked at her sister, then at the magic crystal, and nodded, right. Chris J, who was in a good mood, tilted her head a little at Crescenta's gaze and expression, but she smiled without worrying about it. Then, a low-key stomach rumble sounded, and Chris' cheeks turned red. The men, without a smile, pondered the words from earlier. Vinthril and Alkerance exchanged glances and nodded. As Her Majesty said, it would be best if you put something in your mouth and take a rest. No matter even if it's Krishsama, your body is not as durable as Yarganal Sama's. Alkerance said and looked at the men. Depending on the situation, it may lead immature hearts astray and hinder training. From now on, consider everything you heard here as strictly confidential. Swear it on your swords until your last breath. The men respond by tapping the handles of their curved swords. No one took the meaning of the words spoken by the girl as a mere parable. Krishsama, you are equal to the Holy Spirit. Personally, I want to praise and bless you. And I have no intention of doubting whether your wishes are right or wrong, and I have no intention of denying them. I understand your joyful feeling. However, in any case, it would be best not to talk about such things in front of other people. Just as one may unintentionally kill insects when they walk, Krishsama is like that to ordinary people like us, regardless of what Krishsama thinks. Even if that one word is light for Krishsama, it's better to assume that others don't think the same way. Chris J tilted her head slightly and traced her lips. Alkerance continued his words. Your words are equivalent to the flapping of the wings of the Holy Spirit. If Yarganal Sama were to soar into the sky, no matter what Yarganal Sama's intentions were, everything around him would be mowed down by the storm caused by the wings. Similarly, one small word from Krishsama can become a storm for others. He traced his snow-white beard with a serious look in his eyes, as if he was looking at something dangerous. Many people understand that death is an absolute law, and because they understand this, they accept it regardless of their feelings. There are people everywhere who fear death every day. I just want to convey that. The eternity you speak of will be a sweet fruit to many. If you let others hear it in vain, it will definitely lead to disaster someday. Chris J heard those words and nodded, remembering Berry's words from the past. Then she bowed her head in shame. Sorry, Alkerance. Chris J was so happy that Chris J got a little excited. Chris J may have been careless. If you understand, that's fine. It might be disrespectful to Krishsama, but please think of it as an old man's advice. Greed is an inexhaustible thing, and even we sometimes have thoughts of wanting to dedicate an eternity of time to our own training. The older one gets, the closer they get to death. Vinthril looked at Alkerance, a little surprised, but he just smiled like an old man. Then he pointed at Vinthril and narrowed his eyes. Even now, when I have been blessed with a good successor and have passed on everything that should be passed on, people live their lives not as individuals, but as a group, building many connections. I want to surrender myself to the flow, just as our ancestors did. I would rather live my life to the fullest, feeling more beautiful in the appearance of the flowers that wither and leave seeds than in the eternal giant flowers. While using polite words, as if pleading. His voice was soft, like an old man preaching to a child. Please, don't let someone like me go astray. Understanding your own power well, I hope Krishsama can consider each of your actions and words from now on. Understanding that she was being reprimanded, Chris J bowed her head sincerely. Strangely, even if Galen and Eliga were here, she felt like they would say the same thing to her, and thinking that way made her feel even more ashamed of her own carelessness. Krish'll be careful. Alkerance nodded with satisfaction and looked at the men again. The men nod, say excuse me, and head outside. Lila, the meal. And please bring something easy to eat for Krishsama. Yes. Lyra nodded and looked at Chrische. No matter what, I'm glad Krishsama is safe. Above all else, I'm happy about that. Chrische smiled back and Lila said, personally, today's story is very. Mother must be starting a new life now. Looking at the light of the magic crystal Chrische held, she said with a smile. Right. I'm sure she'll live a long time in the next life for the amount of time you live in this life. Alkerance nodded at his daughter's words. Remembering his wife who died young, taking care of themselves, they spend another night at Krasharana, where Chrische and Crescenta discuss what's to come. Crescenta also seemed to have calmed down and clearly came up with a plan. To release the immense magical power that was filled at the origin, fill the sky and earth, and create an environment where Chrische can freely manipulate even the world. And to use that magical power to create a new dimension that places more emphasis on the soul than on matter. If they create a world where they can do everything freely, and if they can easily control it, it would be easier to stabilize the body that is the container for the soul. All they had to do was assist Berry and the others until they got used to their new bodies and stabilized. Their little miniature garden an eternal birdcage where no external enemies exist. Even after reaching out to the realm of the god of creation, all the girl desired was peace and security. As they laid down plans for several decades to come as if talking about tomorrow's plans, they said thanks to Alkerance and the others at sunrise, and left the village to go to Regal Ave. Chrische expressed her thanks again and informed Regal Ave that she might return soon, and then used teleportation. Choosing the time of sunrise was to avoid causing a disturbance as much as possible. They landed near the capital and slipped past the guards to reach the estate in the royal territory. Elvina, who had been feeding Suiko since early in the morning, noticed this and panicked and called Celine. Before Chrische could say anything, Celine hugged Krish's slender body tightly. Chrische apologized again and again to Celine, who had dark circles under her eyes, and waited until her tears had calmed down. Chrische then told Celine the whole story, bit by bit, and then explained her plans for the eternal birdcage to Celine. Chrische, who was being held in her arms, didn't notice that her relieved face became stiff little by little. Ahihi, we'll all be together there forever. Chrische. Chrische tilted her head as Celine's voice interrupted her. I'm glad you came back safely. And about Berry too, but that's a different story. I'll refrain from doing that. Celine pulled away to distance herself from Chrische, wiped her tears, and looked at Chrische. The two servants who were listening to the sudden story noticed the change in the atmosphere and looked at each other, and Crescenta narrowed her eyes. Of course, I'm not going to get in the way, and I'm going to support you, but I don't want to. Why? I guess it's a reason that Chrische won't understand. Crescenta said with an exasperated tone. Are you sulking? Don't tease me. Even if it's trivial to you, I'm serious about what I'm saying, she said without raising her voice. Seeing her like this, Chrische tried to get closer to her. However, Celine gently held her shoulder. Celine, if you're angry, I still love you the same way, and I understand your feelings. I really do think I understand you. What Chrische wore around her neck was a magic crystal with a string threaded through it. She wrapped it tightly in her hands, looking at the light shining inside. The brilliance was infinitely beautiful and dazzling. Then what about hers, she wondered. A sensation of something murky and heavy accumulating inside. It seemed to her that if she had a soul, then it must have looked hopelessly ugly. It's not your fault. It's my problem. Please leave me alone today. She felt like she could understand why Chrische would risk her life for something so beautiful. It was a story that was as beautiful as it was cruel. A beautiful story with beautiful characters, even their lives. However, Celine didn't have the heart or qualifications to continue looking at it. I am different from all of you. Unlike her who possessed everything, Celine was not a special existence. Chapter 246, Shadow, Beautiful Color. The battle with Elsren. She wanted to accompany him to the battlefield. That was what she begged her father for. In general, it can be said that effort is something that should be respected. Effort itself is valuable. Even if you don't get results, your efforts will serve as fuel for your next endeavor. That's why, if you have a goal, you should first strive to achieve it rather than thinking about it. The results will become clear eventually, and there is value in continuing to work hard. However, my father dismissed this as the logic of the people. Once you stand on the battlefield as a soldier, effort has no value whatsoever. All that is needed is a result, only victory. This is because soldiers who do not bring back results are not given the opportunity to think about what's next. It would be fine if that person were the only one who died when they made stupid mistake, but his own defeat will threaten the lives of his comrade and the people he is supposed to protect. His eyes were one that was ready to kill. He was a kind father, but before a father, he was a warrior and the leader who commanded the warriors. When it came to dealing with soldiers, he always showed a stern and strict demeanor to Selene. Effort is only natural, but it is not worthy of praise. Soldiers who cannot produce results on the battlefield are not needed, and of course, such commanders are also unnecessary. Whether it's a hard-working but incompetent or lazy but competent one, there's no room for consideration. The latter is the one that is needed. A person who cannot show results is not needed in my army. That includes you as well. You are my prided daughter. You're talented and also smart. You has come this far through hard work and no arrogance. Considering your age, you are an outstanding talent, one that is rare to find. However, compared to our corps commanders, you are far too weak, immature, and lacking in stability, and your overall ability, including experience, is inferior to even my battalion commanders. If one look at your ability calmly without considering the age, your ability is in the end just at that level. His words were decisive, allowing no room for rebuttal, an oppressive force. His father was loved, revered, and feared by his men. The strongest in the surrounding countries, Christ and the Lightning and his subordinates, are the undisputed heroes of the kingdom, the sword and shield of the kingdom that can never be defeated. As such, her father did not allow any slack in his army. Even if the other party was Selene, if he judged that he could not use her, he would not hesitate to discard Selene Christ and as a soldier. She knew that her father, more than anyone else, was a man who valued his duty as a soldier. That's why she felt pride in that more than anyone else. Once you step onto the battlefield, there's no turning back if you choose that path. Excuses and complaints are never allowed. I won't show favoritism just because you're my daughter. If you prove to be incompetent on the battlefield, I'll consider you unfit as a soldier and permanently expel you from the army. Understand that, and I'll ask you once again. Do you intend to accompany us even so? Selene looked straight at Bogan and placed her right palm on her left chest. With a crisp heel click, she straightened her posture and saluted. Yes, father. I swear by my name, I will definitely help you. Please allow me to accompany you. The hero Bogan Christ and caught Selene with his eyes as sharp as a hawk and nodded. Understood. The Christ and army appoint you as the adjutant general. Fulfill duties beyond your position. Bogan responded to Selene by sticking his right thumb to his left chest. It was hard to express how he felt at that moment. It was his first salute to Selene as a soldier. It was the first time in her life that she felt acknowledged by his father. What a stubborn girl. Whether it's Lazura and or Berry, I wonder if it's Argan blood. Her father let out an exasperated sigh and sat down on the sofa. However, since you have sworn as a noble, I won't allow you to retract it. If you want to be a soldier, always show results. If you are criticized because you are my daughter, then show the surrounding people your ability that will silence them. At least, I see that you have the potential to do so. I had no doubt in my eyes, and you need to prove it through your actions. Yes, I will definitely show results. I won't let you be ashamed, father. For military personnel, results are everything. Those were the words her father valued above all else. These were words that Selene should value above all else. As long as she kept that, Selene will remain as her father's daughter even after he was gone. Then, I will always protect you. Swinging a sword for someone, protecting everything. As long as she did that, as long as she kept doing that, Selene felt proud as her father's daughter. Selene stepped into a world where results, not effort, mattered. There was no room for excuse for Selene Christ, and the soft touch of the bed, she opened her pale eyes wondering what she was doing. There was still some fighting going on in the west, albeit on a small scale. But Selene was in the estate, lazily rolling around on the bed. You have a terrible face. If I may be rude to say this as a soldier, Selene-sama is in danger right now. Don't push yourself too hard now. Because she couldn't do anything, and they sent her away. It wasn't that Kolki's bad. He was just a proper military man. The fault lies with Selene. What am I doing, she thought repeatedly. She didn't help Crescenta or Chrisje. She couldn't even handle the role given to her as a marshal. And in the meantime, Berry died. As an older sister, as a soldier, as the head of the family, Selene showed no results whatsoever. On the contrary, she ended up holding her back. Like that, she had no value. Berry is here, so it's fine. In preparation, Chrisje will create a world where Berry and the others can live in peace. With that, from now on. She tried to stop Chrisje, but the Chrisje somehow brought Berry back. Chrisje never broke her promise. If she said she would do it, she would definitely show results. And she, without trusting Chrisje, tried to stop her. Results is everything. If Selene had believed her, she might have been able to come up with a proposal that would give her the best possible safety measures. Just because it was an unknown territory like the soul, and just because it was impossible based on common sense, those were no excuse. If she hadn't gotten emotional at that moment and thought logically, she might have been able to at least hold her back until Crescenta arrived. At least Cliché had some kind of conviction, and she acted on it. That was why she was able to bring back results. She didn't think Chrisje was sure she would succeed. There were always risks in her choices. Even if there were risks, she could have made time to weigh them against the results, and if the risks was made clear, even if she couldn't stop her, Chrisje might have listened to her. Or perhaps that was just what she thought she could do. All Selene wanted was for Chrisje to accept her death. To Selene, Berry was already dead. Even if Chrisje was able to lead to the optimal solution, even if Chrisje wanted to save Berry even at the risk of her life, even if Chrisje was at her top condition, it was questionable whether Selene would have sent her. In the end, Selene would have stopped her, fearing the possibility of losing Chrisje as well. At the very least, she was sure she couldn't accept the risk of losing Chrisje. For that reason, she must have thought that Berry should remain dead. I wonder, why was it you? What would Berry have done if she were in Selene's position? The more she thought about it, the dirtier she felt. Selene was sure Chrisje would still try to save her even if it was Selene instead of Berry. But Selene was also sure Berry would have been able to calm Chrisje down in such a situation. That's trivial. As I've said before, Krish-sama is not that kind of person, and that's what I love about her. If Chrisje had found a solution, she would took the risk, but in the end, no matter how she felt, Berry, for Selene's sake, for what Chrisje wished for, would have sent Chrisje. She had been watching Berry since she was born. She had always admired her. So she could imagine it with confidence. Fumbling, clumsily, but working harder than anyone else. I wanted to dedicate my life to that Krish-sama. Please forgive me. She was sure from that moment on, Berry had accepted all of Chrisje, accepted all of her choices, and was determined to love her. There was not a single stain in Berry's love. A secret name was just a word. But she thought that was what it means to offer your secret name, your true mana, true's name. Precisely because it was Berry's mana, there was meaning in it. Selene had no doubt in her mind that Chrisje loved her. If Selene was in danger, as Berry said, Chrisje would try to save her despite the risks. Selene loves her too. However, it was different from the pure love that Berry had. Selene's love was nothing more than affection, not the unquestionable love for clichés that Berry had. The hopeless feeling of inferiority that she felt toward Berry must have stemmed from this. She accepted that she couldn't help but be jealous, because she knew subconsciously. The reason Berry was able to break free Krish's and Crescenta's heart, the reason she was able to give so much, the reason she was able to win their trust was because it was Berry. I leave Krish-sama to you. Serene was not qualified to accept those words. The brilliance that dwells inside the magic crystal is infinitely beautiful. When she was told that it was Berry's soul, she thought it made sense. Selene thought that if souls existed, Berry's soul must be infinitely beautiful, and she was sure the same goes for Chrisje and Crescenta. But Selene's must be different. I am different from all of you. Create eternity, Chrisje said. A paradise where no one can threaten them and world steeped in childish ideal. However, she was confident that Chrische would be able to pull it off. Krish definitely is absolute. Even with the inevitable death, she was able to overcome it. So Chrische would obtain paradise. Absolutely, without a doubt. Celine didn't have the confidence to keep up with it. The paradise world created by pure things would be an endless hell for Celine. She didn't want to spend the rest of her eternity as a cloudy foreign object. She didn't want to spend her eternity being shown that she was different from them. Even then, they would love Celine. With pure, gentle love forever. Slowly, strangling Celine's neck with cotton wool until someday, Celine could no longer bear it anymore. "Why am I like this?" she muttered. Her vision becomes blurred and she presses her face to the pillow, staining it. She felt like a pathetic and weak person. If it was Berry, she would have said that she would follow them anywhere. If that's what her loved one wished, she wouldn't hesitate. Why couldn't she be like that, Celine thought. All that came out of her mouth was a helpless whimper. She felt so pathetic that she wanted to die right now, and she just hated herself for not being able to proudly hold her heart high. Even though the castle was left empty for just one day, there seemed to be some commotion, but Elvina, quick-witted as she was, conveyed that Crescenta was unwell and resting. There was also a pillar of light that appeared when she teleported. Some might thought that Crescenta was up to something, but it was in the middle of the night. Only the guards had witnessed it, and although there have been reports, there weren't many people who would connect it to Crescenta. Rumors were known that the servant who had been by her side had died, and her absence the day before did not amount to much of a commotion. Everyone went about their business as usual and returned to the estate. "She's still sulking? Crescenta, please don't say it like that. It's Chrische who is bad." She saw that her sister was not in the room and went to the kitchen. There was Chrische in an apron dress staring at the food on the tray. The meal was probably Celine's. It was untouched. Approaching, Crescenta took the soup plate, sat on the table, and began to eat without a word. Chrische looked at Crescenta with a hint of reproach, but she remained silent without saying anything. At least, Chrische was certain that Celine wouldn't be eating today. "It's been a while since I've tasted Wanisama's cooking. It's delicious. Shall Chrische reheat it?" "It's fine. I'm used to cold food." With that, Crescenta placed the pumpkin soup she had finished eating on the table and stroked Krish's cheek. It wasn't until she came to Christ and that she started eating hot meals on a daily basis. The food was cold, but it didn't really bother her since that's what royal meals are all about. Of course, warm food tastes better, but she didn't feel like asking for it in this situation. Does Crescenta understand? For the most part, it's not like Celine-sama is angry at Wani-sama. Then, why is? Celine-sama is a troublesome person, Crescenta said, pulling her sister closer to her. She then sat down in a chair and sat Chrische on her knees. That kind of person usually has rules. Rules? Yes. Like the duties of a noble or the great cause, something like that. There are rules inside them somewhere. She took the magic crystal around Chrische's neck and looked at it. It's okay to kill someone as long as no one knows about it. If you think it's better to kill someone, you should do it. The punishment of the law is invalid unless it's exposed. But many people don't do that. Regardless of whether they are a coward who is afraid of killing someone or breaking the law, there are many people who don't choose that option. As if playing with it, as if caressing it. Chrische silently looked at her sister's hand. Such people invariably have their own rules, personal rules that they have decided to abide by no matter what the social situation is. The same goes for the phrase "swear on my name." It's just a verbal promise, and it shouldn't matter if you break it, but many nobles keep it no matter how much of a disadvantage it may cause them. Swear on my name. That's right. In some cases, they would even choose death, or maybe it's something they have decided to protect no matter how much hardship they experience. "What an idiot," Crescenta said, wrapping her palms around the magic crystal. Chrische couldn't Crescenta's expression. Of course, the extent to which these rules are followed varies from person to person, and the content of those rules also varies. That's probably why Celine-sama is the way she is right now. To me, that's ridiculous. Obsessed with such trivial things. Crescenta. Chris J called her name reproachfully, and it's a fact, Crescenta replied. It's a stupid obsession. It's nothing more than stubbornness. Just like that, Crescenta pulled out the magic crystal, along with the string, from her sister's neck and put it around her own neck. When Chris J tilted her head and looked back at her, Crescenta continued. Even if Wani-sama think about it here, it won't get better. Wani-sama should go to Celine-sama and talk to her directly. Celine's room is locked. And also, why is Berry? Probably, it's better if Wani-sama doesn't wear it. Besides, why not just open the lock by yourself? She won't scold Wani-sama. Celine-sama is not angry with Wani-sama. After some thought, Chris J nodded. Then she jumped off Crescenta's lap. Chris J don't know if Chris J understands exactly what Crescenta means, but Chris J do understand a little bit. Chris'll talk to Celine again. Yes, take care, Crescenta said with a smile, and Chris J also smiled. Chris J will leave Berry to Crescenta. After repeating the words she didn't even know how many times have been repeated, Chris J trotted out of the kitchen. Crescenta, who was left behind, looked at the door for a while, then she lifted the magic crystal a little and looked at it. She only kept gazing at the radiance within. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 247, Yearning for Purity. Sorry for barging in, but Chris J wanted to talk to Celine. There was no response to the knock, so she used magic to unlock the door. I said leave me alone. Yes. Sorry. I'll listen to you tomorrow. So, please, not today. Chris J was a little lost and sat down on the bed without saying anything. Then she looked around the room for a moment. Now that she thought about it, it had been a long time since she visited Celine in her room. Celine usually visits Chris's room. Chris J patted Celine on the head from behind. Crescenta is the one who told you, right? Yes. Crescenta said Chris J should talk to each other properly instead of thinking about it all alone. About what? When asked, Chris J thought about it, then smiled nostalgically and said, it kind of reminds Chris J of when Chris J first came to Christend. At that time, Gatushu-sama asked Chris J to be Celine's friend, so Chris J went to see Celine without thinking anything. Chris J didn't even think about what to talk about. She stroked Celine's long, silky hair and intertwined it with her fingers. Chris J wants to know the reason. Why does Celine not like it? If Chris J understands the reason, Chris J can think of various ways so that Celine won't dislike it. Please, do it tomorrow. I told you, right? I'm tired. If Celine promises to tell Chris J the reason tomorrow, Chris J LL leave. But Chris J doesn't think that's the case. Chris J continued. Maybe Celine isn't really angry, but maybe Celine is tired of Chris J and disappointed. Maybe that's why Celine doesn't want to talk with Chris J. Stop. Celine said that Chris J doesn't understand. It's true that Chris J is an idiot. Even things that normal people would understand, Chris J doesn't understand. But Chris J wants to understand Celine properly. So, stop it. Chris J froze for a moment, and Celine firmly pressed her face into the pillow he was holding. Really, please stop. I don't want to feel any more miserable. I'm tired of it. Please, leave me alone for now. Celine. She was crying, her shoulders trembling. Celine cried a lot. But most of the time, it was relief or joy, but today it was clearly different. Sorry. Chris J didn't understand why. However, Celine was probably crying because of Chris J. At least Chris J had hurt her so much that it made her cry like this. Her trembling back was like that of a child. Her usual stubborn older sister appearance was not there. What could be the cause, she simply pondered. When she thought back again, Celine seemed abnormal when she saw her on the battlefield just before. She was crying when Chris J left. Those were the only instances she could recall. Chris J was aware that she had done something terrible by ignoring Celine, but she felt like Celine would understand the situation. Of course, Chris J might have been making selfish assumptions, but looking at the current results, it seems that it was different. She didn't understand even when she thought about it. That said, she felt like asking what makes someone miserable would just be hurting them even more. After thinking about it for a while, she put her thoughts on hold. Chris J always thought all Chris J needed was the estate. Chris J said, "It doesn't have to be a mansion, it could be a small hut. If we can all live together in a place like that for a long time, that's fine. Not having to do anything dangerous, no wars, and no bad people, even during the Civil War." If Celine would agree, Chris J thought Chris'd abandon everything and escape into the mountains together and live quietly. Chris J said with a smile, "This kind of thing is called a dream. Once the Civil War is over, once the wars with neighboring countries are over, peace will last for a while." Even when Chris J thinks that way, peace won't be forever. Even if there is no war, there are still problems and there are many things. Chris J have Chris's own circumstance, but of course other people have their own too, and we don't necessarily want the same things. Chris J buried her face in Celine's neck and narrowed her eyes. Chris J was tired of it. Chris J, even though it might be better to destroy everything, but it would be much more peaceful for Chris J and the other to move out, so Chris J thought that would be best. So that man from Alberan was out to avenge someone that Chris J killed. In the end, no matter what Chris J does, the seeds of war will be born somewhere. Those with malice would appear somewhere, including indirect ones. Chris J had killed well over 100,000 people. How many people hated her? Chris J didn't care how much grudge someone held against her. However, that kind of thing, not only Chris J, but it can also affect her surroundings. In the future, and even further ahead, the more it continues, the more the number will increase. Hundreds, thousands, over billions. You, who only think about your small world and punish those who become your enemy, must be a terrifying existence for many powerless people. At least many of the weak, the nobles, must have felt that their security was threatened by you. She recalled her grandfather's words. And fear always turns into hostility. Now they fear you and will follow you. However, it may become the root of trouble and threaten you and those around you again in 10 or 20 years from now. Are you going to repeat the same thing every time? How stupid. She closed her eyes. The destination was clear. The risks would only pile up, and Krish's desired eternity would never come. The cycle of cause and effect will someday threaten Krish's security. She had to cut it off somewhere. That's why. But is it wrong for Chris J to wish for eternity? Berry promised forever. However, she seemed to accept that death would come someday. Galen was happy with his death, and so was Eluga. It's fine, they said. True to their words, they said it with a smile to Chris J. However, people do not live individually, but as a group, weaving many connections. Like our ancestors before us, I want to entrust myself to that flow. I would rather live my life to the fullest, feeling the beauty in the appearance of the flowers that wither and leave seeds, rather than the eternal giant flowers. Chris J was simply yearning for eternal happiness. She didn't think it was strange. Simply put, when Chris J thought about it normally, the ultimate conclusion could only be there. But for many, that was not a normal thing. Chris J selfishly thought that Celine loved Chris J. Chris J also loves Celine. That's why. Is it wrong to think it would be nice if such a relationship should continue forever? Should humans die? Celine's body stiffened at the words that continued. She tightened her grip on the pillow and just pressed her face into it. There was no thought of denying her beloved sister's words. How much did she mourn her mother's death? She had never forgotten how she felt at that time. If there was a way to save her mother, she would have done anything. At that time, even Celine wanted an eternity together with her parents and Berry. She accepted because there was nothing she could do about it. People will die someday, and it's just a matter of whether it's early or late. She knew that as long as one was alive, it was natural for one to die. Becoming an adult was just a convenient excuse. It was a way to accept the injustices in the world, and those who willingly accepted such injustices were called adults. Chris J was as pure as a child. She would probably remain forever pure like a child. She was the only one in this world who could achieve eternal happiness. She had the power to twist all irrationality and make all of her wishes come true. She won't give up, she won't accept. She doesn't acknowledge anything she doesn't want, and she can remain not acknowledging them. She didn't need any convenient excuse like becoming an adult. She was not on the side of accepting unreasonableness, but on the side of creating unreasonableness, and she would never be tainted in the future, because she was the owner of such a soul. If I say I should die, would you give up? What a terrible question, she thought. It wasn't a question she asked deeply. If Krish's wish is selfish, if Celine says so, then surely Berry too. In the end, it's Berry, isn't it? Celine said as if mocking herself. Even without seeing Krish's puzzled expression, she knew. Why are you asking me? Don't worry about me, just do whatever you want, even without me, you guys can still get by just like before. Celine. I'm a burden. You understand, right? Why did you come onto the battlefield? It was because you were worried, right? You felt like you couldn't leave it to me, so you even left Berry behind and came onto the battlefield. No, she knew. Still, Chris J had come because she was worried about Celine. She even left Berry to help Celine. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm so small that I can't even compare to you or Crescenta, and like Berry, I can't even give you a single piece of mind. Her fists clenched so hard it hurt. Tell me, what am I supposed to do in the paradise you speak of? I'm not smart, I'm not strong, what can a burden like me do? Should I just watch and smile at you like a figurines? And then, she sighed as if mocking herself. Please, please stop. I'm tired. She felt disappointed in herself as she spoke, but also somewhat relieved. The temptation to give up always seemed sweet. It was always by her side, but she tried not to look at it. Something she had been trying to not acknowledge. She laughed when she realized how burdensome her facade had become. There was dark delight and relief in her disappointment with herself. Just Berry is fine, right? Unlike me, I'm sure Berry will stay with you forever in the paradise you desire. Even if I'm gone, you'll get used to it after a while, and someday you won't even remember me. With me, I hope we can continue to be together like this forever. The exchange she heard on the way to the royal capital. Chris J too. Chris J wants to stay with Berry forever. She probably understood it at that time. That she was on the outside. Just pretending not to notice. The relationship between the two was so perfect that there was no room to step into it. They each have something that the other wants, a perfect match. Celine was just receiving the blessings of love that overflowed from there. You didn't need me from the beginning. Berry was enough to make you happy. So, Celine. Suddenly she was pulled by the shoulder, her pillow taken away. Straddled on her hips, she felt lips pressed against hers. She was a little surprised at first, then she just looked at her. Clumsy love, childish innocence. The usual kiss. She just stared at the purple color of the girl's lips and averted her gaze. No point getting embarrassed after all this time. It was just a little too beautiful to look at. Chris J always thought Chris J had no value unless Chris J was excellent. When the lips parted, Chris J spoke. Her purple eyes were unwavering, and the perfect circle towards Celine. But Celine told Chris J that Chris J could cook with Berry all the time and that Celine would make it possible for Chris J to do so. Chris J thinks it's the same thing, Chris J said. If it's just about food, Berry is enough for the meal at the estate, and Chris J is useless. It's really pointless, but Celine said it was fine. Did you forget? Asked Chris J. Celine didn't answer. There's no way she'd forgotten. It's true that Celine isn't smart, and also really weak. She's really clumsy and rough, and no matter what she does, she's a total bum. But Chris J doesn't think that matters. At least, the one that thought Chris J that is Berry and Celine. Chris J smiled and stroked Celine's cheek. Her cool hands were strangely warm. Chris J always idealized Cliche, who could do anything. But Celine and Berry said it's okay for Chris J to be stupid, accepting Chris J and loving Chris J. Because of that, Chris J thought it might be okay to be stupid. She traced Celine's lips with her fingertips, searching for the words, and kissed her again. At least Chris J thinks the same thing about Celine. Certainly, to be honest, Chris J has never thought that Celine's abilities are amazing, but that doesn't have anything to do with it, right? She seemed to look down on Celine. But at the same time, she looked at her with love. Chris J probably loves the stupid Celine that Celine just described. Quick to anger, stubborn, with lots of weird quirks, but that kind and hardworking Celine. That's who Chrische loves. She didn't decorate her words. She is always sincere and straightforward to the point of being stupid. It sounded like insults, but surely that wasn't her intention at all. Just like Celine loves the stupid Chrische. The brilliance inside her purple eyes, there was an indescribable emotion. Her smile is just like that of a young girl, and her doll-like beauty was full of color. Little by little, she seemed to have changed, and when she remembered the image in her memory, she looked like a different person. Who had changed her as expected, she didn't think she could exclude herself from among them. But, is that not enough? Chrische is unfair, she thought. Chrische was hopelessly beautiful and could pour out her pure love to others without thinking. She should just nod to that, Selin thought. Just like usual, in response to Krish's innocence. The best outcome was within reach. At least, what Celine desired most was Chrische happiness. She would easily make it come true, and all Celine would have to do was nod. You really are an idiot, hum. However, she averted her gaze from her and said, I can't make any promises. This is a problem within myself. Celine. She knows that Chrische loved her. The beauty of her love had been there for a long time. I love you, Chrische. I love you more than anything in the world. She stroked her cheek. Her skin was smooth and soft like a baby's. But, I'm sure my love vessel is very shallow and very narrow. I'm selfish and self-centered. I don't have the kind of love that Berry does. It was not the kind of love that could be accepted after understanding everything. True love is definitely something that embraces the other person without asking for anything in return. However, Celine's love was a love of desire. The love that was entirely for oneself was so distorted and corrupted that it seemed unimaginable it could arise within herself. Wanting to be recognized for her own sake. In the end, Celine wanted to think that she was the only one special to her. She would risk her life for Celine. It was more than enough, and asking for more was excessive. But still, she wanted something more. Greedy to the core, she wanted to devour her small-minded though she was. Celine Christand was an insatiable, arrogant human who never knew contentment. Her bad habit of seeking more than she was capable of had penetrated to the core. Even though she knew what she was capable of, she still had a passion that she couldn't accept. I'm jealous of Berry. Envious. Envy. Yes, Celine replied, pushing her down. Straddling her waist, Celine looked down at her this time. I love you more than anything in the world, but Berry is the best in you. Maybe I was happy that Berry was gone. Maybe if Berry goes away, you'll only look at me. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Krish's slender neck. I wanted to keep you all to myself. But whether Berry dies or not, your number one won't change. From now on and for forever. She was fed up with her own shallowness. There was no magic crystal around her neck. She didn't think Chrische would leave it behind. It must be Crescenta's suggestion. Crescenta must have been able to see through Celine's shallow thoughts. Her purple color must be able to see through all of Celine's struggles. That was why she sent Chrische to Celine like this. Just do as you like. It was as if she could hear those words, as if Crescenta was making fun of her. This was a prepared meal. At least, Crescenta must have thought it was enough to resolve it. Unpleasant, but the idea wasn't far off. That was why it was even more unpleasant. I don't want to imagine you guys spending the rest of eternity happily without me, but I don't want to keep looking at that too. I hate myself for not being able to be genuinely happy about it. If she squeezed with all her might now, this neck would likely snap. Chrische looked up at Celine in surprise, but made no resistance. I hate it all. How much better it would have been if she could have killed her. Kill him. Die yourself. She's sure she will feel refreshed if she did that. If she could drive her to a place where she could never be reached. Even though she felt that from the bottom of her heart, her hands were trembling. Her magic power was in disarray, producing no power at all. I don't like not knowing what to do. New drops traced the path of her dry cheeks, staining them. She thought she was the most incompetent person in this world. She should have been happy for her beloved servant, but she couldn't. Or, even though she should have been sad, should have been holding a grudge, but she couldn't grieve or hold a grudge. Only chaos swirled inside her heart, unable to turn in any direction. Then, the droplets that overflowed from her cheek were gently wiped away with Krish's thumb. Krish's number one is probably Berry. Always thinking about Berry, Chris J said, lost in thought. But Chris J loves Celine just as much. That's why Chris J wants Celine to come too. That's why, no, Chris J doesn't know what to do, but the sight that tempted her gaze was endlessly adorable. However, Chris J don't like, it's painful for Celine. If that makes Berry so painful, Krish'll try to avoid speaking as much as possible until Celine calms down properly. Is that not enough? Asked Chris J. Celine had no words to answer. How should she receive it? Chris J cupped Celine's cheek, pulled her close, and kissed her. It's okay. Please don't cry. Chris J caressed her cheek and kissed her, like cradling a child. Until Celine calms down, until it stops being hard for Celine, Chris J will always be by Celine's side. Her smile was always kind. Celine wiped her eyes with her sleeve and buried her face in her neck. Crescenta probably knew she would settle for this. That Celine was hopelessly naive and pure, and that Chris J love would take care of it. How cunning. Both Chris J and Crescenta. In all their cunning ways, they resembled Celine's beloved servant. I hate you. Ahehe. Regaining her breath, she lifted her face slightly and kissed her, pressing and savoring it. If she repeated it, it felt like she could blot out everything in her mind. So, as if immersed, as if familiarizing herself with various emotions, she pressed her lips against her. Again and again. Slowly and gradually become intensifying. Chapter 248. One who doesn't acknowledge. Don't worry. There's no pain. She caressed her cheek and felt its smooth texture. Because of her narrow shoulders, her body looks delicate despite her fleshiness. When she took off her apron dress and put on a white negligee, her body looked even thinner. Combined with her pale skin and gaunt appearance, her figure was that of a sick person. Fatigue showed on her face, yet there was a definite resolve there. Argan-sama will die just like falling asleep. As she said that, Crescenta looked at her. Then, Berry Argan widens her large eyes. Her flowing red hair tickled her fingers. Her large light brown eyes stared intently at her, as if searching for the truth behind her words. Her gaze wavered with slight hesitation. Her usual relaxed demeanor was gone. What's left was agitation. Was she thinking she was just joking? Or was she pondering whether to shout or hit her? What's the matter? Fufu, I'll forgive any rudeness today. This will be the last time we see each other. Do you want to yell at me, or hit me? I want to see the moment when your true colors are revealed. Berry didn't say anything, she just stared at Crescenta. She then closed her eyes and took one deep breath. Then, she spoke with a smile. Then the battle is my victory. ? Currently, I am number one for Krish-sama. If I die, my ranking inside Krish-sama will remain unchanged. Inevitably, Crescenta-sama will lose in this match. Crescenta frowned, dumbfounded at what she was saying. To Crescenta, who froze, Berry cupped her cheeks with both of her hands. Crescenta-sama is now both, in name and reality, a loser puppy, if you will. Kusu, Berry giggled. Amused and cheerful, she further confused Crescenta, who furrowed her brow even more. You will be killed by me. Do you understand? Yes, of course I understand. I am afraid I also have an idea why. Berry embraced Crescenta's head and rubbed her cheek against her hair. Please forgive me, Crescenta-sama. Why are you apologizing? Because I always interpret Crescenta-sama in the most convenient way, Berry said, patting her head. Like always, with a gentle hand. Crescenta-sama is a bit of a foul-mouthed person who only curses at me whenever she opens her mouth. Originally, I should have seen it as Crescenta-sama hating me, but that Crescenta-sama is just hiding her shyness. Crescenta-sama loves me from the bottom of her heart. Something like this, I guess, she said happily, lovingly. There is only one thing I can think of as to why Crescenta-sama is trying to kill me. Therefore, the first thing I should say is an apology. It is not Crescenta-sama who is at fault, but mine. She almost let out a sigh. Please, never blame yourself. Whatever the outcome is, Crescenta-sama's choice is definitely not something to be blamed for. Even Crescenta couldn't understand it. Berry Argan was a crazy woman through and through. Please, never blame yourself. Whatever the outcome, Crescenta-sama's choice is definitely not something to be blamed for. You're really hopeless, Even though you're about to die, is it the time to be worried about others? Yes. About to die, that is precisely the reason, I think. I love Crescenta-sama from the bottom of my heart. Just like how Crescenta-sama loves me. But somewhere in her heart, Crescenta had realized that those would be the words Berry returned to her. One person and one thing in a bed. Just repeating, as if ruminating. It seemed like the more she repeated it, the more it would wear out over time, but her memory never faded. They lingered in her mind as vivid as yesterday, as if it was just a moment ago. The more she repeated, the clearer it became, vividly, even her breath felt like a ringing in her ears. Hate you. The girl whispers to the magic crystal hanging from her neck to something inside it. There was hatred, just as the words she had said, but her hands were lovingly holding it, as if it were a treasure. Her purple eyes narrowed as if she were looking at something dazzling. Hate you. Like a child, hoping that if she keeps repeating it, it would someday become true. The only person who heard her echoing words was only her alone. As if conveying, telling, convincing herself, just repeating words. She kept repeating she hated the most useless task. As she lovingly looked and held the radiance, she cursed. Believing that if she did that, the brilliance would eventually dim. However, contrary to her wishes, the brilliance within the magic crystal was simply beautiful, piercing her eyes. And the more her eyes were drawn to it, the more the sludge inside her was writhing. A helpless feeling of discomfort crawled inside her chest. I believe that Crescenta-sama can just live happily without accumulating sins. That's why I would like to settle all the sins that have been committed here and let Crescenta-sama find happiness without a single sign on Crescenta-sama. She recalled the words that were once said. Every memory, as if it just happened moments ago, was so vivid that she hated it. She won't forget. She never forgets what she saw or the words she heard. Everything she touched, everything she felt. The little girl didn't have the ability to forget a single thing. I hate you, Berry. Looking at the light inside the magic crystal, trace her lips with her fingertips. Closing her eyes, she curled up as if embracing the girl inside the magic crystal. That was, much like a baby that was sleeping. Chapter 249, Side Story, Days and Years. Golden hair shining red. The beautiful girl, having her dress removed, leapt onto the bed in her underwear, rolling around. The lovely smile she had shown at the party earlier disappeared, and she looked uncomfortable and moody. Crescenta let out a deep sigh as she rolled onto her back and swung her legs. Year after year, it's so troublesome. Thank you for your hard work, Crescenta-sama. Nora, the black-haired servant with a neat but unremarkable face, took her foot and carefully removed Crescenta's socks. My legs are tired, Nora. Yes, understood. Then, taking a warmed cloth, Nora cleansed her feet and lightly massaged them. Year after year her birthday celebration. If it were a commoner, it would be a small, happy party at home. But for one born into royalty, it was different. A princess was public property, and someone like me didn't exist. Whether she wanted it or not, large-scale feasts and national events were held. Showered with compliments and congratulations without a break, without being able to even enjoy the lavish meal. Even if she possesses extraordinary intelligence and talent, she was still just a child. Having spent the past few days preparing for the feast, Nora could see that Crescenta was so tired that she couldn't hide, and Nora's eyebrows furrowed. Being born into the royal family was not as happy as people imagined it to be. The only place in this world where Crescenta could rest her wings was in this small world given to her. Thinking that way, Nora didn't even feel it was a hard work serving her. Cleaning her small feet, gently massaging them. Nora then approached the cold dishes prepared in the room and examined them. Nothing had changed. However, even if there was no apparent abnormality, it was difficult to know whether that was true. Taking the knife and fork, Nora lightly tasted the food. She took a sip of the soup and a piece of bread. She washed them down with water from the pitcher, and ensuring that there was no abnormal taste, she breathed a slight relief. Whenever she left the room, she made sure to check everything. Perhaps she was being too cautious. However, ever since she learned that Crescenta had killed the other princes, she had been constantly plagued by anxiety. Just like Crescenta had done, perhaps other would target her too. Wouldn't her sins come back to haunt her one day? Nora was aware of her own nervousness, but she couldn't stop it. Please wait a moment for your meal. I understand. After saying that, she bowed her head to Crescenta, took off her underwear, and wiped her body with her own cloth. Crescenta complied. As she watched Nora's hands in the meal, she let out a yawn. Leaning lazily against Nora with a slightly tired expression, she suddenly spoke up. I wonder what's so auspicious about it? ? It's a ridiculous event. It's just turning a year older. How ridiculous. Don't you think so? Crescenta looked at Nora, with her transparent purple eyes, as if despising everything. Even though they tried to get rid of me when I was born. Unable to bear it anymore, Nora averted her gaze. This world is full of idiots. They celebrate the birth of a child no one wanted, calling it the birthday of a noble princess. How absurd. It was a curse-like remark. To her, who had grown up without the happiness that children should experience, that was probably how everything in the world seemed to her. When she was born into this world, what was given to her was not a blessing but a curse. She was treated not with love, but with suspicion. Even after she was raised as a princess, those never disappeared. Well, in a way, it's more convenient for them to be dumb. It's better than them being smart. Crescenta recalled her adorable older sister. She was like a baby bird, following Nora around without even suspecting anything. We've temporarily decided to raise her as His Majesty's child, but just to be safe, we've decided to keep it hidden for a while. I've heard that you previously took care of a cursed child. If anything happens, report immediately. What distorted Crescenta was everything around her. For example, what would have happened if she had been born in a commoner's home? What would have happened if she had grown up with the love she deserved? Nora could never make up for everything that was taken from her. At the very least, I am happy from the bottom of my heart that Crescenta-sama was born. After hearing that, Crescenta turned to face her. She looked up at Nora with her small body, stroke her cheek, and meet her gaze. You foo-foo, I know. Nora wants to start over, right? Start over. To atone for killing Nesama. By serving me, to pretend it never happened. Right. That, kind. The words didn't come out. But Crescenta seemed amused. Rest assured. I don't doubt you. If you continue to serve me like this, I'll forget about the past, and I'll make sure to give you something in return. Gee. You were the one who saved me, Nora. Don't worry, I'm going to thank you properly. That wasn't what she wanted to say. Those were not the words she wanted to give to her. It was not like she wanted anything in return, nor was it to atone for her sins, but such excuses seemed flimsy. In fact, even if she said it, the girl would likely perceive it as such. She would accept it with a sober face. I love you. Such a simple phrase was harder than any words to utter for her. My apologies. What's wrong, Nora? Don't suddenly start crying. She instinctively covered her face with both hands and shook her head. Unable to give even the single word she wanted to convey more than anything. Unable to tell her. Emotionally unstable. You really are a crybaby, Nora. How about you be a little more resolute as my servant? My apologies. Did I say something that offended you? If you have something to say, please say it clearly. How troublesome. Unable to say anything, she shook her head. She heard the usual exasperated sigh, and a small palm rested on her head. Then please try not to make a sound. Listening to your crying while eating is doubly annoying. I'm tired. Yes. Her touch was gentle, as if soothing a child who was throwing a tantrum. Originally, she should have been the one to do that. Nora only let out a sob at how pathetic she was. After the civil war ended, things calmed down, welcoming the birthday celebration. After that was over, a dubious smile crossed the face of the rather unpleasant servant, and who led her to the estate. Tired from her birthday celebration, Crescenta headed to the royal estate dining room, fed up. When and opened the door, Crescenta was greeted by flower petals pouring down right before her eyes. Chris J and Celine, who were sitting on chairs, clapped repeatedly, and Elvina, who was holding a basket of flower petals, bowed. The red-haired servant who was also carrying the basket greeted Crescenta with her devious smile, as usual, wondering what the fun was. "What is it?" "It's a birthday party. Fufu, Crescenta-sama is busy with various things during the birthday festival, so we have decided to hold a small party again at the estate." "I'm tired." "Don't say that. Now, please take a look here." In the center of the table were 3 dishes of meat, pumpkin, and lacura pies. There were also 2 types of soup, fish-based and sheep-based. There were pizzas lined up, roasted chicken, steak, sausages with cheese, and a variety of breads. The steam rising from the table was mixed with delicious aromas. It were freshly made and crispy. At the celebration festival she couldn't eat any food and was extremely hungry. Although she was half expecting it, Crescenta couldn't hide her reaction when she saw it, and for a moment her cheeks seemed to relax. I just wanted to eat something light and go to sleep quickly though." However, she immediately glared at the red-haired servant with a displeased look on her face. Now, here." The red-haired servant didn't mind it. Berry Argan brazenly grabbed Crescenta's hand and pulled her towards the back of the dining room, the short side of the rectangular table. She guided Crescenta to the seat where Celine usually sat and forced her to sit down. "It's a long-awaited celebration, so it's no good if you look like that, Crescenta. Ahehe, look, today, all of it is my best." She must be unable to wait for the meal. Her older sister looked at Crescenta urgingly. "Really, what, not an honest child? What are you going to do about being so stubborn about being hungry?" Celine told Crescenta with a tired face, as if she was exasperated. "Shut up." Crescenta puffed out her cheeks and spat out a word. However, it was a servant who crushed her pouting cheeks from behind with both of her hands. "Pooh!" A strange sound echoed. "My, that's no good. Today's protagonist is Crescenta-sama, so smile, smile. How selfish. Why must someone like her, who is at the pinnacle of the kingdom, be treated with such an attitude by a mere servant?" The question, that had repeated dozens of times since coming here, was never answered. "Rather than letting me, who came back to the mansion tired, rest, you're forcing me to smile. Who do you think you are?" "What do you mean, who do I think I am? Of course, I am Her Majesty the Queen's servant. Here, let's have a toast. I have no recollection of appointing such an incompetent servant as mine." Even when she said that, Berry just chuckled. While talking, she forcibly puts a mixture of wine, 80% juice, into Crescenta's hand and enjoys herself. A servant for Crische when it was convenient. Celine's and Crescenta's servant when it suited her. Berry Argan was truly a good-for-nothing. Was as extremely unpleasant, and even when glared at her, she just brushed it off as if it was a wind. How did Berry receive her gaze? Berry prepared a glass for herself, poured some wine, and looked at Crescenta as if expecting something. "Cheers. The more you complain, the longer it would last." Reluctantly, she said that with a sigh, and they all said in unison, "Happy birthday." The boring routines she had heard so many times, the boring flow she had seen so many times. I wonder what's so auspicious about it? ? I hate birthdays, they're such a hassle. It's just turning 1 year older. Well, Berry, who was cutting the pie for Crescenta, smiled bitterly at those words. Fufu, it's just a way to celebrate. Certainly, thinking of it as just getting a year older isn't a big deal. She cut it into bite-sized pieces and stacks them. Birthdays are an opportunity to celebrate the accumulation of little things. It's a special day to celebrate the trivial everyday things. Berry said as she arranged it like a small mountain on a plate. I haven't had a chance to celebrate Crescenta-sama's birthday since she came to Christand, so I thought it would be a good chance. It's a nuisance. Fufu, please forgive me. It's quite fun to celebrate, you know. What a helpless servant. Berry was just happily. No matter what Crescenta said, most of the time she just looked at her happily. She didn't like it at all. I also want to express my gratitude for meeting Crescenta-sama. In a sense, events like this may be more for the people celebrating than for the person in question, she said, then thinking about it a little. She pressed her finger to her pink lips and smiled. Well, in any case, it will be an annual event at the mansion from now on, so please accept it as such. I'm already sick of it this year. Do you understand the term unwelcome favor? So that means Crescenta-sama must be grateful even for the feeling alone. Talking to you gives me a headache. She twists logic, seized upon the details, and every 1 or 2 words said would lead to 3 or 4 more in response. She was truly a headache-inducing woman. She really didn't like the foolish smile look on her face either. Really, I wonder what's so fun about it. Foo-foo, just as I said. When she exasperated, asked that, Berry answered. I'm happy to be able to celebrate my beloved Crescenta-sama's birthday, without any pretense or embarrassment, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. From the bottom of my heart, I am happy about this fortuitous encounter. The words Berry said suddenly reminded Crescenta of words she had a long time ago. At the very least, I am happy from the bottom of my heart that Crescenta-sama was born. Why did she remember it now? She thought for a moment. What's the matter? Pushing it to the back of her mind, Crescenta pointed to the chair to her left with her finger. Rather than, it's a bit of an eyesore you moving about right in front of me. Why don't you sit down too? Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me. The short side of the rectangular table. Usually, there's only 1 chair for Celine. She must have purposely prepared 2 chairs so that she could sit in them from the beginning, yet she acted so deliberately. Moving the chair a little closer, Berry leaned in. With a stupid smile on her face, Berry prepared the soup in front of Crescenta and cut up the meat, ignoring the fact that she had been told earlier that she was an eyesore. She was a helpless servant. To think this is an annual event, even harassment has its limit. Foo-foo, then next year I'll have to work even harder to satisfy Crescenta-sama. Everything starts with the first step. I've always thought this, but you're really the worst servant. I'm glad to hear that I can't go lower than this. From now all I need to do is accumulate good evaluations. It will only dig deeper into the earth. Berry leaned closer to her in a familiar way, as if pressing against her shoulder. Will these tiresome memories continue to pile up like this in the future? The thought exhausts her even more, draining her energy. Here, say ah. She reluctantly took a bite of the locura pie that was offered to her. Happy birthday, Crescenta-sama. How is it? The end of an utterly unpleasant day. A tedious event that will likely be held every year from now on. It's so warm and sweet. The locura pie she put in her mouth was not bad at all. End of Volume 10.